run into maybe the 70s.
That was a pullback off that 80% of people long. They got
Yeah, it was.
slammed.
Yes,
Slammed,
they did.
guys. That sometimes the majority of folks that are either bias-wise, this is the tilt. It's scrolling across the top of your screen. It's data that nobody else shares. I'm sharing this right now because there's a lot of new people here. It's data that is scrolling at very, very top of your screen. You can see right now it says whatever it says on your screen. I'll go NASDAQ right now. Was 80% of people, just say there's 1,000 open positions. 800 of them would be long. That's quite a bit of folks with one bias, heavy one way. We call it getting tilty towards one way. If 100% of people are long, I've never seen it that high, but that's a really interesting data set. It's just a really interesting data set that you can use or you can not use, doesn't matter. But it's there for you in real time on the open positions and what the long or short bias is. And that's what you see scrolling on the top of your screen, as well as the average price that they're in as helpful. Nobody else shares that information in the planet. In the planet that I know of. Real time.
One of a kind, Michael. One of a kind.
Just like you, Rips. Just like you.
Oh, get out of here.
Come on.
Very loving today. I like it. I like the vibes already today, guys. Really liking this. Big stuff coming out today at Top Step. Big announcements coming out here in a little bit. Stay tuned. Got some things coming your way. We think you guys will like it. I'm sure that you've seen some hints. You've seen some of the rumors floating around the internet, some people's Twitters.
Rumors all over. Rumors.
Rumors. Speculation. Rumors. We got you. We got some fun stuff.
Hey, I'm short.
All right.
I'm short 912. 912 and a half.
Good. I would like the 20s. But yes.
We are on dueling sides of the tape here because I am long
Here we
right
go.
now.
Last time we were against each other, I took a hit.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, it's my turn to probably take a hit now.
Yep. I'm only in one contract, though. Just something small.
Guys, did you know
we can
that
base out here at these 905s?
905s, okay. Base out of 905s, short from 910s, 912s is Dakota. Where are you long from, Rips?
13 halves is my average.
Okay. All right.
We're not looking
So
so
we
pretty
have,
here.
We have.
I'm stopping out right there.
This thing's just shaky. It's shaky
Yeah, it
thus far. This is where I get myself into a little bit of trouble because, and I've been more patient with myself because we've been focusing more on house account. Need more house account. So that's that's taking precedent. But I'm pretty bad in the first 15 minutes because it's a lot of shake and bake, and then I get caught in it.
We got
You know the 80% up there, Andre. The tilt was 80%.
Yes,
I always think about how many people in their personal brokerage account were also long up there and taking a hit because it pulled back off that so high, and Dakota's short
now,
and it's below the 900s. 18,900s is below, guys. It's trading 18,892.
Yeah, pushing to these 80s, I'm getting out.
Hear those 94s. Hear those 94s, Rips.
Yeah, this is where I'm looking for a potential long.
Yes, see that. Because Top Step levels, those daily levels. Hopefully, got them pinned to pinned to the top of the chat. Keep those open. Find some real estate on your screen. Have those open. It's somewhere to easily be seen.
I have them right here in the bottom.
Mine right here too.
Every day I refresh it. Brand new ones. Sometimes they're the same ones, but brand new ones. Well, that was a pullback of pullbacks.
Let's see if we can get into
94s,
the 80s. We're holding these.
Who caught that
90s.
short up there?
Dakota.
Dakota did.
Top.
He got it on the pullback. He got it on the retest up to 12s. There was a short time period that it was up in the 30s. Traded all the way up to 36, 37. From 25 to 37 was a great trade. Caught it. I got that short. You guys caught a big fish out there. I'm going to call it big fish.
So we failed to break back above that key psychological 18,900. Let's see if we could catch some more momentum to the downside.
Damn, you guys caught that. That's nice. Did you bring it in the boat? You know what that means, Andre?
Yeah, that's when the fish comes in the boat.
Right? Very descriptive there.
You reel that thing in, and it gets in the boat.
I call it. Yeah, you realize your profit. How about that? Yeah,
you bag the fish, right?
You bag the fish. fish this big.
By the time you get back to shore, it was this big.
A little bit smaller.
All right, let's see how it goes to these 18,894 level. I got to pull up here already. Calling funded traders, long or short bias today? Long or short? That's a great question. I do not have a bias.
Ooh, for today.
I do not. That's
Ooh,
a good
today.
question. What are you thinking, Michael? I don't know.
For today? Well, I mean, buy the dip. That's all you got to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It works every time until it doesn't, right?
It really.
It
You're
works
right.
every
Rips.
time
You're right.
until it doesn't.
Boy, it is pretty evenly
Well, we tapped
distributed. Here
into like 89 for a second and immediately getting brought back up.
I think I saw Nick for a tick was short.
Looking for a flush to the 870s.
Flushacito. Yeah, we just said 80%
Ooh, a little
long
flushacito. I like that.
Yeah.
Flushacito.
Those 94s
Nothing wrong
Rips,
with a nice flushacito, Andre.
Absolutely not. Those 94s did hold the first time here.
I bet you had some margaritas over the weekend, Andre.
What did I have? I was actually with our
Did he go
good friend.
to Tao again?
Oh, God.
Never go to Tao. I've been to Tao once in Chicago.
I
Once.
heard you're the king of Tao, Andre.
Oh, I hate those
He's
places.
been there once and never left.
What's up, Jad? Good to hear your voice. Everyone's back.
Hey, good morning.
Everyone's back in prime form already. Great to hear everybody. Eddie, especially Eddie, having Eddie back. Speaking of Eddie, we got Dakota still in the short. Eddie, if you're there, what do we have for economic numbers? Eddie, great to have you back, man. What's up?
Boy, I honestly, I'm really enjoying this morning show with you guys. This is exciting coming back. It's got my blood flowing. But hey, we've got in about 14 minutes, FOMC member Cash and Carey will be speaking. And as Rip said and as Hogue said, that they can move the market here. Coming up in about 19 minutes, 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. And also the big one coming up here is the Consumer Confidence May. They're looking at 96. Prior was 97. We also do have the Dallas Fed. And around 10:30 here, 2-year note auction, 12 o'clock high noon, 5-year note auction. And we got Governor Cook speaking at 12:05. So that's what we've got here today. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. So we do have a couple speakers in there sprinkled throughout the day. But Cash Carey, like Rips
Back
was
into the
saying,
90s.
like, what's up, Dakota? What's up? Back to these 90s string, 897. Let me take a push lower.
You top ticked that and exit, Rips. Is that right? You nailed that.
You know,
one, man.
sometimes you just get lucky in these markets, Dakota. Sometimes you just do.
Rips. Love it.
Well, you had that level before the market opened. You said 94s. You took it.
I liked being a buyer down there, and that's where I did a very aggressive ad down there. I was a buyer at 94. What was my execution here? My actual best buy was at 94 3/4, and my level is 94 halves. So
Beautiful.
not too
Well done,
shabs.
Rips. Well done, Rips. Convictions levels, executes the trade. Great to see.
Yeah,
Catching
this
a bit of a
thing
bouncer.
is-
S&P's not doing anything. S&P's just kind of, not doing a whole heck of a lot either.
Yeah, I'm just sitting.
Are
in the
you still
short
holding
from-
strong over there, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm sitting in short from 912.5. I have my stop loss at 917.5 now, above that pivot that we just made, and I'm looking for a push into the 70s. And I think if we break, we could see, 70s my target. Maybe 840s. It would be a stretch short if we do sell off. I don't know. Here we go. Let's see if we could break through these 90s.
Yeah, the market's looking heavy outside of NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA is making new all-time highs again. The topping level that I had on NVIDIA for today was, let me just get this pulled up real quick. Topping level for NVIDIA today is at 1129.98. So we're a little ways off, but I think that we can probably scoot and boogie up there. NVIDIA has just been a killer in the marketplace. And, a lot of folks were asking me this morning, why did NVIDIA gap up? There's a lot of different headlines that came out today that, over the weekend, I should say, that were kind of leaning in towards, Amazon is trying to be a competitor in the B2B space with their cloud computing. and their chips are not looking as good as they once thought they would be. They're looking towards now maybe 2025 to have their next iteration of their cloud computing AI chips, whereas NVIDIA is looking to have their release in Q4 of the newest Blackwell chips. And then 2025 to have that next iteration. They even had the roadmap during their earnings calls talking about their most recent earnings call, I should say, talking about that Blackwell chip is going to have an iteration every single year, and their development cycle will be a 1-year development cycle on that chip. So that's exciting because they already proved, and we are rolling over here. Beautiful trade, Dakota. One of the reasons why the investors are trusting this so much, again, gorgeous trade here. I should probably, we'll get back to the news. I want to talk about Dakota's trade here.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
this
much
is falling out of
talked
bed.
about. We're just
80s.
selling off. If we get a push into the 70s, I'm going to close this. We actually seen 79.
Dakota, when it came back up and just rechecked the 12s that you were just in, and rechecked the 12s what we were talking about. I don't know what we were talking about, but you got 12s, went all the way down to like 90s, popped all the way up, back up to 12s. You didn't get out. Like, that's a really, really tough thing to do. In my opinion, it's a tough thing to do because that's where I get out. And I'm like, okay, that was a test down there, and now it's taking itself higher. I think that was a great trade as far as not shaking yourself out. I don't know if you added it. You're typically the guy that would add that.
Yeah, I would.
Also,
If
now
I,
you trade 18, yeah, 60,
I have
65s.
some PTSD
We traded 18,
from,
865s, guys. That was the low. 865s.
yeah, I'm out now. That, I mean, it's quick $800.
There you go.
On one lot
Nice.
too, just one lot. And to get back to your point, MP, is a little bit of PTSD from Friday, where I was short in the
Yeah.
market and getting my face ripped off. But yeah, this is a good example where and it's just me and my emotions, where most likely I would have been and added into a position, maybe 3 or 6 contracts and caught that. I'm already up money. I have a little bit of PTSD from Friday. I let that affect this trade, which I'm okay with. But it was still a great trade. And yeah, that's hard to hold on a pullback like that, where Rips bought and he made great money while I was holding on to that short. But just trying to follow the rules and letting the market breathe when, yeah. And here we are. We're in the 40s. I like longs down here, maybe 30,
do.
low, like, I don't know, 35 to 40.
Yeah, the level I'm
Yeah, I think it's-
eyeing down here is 826 3/4. How do you feel about that, Dakota?
26. Love it, guys. Love it.
Like this is the market's a zone, and if we do run some stops, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people with stops like in like 830, 830s, and if we run those, I wouldn't be opposed. Maybe even 813 at the worst.
I'm not saying I'm not saying I go for this always, but the 200 period moving average on the 30-minute and the 100 period moving average on the 1 hour, those are pretty big moving averages. It's sitting right on it right now. NASDAQ.
826.
Just a heads up. And we have nothing on tilt besides the 64% of folks are short now. Short. Guys, when it was super long up there, when I talked to you guys about tilt, what happened? It fell out of bed. That is just interesting. I make annotations on my charts and I say 80% or whatever. Or I make them on my notepad here. Everybody should have a notepad in front of them, I believe, because you can journal, you can write down levels, do a lot of things.
I do. I also wanted to highlight a point too that is very, very important to all traders of all different levels of skill out there. Dakota came into the markets today when we were talking about the market open here, and I was long and looking for longs. Dakota also mentioned that he was looking for longs, and not 120 seconds later did he come out and say, my thesis has changed. I'm now looking to the short side. So he did not marry that bias. He was malleable in his decision. Dakota, could you touch on that a little bit? Because I think that that's one of the most difficult things for traders of all different skill levels out there.
Well, I reviewed my trading Friday, and if I would have done the same thing Friday, where I was looking for a short bias, and then whatever the market tells me, then I react to it. I'm like, you know what? Actually, as much as I want to short this market, I need to just take a step back, reconsider, and like, hey, market changed in a second. You know, the market was open for what, 5 minutes, maybe, and we were looking bullish, looking to go test that key 19,000. Market started to turn around. We started to sell off. And we got in the pullback. I'm like, okay, here's an opportunity. If we do break down, then we have a great risk reward to the downside. Whereas risking is more of a 1 to 3, 1 to 4 risk reward, and I took it. And I'm not a great at shorting the market, and I don't know what it is. I am really confident about buying the market and building a position, and these shorts, I just very hesitant. And now this is a good example of why you shouldn't be hesitant in the market, because I would have been in 3 to 6 contracts and man, so much more. But I can't let that what if affect me for the rest of the day. And so, yeah, I'm looking to buy the market down here. Again, I'm still have a bullish bias, and I'm still in a buy the dip mentality. And I'm going to wait for a good opportunity.
Would you mind cluing in the viewers to what you specifically saw off the open that made your bias shift like on a dime?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the golden sauce where maybe you guys just have to tune into my slow markets.
Nice plug.
I can't do that.
I heard that you are serving up that sauce daily at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. If I'm not mistaken, is that when the kitchen opens?
24 carats.
That's when the kitchen opened. Last night we had a little gold was the main course last night, and how that played out.
It was, what was really, really funny is that I saw a lot of folks in chat that were really happy to fade your trade, which, by the way, if you have a death wish, please fade Dakota. I mean, I got popped out on my first round along there.
That I did.
Yes.
But it was really, really interesting to see you feathering into that trade. What did you actually realize maximum extension on that final lot? Did you get that 6-1 on that final?
On gold, no. It went really close to my take profit, and then turned around when I woke up. I got stopped out. That's why I wasn't up as much as I probably could have been if I was awake and managing it. But that's the thing. I'm sleeping, and the market does what it does. But if we pull up, you guys see my 5-minute chart. I look at the 5-minute chart. I was looking for a bullish breakout right here, and we did. We got whipsawed here on the 5-minute chart, and we sold all the way off. We went all the way down and tested almost 900s. And then on the 100 tick chart, and I'll be quick at this, you can see it kind of happen in a much smaller time frame on the 100 tick. Here was the rally up, the market open. We kind of plateaued right here, and then we just broke down and we sold off, and we broke down even a lot of this low, and then we got a nice little pullback. I got in short. I mean, I got in short, I think around here. Maybe I don't, well, let's see. There we go. There's my short trade right here. 912, and then we started to pull back, and then I almost missed it. I got in. I mean, that was simple. My stop loss was around 922 above this pivot, and I kept my stop loss there. As soon as you closed out and we made the second pivot, I just trailed it, and the rest was history. But you know what I heard? I got an email over the weekend saying that are these markers now on Top Step X?
Oh, what? You can't say that. It's going to be an announcement coming up here soon.
Hello.
Did you get the email that says don't say this until we? No, I'm joking. It is coming.
Dakota.
No, I got an email saying it was there because I'm subscribed, and I upvoted it, which means I was subscribed to that. And Top Step is always sending these emails to the stuff that I'm subscribed, and it's like every week there's something new. And I think I just seen that one come out last night.
Yeah, I also saw that people were commenting about that in our community as well. So,
well, I've been sharing that all the rumors that I hear from
that you hear.
I throw it on Twitter. I throw it on Twitter.
If you guys would like really crazy rumors flying around this weekend, Michael.
Oh God! If you guys would like to follow me or Rips, maybe someday Andre will join the internet, and then
join the internet.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no Wi-Fi at Tao.
Oh, come on.
By the way, we do have Kashkari who's speaking right now. I do want to break that news as it's coming across the wire here. He is speaking a little bit early, as he does from time to time. He can't keep it in his pants.
No, you can't.
Oh God, yeah. So yeah, you guys can follow us. Rips and I have thumbs up, blah blah blah, and we talk. but then also I share things that I'm hearing. I don't know. I hear a lot of things, both internally here at Top Step and in the funding prop firm world and all that kind of good stuff. So follow us.
So commentary out from
We don't
Kashkari here. He does say wage growth is still quite robust. It should not rule out anything on policy path. Inflation has moved sideways recently, and the U.S. economy has remained remarkably resilient. Kashkari is not a voter for this year, but his comments do move the market.
That join the internet comment got me, Michael.
Following, I get messages. I don't have Twitter. I don't have social media, but
There you go.
traders give me updates. Whenever you send something juicy, they ask me about it. And I've learned more about Top Step through that over the upcoming week. That's the inside scoop is watching you
Big
spill the beans
announcement.
on Twitter
Big announcement
or
coming
X
today.
or whatever.
Boy,
Yes.
I'm excited for these announcements.
Oh man.
Today will be fun. And then next week we have I believe another one. Maybe even later this week. I don't know. It will be cool. And it's just constant improvements. I mean, if you're like, man, I want something more, I want something more, I want something bigger. We're just going to jab away each week on nice, solid iterations towards a better program, a better platform, a better experience here at Top Step. Our thing here at Top Step is, yeah, we do promos and move prices, but we do way more than that. If you look at anybody else, it's like, oh, we did this and it's a lower price. Oh, we did this and it's a different price. Oh, we did price. Innovation. I want to be inspired by other prop firms. I want us to be inspired by new prop firms that are coming out there that do cool shit, because that allows us to keep doing it. And you know who wins the competition? The textbook says, the business textbook says the consumer. We say the trader in this world, and you guys win. So that's what we're trying to do. Puts you in a better spot each and every time.
And Michael,
That's
if
my
you're
mission
wondering
remaining.
as well why we made Carl Hungus a moderator in there, it's because he sends us stuff like this that Eddie alluded to this morning.
What is that?
This is the densest meme I've ever seen.
Yes,
Rip
it's-
Flair,
Wow.
Hulk Hoagland,
Five-star.
and the People's Champ has Michael's
Wow.
head on it. There's a lot going on here, but thank
There
you,
is a lot.
Carl, for this. That's good stuff.
This is
They got me
good.
as Captain
I mean,
Lou
cool.
Albano. I'm
Look
sort of
at
very
that.
proud of that.
Carl, you're in
Uh,
Twitter. We chat with each other on there. I don't even know. We tweet with each other. We X with each other. I'm not saying we X with each other. That sounds weird. You're on Twitter.
I think that Hogue and I need to get that picture for real in Vegas. We need to get that. We need to get that going in Vegas for real.
Good luck. All right, we're holding down here. We held those 40s.
We held 40s. We're looking perhaps for a long from 826. Obviously, never got there. It is a range or zone, like Dakota says. We didn't get the full pull back there. It could have been the entry, though.
Yeah, the low was
Just a
39,
heads up,
so we did
3
peak into
minutes
the
here.
30s a little bit.
3 minutes.
Consumer confidence.
Thank you, Eddie.
The 30-minute, 200 period movement average, which is I call it the Great Wall of China. It's harder to break through. And then the 1 hour 100 period movement average did hold up. I like moving averages and I like levels.
You do like moving averages. Here's a headline from Kashkari. Don't think anyone has taken rate increases off the table. Go ahead, Michael.
No, I was gonna say and VWAP because all roads lead to VWAP, says George.
Shout out to George if he's in the chat today. Your brothers.
You say
Sorry,
George
Trey
like the
Eats.
movie Below. You know that, Andre?
That's where it comes from. Yes, George, we're brothers.
That's-
Yes, that's where it comes. That's where it comes from.
Derek,
We are
for real,
seeing-
my friend.
Sleeping for real. All right, we're seeing the 60 straight here in the NASDAQ. Dow just still chilling by the lows. Dow just kind of does its own thing over there. S&P's not seeing much of a bounce, really. The 5-minute, at least. Dakota, what are you looking at for? Dakota, what are you looking at down
Don't say
here
that,
for
Rich, right
levels?
here.
Anything? I know you're talking about the 30s, right?
Yeah, 30s, 40s. This zone was the buy. I didn't pull the trigger. I was waiting for maybe a run of stops into maybe a dip lower, but we hit 840 and it ran into a wall, and buyers just bought the dip.
Yeah, Friday getting short was that was a tough one. Friday was that was a tough one for sure. Took it on the chin. What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about?
Zoe in here goes, moving averages are a scam. I'm like, how the hell could they be a scam?
What do you mean a scam?
It's a math equation.
It's just a number. It's
Oh,
just a number.
no. Well, they could take your money. Maybe they take your money and they don't leave you with anything. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Who's responsible for the
data.
moving average scam? Who's behind the scam?
That's a casino.
What about John Bollinger? I don't know. What about John Bollinger? I don't know.
Zoom. Sue Bollinger too.
Sue
Hey.
Bollinger.
Get them all. We got 2
Levels
minutes
there.
left. 2 minutes for the number. I love our chat.
1 minute. 1 minute
Thank
here
you, Eddie.
to the number.
6,600 people watching right now. Everyone's waiting around for the big announcement. We got 1 minute till consumer confidence. Eddie will hit us with that. In the
Consumer
meantime-
confidence expectation, by the way, is at 96 evens. The prior read was 97 evens. So if we came in any kind of number away from 96, if it's an outlier print, we should see a nice reaction in the market here.
Nice.
Awesome.
Gold's
Please
looking
click
heavy too.
Yes, it is. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're on the march to 100,000 subscribers. Let's get back to these markets. What were you saying, Dakota?
Pun intended. Gold's looking heavy.
Boy, everyone's got their A game today. I like it. I like
Look
it
out.
today.
Waka waka.
How much research did it take to get to that point, Dakota?
Well, they have this thing called black sand, and have you ever went prospecting? I did a little bit of prospecting and learned how to do that, panning for gold.
I watched Gold Rush.
I did it once, Dakota.
Here we go.
Is that the Matt McConaughey movie there, Andre?
It's a TV show on Discovery. That's
All right, here we go. Thin.
Here we go.
Markets are thin. If you're looking at a dome,
Oh, big change here.
we
U.S.
got?
consumer confidence actually 102.
Ooh, buy 'em.
Forecast was 96, previous 97. So 102 is our consumer confidence.
Thanks, Eddie.
That's
Consumer
very
confidence.
bullish.
That's a strong number right there. 102.
Gold's selling off.
Interesting.
5, 6. S&P is one handle, 1 point, pretty much off its lows. Nasdaq is about 20 points off its lows. Trading 18,862. Those that are on audio only, which we do have. 18,862 is the Nasdaq, and the
Like it.
S&P is 5317 evens. 5317 evens. That's 5317.00, and that's the low thus far.
Eh,
people
I
don't know
did
what
miss
evens
my
is.
gold short at 23.53. If I get an opportunity to get
Andre.
back in short on gold,
What's up, Michael?
I might take it.
House account. We have anything going?
26 is long.
30
Take a
minutes
long
into
20, 26 is long.
If we get down to
it-
those 26s.
Yeah, if we get down to these 26s. Otherwise, those 33s is short. Nothing right now. That's all I got is NASDAQ.
It's looking kind of thin and jumpy in the NASDAQ, I have to say. It's not looking very congruent in price. A lot of disagreements still after that print.
Yep.
Interesting. Very strong. Yeah,
You could
very strong.
put a check mark on short gold if we could find a short gold. I have a check mark there, but I think we
Okay.
passed it. My short was 23.50 in the 23.54, 23.53.
Anybody? We got folks in chat on the funded level.
2350.
Taking funded levels. Taking funded levels. So if you're at the funded level, provide a level. Ring a ding ding.
Yeah, that was smooth. I like how that came out. That came out nice. Look at the top step daily levels. 2350 settlement from Friday. So we got check mark for 2350 short. You said
I got
2350.
long there at 53 halves. I'm looking for a pop back up here.
Great call. Yeah, we might have just double bottom on that.
Yeah, it looked a little attractive, so I had to snipe that there. Just a one guy.
All right.
Oh, you're using one guys. I like that.
Well, you know why? I'm copying across 5 top step combines right now. I don't know. 5 just seems like a really nice number to be copying across right now.
I heard a rumor about that. I heard a
Really?
rumor.
Very
Maybe.
smooth.
No announcements. No announcements been made. I heard
Yeah.
it's like rolling through the community. You got to wait till announcements though for the official.
Uh-oh.
You're
I
right.
mean, everybody talks about the Jordans that are going to drop. Until you see the official Jordans, they get announced.
Look at this boot scoot and rally.
nice?
Wow, on a one guy.
Goodness.
Holy smokes.
Nice entry.
I'm taking
Nice
that.
entry,
I'm gonna
Reps.
actually move my stop with my hotkeys here. Watch this little move right here. Boom.
Yeah,
Move
I
the
wanna
stop to
get-
break
I'm-
even. Boom. Move it halfway
Nice.
across the bar. Pff, we can just shake and shake
Hell
all we
yeah.
want here. Not
Look at
cool?
that.
I can't wait. I'm getting that. I have it on the way.
Oh yeah,
literally
that's what
on
I
the way.
hear. There's so many rumors going around, Michael. What's going on here? I feel like I'm tuning
Why
into
would I buy?
TMZ.
Why would I buy one of those? Why would I buy one of these? I don't know why I would buy one of those. If the rumor, I buy the rumor, and maybe I sell the news. I don't know.
Sell
Buy
the
rumor,
news.
sell the news.
We can't get
That's another thing.
I applaud you on that long, Rips. That was
Yup.
beautiful. I was over here paying attention to this gold short, which is doing amazing, and I didn't get into it. And that was such a beautiful technical buy in the Nasdaq.
Thanks, Dakota. I
Yes, it
mean,
was.
it was a lot of what you were talking about earlier, looking for support down here, and the fact that we had that technical double bottom said it all to me. And the moment I was watching that order flow and we saw a lot of thick bids showing up there, that's when I said I can't take this any longer. I got to get in here.
Nice.
So we have a stop at 78 evens. That's kind of supporting if we get a tuck below 80s. I'm looking to take this thing all the way back above 18,900. So I'm trying to trail this up.
man.
We are copying across 5 top step combines here. So
So you're
see how
5
this works out.
contracts long.
That's correct. That's we are maximizing our leverage on this play here.
Remember, when you increase your leverage on anything, you want to scale up your position size, you want to scale up your trade copy size, be in a position that you are comfortable with how you're trading and you're ready to take the next move. The next move could literally just be sizing up position wise. You have Dakota here who sizes up positions wise. Rips in here does trade copy wise. To each their own on what ship you want to sail with. Dakota had 30 on last week. 30 live contracts, not
right.
sim. We don't.
That's right.
Great traders here aren't stuck in sim their entire career. Why would you want to be? True professional, in my opinion, is trading
See what-
real markets that true professionals and institutions actually traded. So that's what we do here. And exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a good reason of why I only traded one single contract here, because I'm copying across 5 different top set
Yep.
combines. So
Yep.
I'm essentially trading a 5-lot position, but I'm spreading my risk because now I have more drawdowns spread across the board here, across all 5 accounts. So I'm not sizing up to 5 contracts because then I'd be trading 25 contracts. I'm just keeping it light and tight here.
The risk per capita is less when you do it like that.
Yeah, we are pretty close to being stopped out here. I do want to update the P&L total if we do end up getting stopped out here on this trade and see how this kind of fares out. But I'm looking for that reclaim of 18,900 here. Dakota said, we're kind of stocking for longs here, and we got that perfect dip opportunity. I ended up getting in with an average of 53 halves. Now we are trading up at 85s here.
So now that you're in a trade, I'm going to. I didn't get that long. I love long Nasdaq. I would not be afraid if we get back down into these low 70s to take along with you.
I like that,
That,
a
70s.
lot.
that check mark for the house account.
Cool. 870s.
If we
Double
do
check.
pull back.
Got that, Michael? Ooh, hey. I
Holy.
like that.
Ooh. Ooh.
All right.
No,
Oh,
no whammies. No whammies.
Big
No
bucks,
whammies.
no whammies. That's a show.
We have that now. We have no whammies.
No, okay.
Just fired it in here. Yeah. We got to get him walking across the screen.
Oh my gosh!
Those
I
that
love
don't know, it was a game show.
That'd be a
Yeah.
throwback.
What was that called? $1 Million
Throw it in here,
Game or
guys.
something like that?
No, it's
I
called
can't remember
whammy.
what it
Whammies. I don't know.
Was it just
Called
called whammy?
whammy,
No,
yeah.
that's what the little creatures were called. Were the whammies.
Yeah, those,
There it is.
They are, those little
There it is.
dots in your
Rips,
name.
there it is.
Rips, it was called press your. It was called press your luck.
Press your luck.
Yeah,
Thank
press
you.
your
Yes.
luck.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Press your luck. What a show.
Yeah.
That was a
Do you
good
know
one.
the only people that ever made that show were the trading community? That's where they would get everybody. That's their talent pool.
You're kidding me, right?
Oh, gosh. Really?
You got me. Come on.
Did not know that.
Press your luck. Press your luck. Yeah.
whenever someone has a losing trade, you gotta pull up that whammy and adjust their
Oh,
dollar amount.
we did account last week. I think we still ended up on the way. I don't know. We lost 10 and 10, but we were up
Friday was
27.
brutal.
Yeah, we were
17.
profitable
I
in the
don't
house account. Last Tuesday we made
Yeah.
9. That following
Yeah.
Wednesday we
Yeah.
made like
12?
12. Um,
Yeah. So yeah, but one of the days we had a whammy right after the trade, and we
had a
are
whammy.
okay, guys. If you
had a
take a loss, losses are ordinary, necessary part of handling your life as a trader. You will have them, so be prepared to take them, digest them, learn from them, and move forward.
Yep. Losing is a key part of trading, and how you react to losses emotionally will define your future as a trader. And the sooner that you get a grip on the ideology that you will have losing days, and those days will come in clusters potentially, the sooner that you can get over that hump, the better you will be and the better you will fare in your futures trading career, whether it's futures or anything, the future of your trading career, I should say.
There you go. Unfortunately, losses is part of the game.
Yeah, it's one of the few things. I mean, in any other sport, you know, you wouldn't really be championed for being a good loser, I suppose.
No do-overs in this
We
game.
are
All right,
pushing
Michael,
up here, looking for 18,900s to trade. I am still holding this here. My stop, like I said earlier, is at 78 evens. This is technically a 5-lot position, so once we do realize the profits on this trade, we will be taking it down, and I will be updating my my total P&L and see how much we added on a single lot. That's what I'm excited to see on just one single lot trade. How much did we add copying this across 5 different accounts here?
Here we go.
So if we
No
missed it,
do-overs,
how do we
Andre?
get in?
no do-overs, no mulligans. It's yeah, it's
I golfed on Saturday. I had a breakfast
mulligans?
ball.
how many
I had a
mulligans?
breakfast ball, a
there's
do-over,
one.
and a mulligan. I had so I had, there's 3
All
of
on
them,
the
right?
first
You
hole.
get breakfast ball, mulligan, do-over.
Those are your country club rules.
That
That's
was
how you
me
guys
on the
play.
hole number 1. That was me. Went through a whole sleeve of balls.
Yep.
Oh, I can't wait to golf with you then. I was golfing with guys that are good, and literally they're like by the 4th hole they're giving me pointers, and I'm like, okay, just coach me the entire time, please. I need your help. And then I'd have to just go lay wherever they are, because that's how bad.
Yeah.
Like, all right,
I
tee box, couldn't get it past the ladies' tee box.
did you play that hole with your pants down?
I play. I don't even wear pants. When I come out there, I don't wear pants anymore. It's just like,
Oh,
why?
All right.
Why?
Wow. Des T, you did not miss the announcement yet. You did not miss the announcement, Des.
That
We are
was-
pushing up to
Nasdaq-
these 900s now. The VWAP is kind of right here at the 900s. Looking over at the S&Ps, VWAP is about 2 points higher here, so 2 handles higher from where we are. The 8 ticks is still trying to let this puppy dogger run and see if we can get kind of the maximum extension here. I don't want to be too quick to trail my stop, but over 900 is kind of the trigger point to get pretty aggressive with my trailing stop here.
We were talking about buying the dip this morning.
Yes, we were. 40s.
And only one of us just decided to do it, I guess.
Yeah. Playing too much grab ass on this show today so far. No, I'm just
What's
kidding.
that
It's
mean?
fun. It's
Don't
good to see-
trade. That means sit on your. What do they call it? We call it grab your butt to sit on it. I call it sitting on your hands, but somebody else is calling it. I don't know. Maybe play
Hands on
a
your butt.
play
Habeas
grab ass.
grab ass
That's-
week. Keep your hands on your butt.
Yeah, keep your hands on your butt.
Play grab ass. It means no trade, I guess. It doesn't mean we can't do it. It's yourself. So that we say sit on your hands, that means don't trade. Sit on your hands. And Hoagland or somebody started the other way. It's hilarious. If you
I
aren't
believe there's
having
also
fun,
a
then
billiards game
Yeah.
that you play in your pockets, something of that nature. I can't remember what it is.
Jeez.
I've used
We
that
are
one
back,
before. I'm like,
everybody.
that's a
We
little
are
too
back.
locker roomy.
VWAP 18,906 ish. I got it. George in the chat, I see you. You see what's happening here in NASDAQ, all roads. Of course, nice entry there, Rips. We were talking about the 40s. We were talking about 26s. Triple check mark of the 26s. Never got the full pullback there. Some people are wondering why we weren't long in the house account. We got to be very judicious in our process getting into these house accounts. Personal account, you can click, bang, we call it. Click, get in there, no problem. Only need one person confirm. House account, a little more judicious of a process. So that's why we weren't long. But the thought process is right. These guys are clicking here on the show today, so it's good to see.
Yeah.
Okay, if we missed the
often,
long, how do we get back in? That's the question. Is
Great question.
where-
But how do you answer that question? How do you get back in? Where do you get back in? VWAP at 18,906 in NASDAQ. See what we do at that level. S&Ps 5326. I know, Dakota, you were looking at gold. Anything looking appealing over there?
I mean, the trade kind of played out. We're just hovering around 23.50. I was looking to get short when we were talking around 23.53 to 54, and we're hanging around 23.50. I still like the gold short. It's still valid, and if it sets up again, I will take it. Other than that, no, I'm actually looking for a pullback here in the Nasdaq. So essentially, we missed the long, or everybody what rips here missed the long. I'm
I
gonna
just
wait
got
for a
stopped out,
pullback.
by the way.
Nice
Yeah,
trade.
wait for a pullback and then get in.
Wait for pullback.
So
Then
we
get in. We
were
do have
up-
levels 870s. We have that level 870 getting back in the house account. Rips, update us on the P&L.
Yep. So we were up 2,300, and I'll just do a quick little refresh there, copying across
Well
5 accounts there. That brings us up to $5,700.
Bam.
There you go.
And that was with a one lot, just one lot. And that's, using, we have $3,000 worth of drawdown there. And I think the most that we drew down in that position was $125 per account. So we
There you
had
go.
plenty of room to go on that trade. And it realized this, across the board, looking about 600, $700 per account there.
There you go.
Nice job. Way to catch that
There
long.
you go. That's what I
did.
made going down. You made that going right back up.
Beautiful.
Right on. Yeah. There
So
we
you
go.
can make money.
And that's,
You can
that's
make
one thing I
money in
wanted
this
to highlight
business.
is, go ahead.
You can make money in this business being opposite thoughts of each other. Two different biases can still make money because it's all on how you manage your risk, where your entries and exits are, and all that kind of great stuff. So in this business, when you say I'm going to fade you, bro, totally go ahead. That's great.
Absolutely.
It allows me to get in my position. There's got to be another person on the other side. Done.
And I think that's something that's great to highlight here on the show. When I was tuning in on Friday and I saw you folks going short, I vehemently disagreed with that. And I actually was looking for longs on that side. This morning, I looked for longs. Dakota was looking for longs. I took a long. I got smacked on my first one, got successful on the second one. Dakota was taking a short. It's okay to have differing opinions. Dakota's my trading buddy. We talk every single day. It's healthy to have a differing opinion. What's not healthy is to wish, harm on your fellow trader, to say, oh, I
No.
hope that person loses, or champion when somebody loses, especially, somebody that's here on the Top Step team. So always try to be positive, even if you disagree. And that goes for
Yep.
folks too in chat. If you disagree with one of the trades that we're putting on here, that's great. It's healthy to have discourse like that, but talk about why do you disagree with the trade? What are you looking for in your setup? And that's how we get a healthy discourse going. It's okay to disagree. Dakota and I disagree all the time. Healthy discourse is what pushes you further.
Well said, Rips.
And you know what's funny? We used to say the word sold. We used to say it really loud, really sharp. Sold. And it would be basically if your buddies are like, hey, I think the Cubs are going to win the World Series. Sold. That just means you're like, absolutely not. And I'm going to fade you. We always
Nope.
did that as a joke. In the pit traders, you leave the pit, and then you'd have your pit trading buddies, and you'd say something all sitting around watching a game or at a game. This guy's going to hit our sold. And it's kind of like, okay, I'll take you on. And then that's okay. When you go in here, dude, I'm going to fade you. Always fade, blah, blah, blah. Or what? We have a joke in here, we call it fade me, bro. And you like, that's totally fine. Totally fine. You got to, when you get long, there has to be somebody selling, either getting out of their long and thinking it's already too high, even though you're getting long and you think it's going to keep going up, or they're getting short. So there's nothing wrong with the word fade. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's when you become an asshole after it. It's like, oh, thanks, dude. Like, I thought we were cool, but now you're just being an asshole. And that means if you're an asshole in this business,
I told you so.
yeah, I told you so. If you're
Yeah,
an asshole in this
that's-
business, you're not making money. I've learned in this business, anybody who makes money is not really like, they don't talk shit and troll. I'm not going to get in that whole thing, but they don't talk shit and troll. Because if you're making money, you actually respect the business, and you want to like help other people, and you want to
Yes.
discuss it with other people. Now, if you're getting destroyed and you haven't found success, and you're just burying yourself, and you keep chasing good money after bad, all that kind of stuff, and not being patient, showing no, you will get frustrated and you will get annoyed, and you will take out that on somebody else. I get it. You guys have been there before and taken out your anger on somebody else too. So just don't do that. You can say, I'm gonna fade you, bro. You can say that.
Sounds good, Jack.
It's healthy too. It's a healthy thing to do that, but don't rub it in somebody else's face. Don't bring that negativity. We all want to try to be positive here. We're all on the same team, right? We're all on the money team. We all want to make money, and if we can have differing opinions, you can see right here and now. Dakota had a differing opinion than I did. We both made money. Let's stay on the money team. That's the team we all want to be on.
Oh, isn't that Floyd Mayweather's team?
Yeah, money made. Dakota loves Mayweather. Dakota loves Mayweather. Let's see if we can get a pull back to 870 here, Michael, for house count. We got 2 check marks. We got Dakota and Rips just checking 2 check marks, 870 pullback level. You Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Long.
Yep. I mean,
Okay.
this might be the level right here, right now, and we just didn't get far enough down to it. It's actually looking pretty bullish if we break above 88. And if it doesn't give it to me, oh well, it sucks, but
That's trading.
Yeah, it is
that's
trading.
trading.
Yeah, we
You
have
up
this
last-
level that we talked about, Andre, before the right at the top of the show. We are kind of bumping into it, 894 halves. We talked about this level kind of, before the break happened. We are testing that level to the top side. So if we do not break above that 894 halves and hold, there could be resistance there, and we could see some interplay back down to those 70s and potentially a refresher for a long that Dakota was kind of looking for there.
Man, you guys are clicking
Yeah,
today.
I just missed that long right there. That was it, but it didn't give me what I wanted. We broke above those 88s.
See how
Well,
it reacts.
that's a good time to bring up, Dakota. One of the things that sets you apart from other traders, aside from being the number one top trader here on Top Step, I think is the fact that you are setting your criteria at a certain level where you're not jumping into trades willy-nilly. And would you say that that is not a hindrance to your trading, but that's what supported your trading? You're very confident in taking your trades. If you want to touch on that at all.
Yeah, I mean, just like right
point.
now, you can see my charts over here on the right, and we was waiting for a pullback. I said 70s, and maybe this was probably it. This was it. Now, we got down to 75, basically. Yeah, we got down to 75. We consolidated into these lower 80s. You can see this technical. We broke above this resistance around 87, 88. We broke out. That was the trade, like playing the break or buying the pullback and scaling into this area of the zone to look for a push back up towards 900s was the trade I was looking for and was the trade I was waiting for. And now even if we do come back down, I'm going to be a little bit less hesitant to take it because I like the first and initial move. And now if we go back down, it's going to be less tempting for me because it just means we broke out and maybe we're making a double top. But usually the first move from a technical break is my favorite.
Overall, I see this as sort of looking like a day of a scalper's market where we're kind of doing a lot of order matching that we had a lot of unfinished business from Friday. We are, like I said at the top of the call, running into the quarter end rebalance. I'm sorry, not the quarter end rebalance, but the end of the month rebalance, the end of the half rebalance, the quarter end rebalance as well. And then we have the weekly options expiration. We're running into a Fed blackout period. We have a lot of things that are kind of coinciding towards the middle of the week to the end of the week here. And all of these factors are trying to play together here. And even though we see NVIDIA making new all-time highs today, we see a lot of kerfufflations from Microsoft, from Meta, from Google. We saw a big burst of volume to the top side in Google, and that's now returned. We saw Apple coming up, and now that's returned back to life. So a lot of sort of fake outs and shakeouts, and it's just simply because we have people that are overexcited in this market where we're tending to either oversell or overbuy things in this market, and it's giving us big price fluctuations, and it makes it extremely difficult to say, okay, I'm going to buy and hold this thing unless we're completely out of balance. And that was the trade that Dakota and I were looking for, kind of on that double bottom. The one that I ended up taking in my 5 combines, that was where the market is a little bit out of balance. And that's kind of what the play is of the day. We're looking for markets to tend to be shaken out of balance and then capitalize when the market is mispriced like that. At least that's what I'm looking for. Would you agree, Dakota? That's kind of the trade on the docket today?
So far, yeah, that's what it is. I mean, I had that nice short that, I mean, it went for, if I held it from top to bottom, but immediately rejected. And the way that this price action is, it's like a see profit, take profit right now.
I'm curious. Is Johnny? Are you listening in right now? Because I'm curious
here.
about your feedback as well.
Hogue is in the house. I do see.
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah,
What's going on?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, just kind of talking about how do you feel the same way that I was kind of discussing here? I don't know if my read is off, but I kind of feel like, and I think Dakota was echoing the opinion as well, that the market is just trying to kind of shimmy and shake. And we're finding these moments in time of periods where we're out of balance in the market. And then we're conveniently finding our way back into balance where I'm not expecting a whole lot today until we kind of do this business and shake out of this initial balance area. What do you think about that?
No, I completely agree. I mean, my thought this morning and everything I read over the weekend from other traders was like, you take it easy, be patient. This early this week, see money, take money, and look for some sort of direction as time goes on. I mean, if we look at this daily chart on the S&Ps, we're range bound.
Yeah.
By and large. So looking for our shorter time frame opportunities based on shorter time frame levels, and see money, take money until there's some sort of move away from this area of balance. It's a little bit different in the NASDAQ, of course. This is the daily chart. the Nasdaq has been pushing to the upside, largely driven by Nvidia, but it's not racing. It's more grinding to the upside. Um, I mean, I agree with you. I think better opportunities are going to come later on in the week. Better opportunities are going to come later on in this session for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Hey, Rips.
Yep.
No, keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
No, I was just going to say, there's a lot of things that could be moving the market, and we would expect to see something like the consumer conference confidence read moving the market this morning. But you could see that we didn't really have all that large of a reaction. And the fact of the matter is that we're returning to this balance where we had kind of this nice nirvana of trade where it's not kind of up too high, up down too low. We're just back in this range where the market says this is a decent price for where everything is right now, and we're not seeing equities kind of exploding either which way. Nvidia is really the only outlier of the bunch. We have Tesla kind of out of balance a little bit, but when we're talking about the Mag 7 here, we're looking at the main stocks. Microsoft, the number 1 weight, Apple, the number 2 weight, Nvidia now the number 3 weight of the NASDAQ here. And when we're looking at that, and those stocks are kind of in balance, it's really hard to see a breakout happening just yet in the indices, and that's kind of what we're hanging around in. The S&Ps have been trying to break out of this range and break down to this range. We're just not seeing that right now. And I think now that we've had consumer confidence kind of out of the way, we really only have 2 things left on the docket this week. Number 1 is the unemployment numbers that we're going to see, the GDP numbers as well. But then we're also going to be seeing the on Friday, the PCE. The PCE is the Fed's number 1 indicator for inflation. That's going to come on Friday. And so that kind of mixing along with the end of quarter, end of half rebalance, the options expiry, and then leading into a blackout period and FOMC on the horizon, that's all going to be culminating at this point on Friday. So that's kind of where your mind should be focused, that maybe you can scalp here and now and maybe over the next few days, but to look for huge, amazing runs in this market, I think that you're kind of fooling yourself, and keeping an eye on volume is going to continue to paint that picture for you, in my opinion.
Yeah, the one thing about that, Rips, is the longer we stay in this area of balance, the bigger the moves are going to be outside of it. So it's kind of a bad news, good news. We may be stuck in this for a little bit, but when we do get a good breakout of it, it's going to be one you're going to want to sink your teeth into.
Interesting. Yeah, why is that, John? John, why is it? Why are the breakouts bigger the longer you stay in range?
The market just builds more energy and builds more energy and builds more energy. Gotcha. When we think about the what a market's job is, it's to facilitate trade. And when we facilitate trade in one area too long, the market just needs to go look for new levels with which to facilitate that trade. So we may see range bound trade on lower and lower and lower volume. Open interest might become a little bit kind of waffling a little bit. But when we break out, that's when you get all time frames acting in concert, and you can get a really, really good, big move away from. The longer it's in balance, the bigger the potential move away from it when it finally happens.
Interesting. Never thought about that like that. Thank you, John. It's good stuff, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, 4 minutes until the Dallas Fed.
4 minutes till
Dallas Fed. Okay. What do we like? What do we like right now in the markets? Well, house account, is there anything on the table?
Yeah, I missed another long entry in the 870s. We sold off. We got down to 872 and a half, and I missed it. And I'm really looking for a play to break above 900. I think the way the market's reacting and the way that I'm reading this price action is, if we could break above 900, we're going to go back to where we started off this morning and maybe start testing these highs. So I'm going to look for getting into a long. I might consider building a position. Essentially, we're just consolidating right here from like 75 to all the way up to 900. Buy the low of this and try to build a position. See if we could break above 900.
Where would you start that? What price, Dakota?
Anywhere in the 70s. I mean, I missed my entries, like 3 or 4 of them. I down the bottom of this consolidation range. We've been consolidating the past 5, 10, 20 minutes. And the bottom of the range is a great place to buy it. I would love for us to run some stops and then get in, which it looks like we kind of did that right here at 72. It's like this could have been it. I missed that, but I'm looking for a break above these 900s. This is a great consolidation. The longer we consolidate, to me, the more confident I get about a very strong breakout above these 900s.
So you're still bullish then?
Yeah, I'm bullish. Yeah, I've been bullish this entire time. I just took that one short trade because that's the way the price was um, giving me. That's what it was giving me.
Well, really quick while we're flat and waiting on it to hit those levels, MP is going to hit some news real quick, some of which involves
Let's do it.
both you and me. We'll talk a little GameStop first.
Ooh,
Full
I'm up
disclosure, as we
26%.
should.
Did you see this?
Michael is an owner of GameStop. I am not necessarily short, but I have been selling options premium. Different strategies, I would say, but you know that in advance. Anyway, GameStop jumped Friday after they announced that they had finished selling those 45 million fresh
Yes.
shares. That
It worked.
Thanks for
it's a great thing. Well, it worked for now. I saw it was trading as high, it was at like 19 before, trading as high as 25 last night. It's been knocked back down. I want to talk about something. If you go to the next one-
37s. 37s. Here we come.
Well, Michael,
Freaking
I just
trade
wanna- hey, listen, I would not outright short the stock, but here's something to pay attention to. All right, everyone knows they don't make money. They're not growing revenue. They're losing a lot of money each year. But the one that's most concerning for the maximalist here, Michael, which you should, is 2021 is when it started. Look at the shares outstanding. They've increased. That was 2023. Add 45 million to that. They've increased their float by 35%. And more importantly, they have shown that every time it's going to pop, they're going to add more shares. Why wouldn't they? They don't make money otherwise. And also, options market makers they learned something from 2021. So they're a lot smarter with the way they deal those options and hedge them. Not saying you need to get
you could
out
put-
MP, ride it to the Valhalla.
Diamond
I mean,
hand.
if you look at that-
Dakota,
gonna
just so
say-
everybody gets a story around this. Right when GameStop launched, or not launched, yeah, I'd still be looking to break even on that one. The 2 weeks ago when old Roaring Fork or Roaring Kitty,
No, it's roaring spoon, Michael.
Wow. That's the name of his river.
Hello Kitty. When Hello Kitty said something, it popped. It popped, and then I've seen a bunch of other people online start to do it. I'm gonna just be stupid. I'm gonna be stupid. I'm gonna go with the stupid meme. If this meme world shows back up and they have buying pressure, then like they did in 21, I think it was 21. Then I'm gonna be a part of this one. So I jumped a part of it, and I'm taking a bath on it. Like really, like I don't know. I'm down like 17 grand instantly. Now I'm not as bad as like a Portnoy or whatever that put 500 grand into it, but I put like 30, and I'm sitting on these. And now I'm proving to you guys how stupid Diamond Hands. You guys have heard this and read it. The strategy of Diamond Hands. I'm going to show you how stupid Diamond Hands is a perfect example of Jack sharing that they're just putting more and more shares. They're like every time they've bid it up, like nah, let's go ahead and raise more money, and then they'll sell a bunch more shares. It's stupid. Diamond Hand strategy is the dumbest strategy. You're like, well, Warren Buffett does it. Well, you ain't Warren Buffett. He doesn't pick GameStop.
He's not in GameStop, yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Just really
this
quick,
trade was
Dallas Fed
over.
manufacturing activity came out at negative 19.4, which is a little bit cooler than expected. Negative 12. Market did launch a little bit on that.
Yeah, we're getting that break above 900 right now.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we're above 900s. 18900s, guys. We're trading 05s. 18905.
Mm-hmm. We're right a VWAP here at NASDAQ. S&P still have some room to go to the upside. Dow not even close. Crude pushing
Something
new highs,
interesting
trading
here.
79.46. What's up, Johnny?
In the S&P is at 53.23 even in 1 half-hour period. At that price, Delta was positive 7,400. At one price, positive Delta 7,400 at one price. That was an iceberg order.
John, there's 7,000 people here. Why do they care about that? Why should they care about that?
Because that is a longer time frame participant that is just placing small orders over and over again, taking everything that the buyers will take from him or her, and it's just something that you want to know when you see an iceberg order like that. That is not a short time frame speculator. That is not a medium time frame speculator. That is a larger player, and they are either getting out of longs at that level or getting into shorts. That's a big positive delta in 1 30-minute period at one price. Iceberg order.
Got it.
So you said
There
7,000,
you guys
John?
go.
Yeah, it's over 7,000
7,000.
in 1/2 hour period at one price. 7,417 to be exact.
400. Okay.
Write it down. That's a very good
do,
thing to
I
write
do.
in your notebook.
Silver paper
We
is
you,
did just
Andre.
reject the
Yep,
900s.
I got it. 7,400.
Yeah, we are kind of wrestling with the VWAP here in the NQ. So it is, going over to my trading view screen here. It is just kind of holding up here. This is rated our level of 894 halves. So if this does kind of, I mean, we have two things that are going to happen. I'm going to drop it into the 1 minute just so we can see here. But this is, we have confirmation and continuation trades that we can take. If a confirmation trade happens, it means that we're going to base out around here, and then we're going to send it and look for the next level of 938 3/4. What you can do on a trade like this to set it up really, really nicely would be that if we are basing around these 894s, you can kind of give it some wiggle room here. If we are basing around here and we start to see this come up, you can set an entry at the top of this wick here to find continuation after we've had this type of confirmation at that level there. So that's kind of what you'd be looking for in a trade like that. But we have whipped above the VWAP right here. So if we are talking below, confirmation on that would be a retest of this level and then setting it below. And you could use kind of these levels as your trigger point to take that to the south side there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what's our thoughts on a short here? I mean, I don't want to be caught again like Friday, where we broke down below 900. We went all the way down to like 840. We rallied back up, and then over here, there's just a lot of resistance right here in the high 90s, and then even 900. And we even had that little false rally. We broke out, immediately got rejected. What's our thoughts on a short here?
Well, like I said, for me, I would have to see that clear rejection under 894 and then a retest of that level showing strength that we have significant selling pressure. This is a good area for the market to waffle right now. So until we have clear confirmation either side, I don't think this is a trade that you really have to jump into, because I think that what this invites is a move that brings us back out of balance, where you can snipe the market. And if you even miss the move one way or the next, let's say that we start to get out of balance to the top side, I think that there's a short on the horizon that you can get. And conversely, if you move a drop to the downside, there's probably a bounce long scalp that you could be looking for there. So I think that this market is going to continue to provide opportunities to those who are patient today.
If we get a moment, I see a lot of people asking about what iceberg orders are, what they can mean. I can kind of
Show 'em,
give
John.
you an example.
Yep. This is a great example, everybody. Watch this. You can go to
Okay, so
John's.
we're looking at my,
Oh, Glenn,
at
open
my
your
move.
Oh, you're gonna show your dome. Okay, cool. And open up
Yeah,
your
just
charts to
gonna
the
show the
chart you
dome.
want that you're sharing.
Okay, so 53.23 even. Look at the amount of volume that has accumulated at that level and below. Iceberg orders. If there is a larger time frame, a bigger trader that has 10,000 contracts that they want to sell, they're not going to put 10,000 contracts into the dome. They're just not going to do it.
The intern
What
would.
they do is they replace orders. They put in random smaller numbers, 14, 18, 22, 62, 14, 52. And when there's one left, they'll put more orders in there. So you never see what the real order book has to show you, because they don't just put 10,000 contracts in there. So when we see ledges like this and we see deltas that is that high in one direction, that is indicating longer time frame traders. So we're looking at the potential. We don't know for sure. We don't know how long they're going to stay in the marketplace. We don't know how long they're going to get the shorter time frame traders who are buying all these little offers that they keep replenishing. So we have to be aware of that. There is the possibility that there is a longer time frame trader that has a whole bunch of contracts to sell. That's going to get the shorter time frame traders long. And when that happens, we could get a squeeze to the downside when all of those when all those shorter time frame traders end up too long and find out they're not going to make any money on it, and they decide to get out, and they have a tendency to get out en masse. So we see that we have delta, a big delta congruency at 53.23. If the longer time frame traders are going to remain here, they may even, once they can't get anything sold in this level, they may take those offers and move them lower in order to get their execution done. If they're here all day, this thing could tank. if they finish their business, the shorter time frame will even out its inventory, and the market can just kind of go back into rotation. But it's important to be able to see these. Look at up here. Look at all the volume that occurred up here in like
Mhm.
53.29, 53.30, and points lower. This is probably iceberg orders. They got all they could here, then they moved those offers down. They moved them down to here, which the high is 53.23 even. They let them go a little bit through it, but now we're holding below that level again. And if there's still iceberg orders here, we're gonna see the market hold this level, and we're gonna see the shorter time frame pea shooters like me buying into that. And if they're going to stay here all day and keep putting those offers in, putting those offers in, putting those offers in, they're going to get the pea shooters all too long, and we're going to see a big flushicito to the downside at some point. We don't know how long they're going to be here, but we have to be aware of when they're here. It's called an iceberg order because if you see an iceberg, in the water, you're seeing maybe 5% of it. 95% of it is underneath the water. So you don't know how big that iceberg is going to be. And that's the idea behind the iceberg orders. Hopefully that helps. Yep, iceberg. You don't see most of the iceberg. Absolutely. So we could be in a place where
Titanic,
we're
say it,
seeing
Michael.
longer time frame sellers in the S&Ps. Not seeing necessarily in the Nasdaq.
These are the Carnival Cruise Lines, Andre. Come on.
That's exactly. Thank you. That's exactly it. You see 5% in the order. There's 95% more behind it, beneath the water, beneath the surface of the water. Michael had to get that joke in. Neither did the Titanic.
That was an amazing explanation. I mean, that's going to be great. If you missed any of that, going back and rewinding that is going to be very valuable to your trading. If you missed any of the points, that's a great thing about YouTube. You can go back and watch these episodes at a later time if you missed all that information.
Hogue don't miss, man. Hogue does not miss.
Well,
man.
we got
Legendary.
time now for some hot streaks, but first,
Yep.
as you mentioned the Titanic, the news that I saved for later was just about that, so we'll have to bring that up
Really?
again. Yes,
Ooh,
as a matter of
interesting.
fact,
We're
an
cooking.
Ohio billionaire is planning to take a $20 million sub to the Titanic site to
Oh,
prove
we're not doing this
industries
again.
safer after the Ocean Gate implosion.
Go ahead,
That,
We're not
buddy.
doing this again.
that both is and looks like a man with too much money, but this gives me an opportunity to bring up one of my favorite graphs of
What are
all
you doing?
time. He might be adding to. This is Titanic annual deaths.
Oh,
See, it's a good chart. There's a big
Come on,
spike
look at the blip.
in 1912. The market looks dead, but then 2023 a little blip. This guy is trying to bring the market back to life. MP, if you want to buy something, maybe you could trade futures on this. It's time for a
Yeah,
breakout.
it's made me, bro. Yeah, for sure.
What are we doing? Oh
and
my
hot
goodness.
streaks.
Thank you, Jack.
Unlike the
Too
cold
soon. Too
streak
soon, Jack. That
in
was
the-
way too soon. 1912. Come on.
Oh man.
James, let me know if the hot streak overlay is working. And doing some stuff in back. Oh, looky. It is. Rather subdued day of hot streaks with 22 being the high right now. JD will be back from Minnesota on Thursday, and he has all sorts of stories about the hot streaks. But for now, there is room for anyone who's slightly below this to join the realm of the hot streaks.
wow. Is Jeremiah really up that much? Wow. That is insane. The number's so big it doesn't even fit.
I was gonna
I
say.
know,
I was
it does
looking.
not even
I'm looking.
Let me see what's happening over here. This is
Yeah.
22
Yeah.
days. What happened to
We're
our
gonna
guy that
update
was
the profits, y'all. But how about yesterday's best, i.e., Friday's best live P&Ls for our live funded traders? Pin with nearly 10,000. Brian P has been racking it up that past week. Dennis, Robert, and Philip B on a slow Friday doing fast things. Now the lawn people are here, so I'm going to stop talking. That's your yesterday's best.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
We're doing the personal submarine to the Titanic thing again, huh? This is just,
Yeah, we do have plugs though. Eddie is probably ready for them at some point soon.
Yes, indeed. Check this out. All right. We got a lot of people using TopStep X, and a lot of people are asking for help because it's something new, something exciting, and something that you should want. if you need help in the Top Step X and you want to make sure you've got all the details, Coach Robert filmed a series of videos that will help you and any Top Step user navigate the platform. And you can find these by clicking the question mark. Now, if you can, I got my chart shared. You want to pull? Oh, you got that up already. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to come over all the way to the left-hand side. As you can see, I am circling it right now. That little question marks, it lights up. That's pretty cool. You're going to click on that and look at all these options we have: live chat, feature voting, the tutorials, support resources, help center, and Discord. You're going to want to go for this now. Get ready. There's going to be a lot of pictures of Coach
you're,
Robert here.
you're gonna get to know Robert real quick. Click it.
Yes, a whole lot of Robert out there.
Boom, there he is. My goodness.
Boom, there. Look at that beautiful face. Look at that.
Can't have
That's
enough
a lot of
Robert.
work. You got to give him give him credit. He really works hard on that. And that's not all. I mean, you could scroll down for a little more, but each one does say manual lockout, adding indicators, trading the news release, all of these. So what a handsome devil we have here. Also, if you are, we're always adding new features in Top Step X. Earlier this month, we did the break-even button, tons of new products. So head over to the feature request board, which you can find. Click on that question mark and feature voting. That's going to give us here. You're going to be able to either create a new post, search for one that's already there. Top trending, as you can see, these are some of the requests that people have put in. You can do that too. So that is our request board inside Top Step X to suggest new features and vote on other traders' ideas. You can vote up, you can vote down. You can see these. I'm going to vote up on this one. And let's not go there. But you can either vote up or down on an idea. Also, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, animals, vegetables, and minerals, we got some big news coming up later today, okay? And we're going to announce that coming up soon. I can see it just coming around the corner. We're going to have some big news here today. And later this week, please note this. Later means later, not today, like later this week. We're going to have a fire drill for one free reset. So not today, but we will be having one this week. And remember, you always got the chance to win a free reset, one free reset, if you join us 11:45 with Anne Marie and Top Quiz. So remember, I think we pull out about 50 randomly picked for those that have had 3 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 questions correct. So 11:45, and that's what I've got. And back to you, Andre.
Awesome stuff, Eddie. Good to have you back, man. Everything just feels
I love you, man.
nice and natural. We broke a VWAP here in the NASDAQ, fellas. Dakota, I know you've been stalking these markets. Did you take a trade on any of this movement?
Yeah, short gold. Right here, right now.
What price?
5401. 54 even actually.
54 even, 54 even, 23, 54 even. How many short? How many times?
3 contracts.
3 contracts. Thank you, Dakota. Short 3 from 54. Big news is coming.
We don't have 3 guys on the house account. We get 3 opinions that are similar, but if somebody if there's a 4th opinion that's opposite, then it gets one of you see these little check marks that pop up at the bottom. The house account starts at a 20 lot position typically, or it moves into a range. If it's a range, we do allow dollar cost averaging, whatever that stupid word is. It's not. It's called zone. It's trading in a zone, and or a range, or wherever you want to call it. We'll put 10, 10, 10, things like that on. So the house account trades bigger size, starts at 20 positions. It will be 50 lots and it will be 100 lots. We've done 50 lots and we'll do 100 lots this year. Real live trading. This is not sim. This is real live trading, just like Dakota's doing right now. So that's what the house account's about. And Andre, we don't have anything right now as far as lining up, do we?
Nothing. We the range has been pretty tight in NASDAQ. Dakota, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Richard Baptist, we have a challenge going out as well. So feel free to reach out and sign up for it if you want to challenge me on trading.
I like it.
Ooh, I like this. I like this.
Down.
And he puts it out there. It would be Richard Baptist. Is that what it is? Or Richard Presbyterian? Which one is it?
It's Richard Baptist. His message was deleted.
I'm joking.
That was
Okay,
such a-
message is
8:47.
deleted. Damn it. Oh, was it a fade me, bro?
No,
No,
Michael,
it
you're
was,
right.
we suck at trading. We suck at trading.
Oh,
Oh, we suck at trading.
those,
Wow.
those people again.
Wow,
Man.
let's bring that right back. Richard Baptist. And we always like to say if you're talking a little trash, you either have to be trading at Top Step so we can look up your trade reports. We can talk about it.
Man.
'Cause that's always good
Pull
to
it
do.
up.
Is just talk about it.
Pull it up, Jamie.
Don't make me pull that. Don't make me pull out that
Just
trade
pull
report.
it up.
no.
And if you're not trading with Top Step, and you do troll like that, then you
Yes,
gotta
he
beat
did.
it.
Yes, Jay. Yes, he did. But yes, Michael, we have the house
There's
account
what-
open. Look for check marks. No levels come in. We do see a 100 lot here in the NASDAQ trade on the 917s, 91700 lot. Oh, filled.
Yeah,
At the
NQ is
ask or bid?
really pushing up here. So we did see kind of
It's
what we're
gonna
talking about, that tuck below 894, and then that retest, and then blow and go. I'm curious, did anybody in chat catch that trade to the north side there as we had that little tuck below in the NQ? I'm curious if anybody got long and strong there in the NQ. I didn't take any trades myself. I'm just enjoying the view here.
Carl, I love it, Carl. We hide it, and then Carl brings it back. Honestly, people suck at trading. End quote. I still like Carl. You're good. You're good at grabbing stuff, making memes. You're good at grabbing little snippets and turning it into something fun.
Man,
That's good.
rough crowd today. Rough crowd. I thought they'd come back with nice, better vibes after the holiday weekend, but nope. There's always that one. There's always that one. Dakota. Okay, Dakota's in this.
Lambo boys.
All right, Dakota's in this short here in gold from 54. We'll keep an eye on trading 55s right now. S&Ps
Yep.
finally got through VWAP. Finally traded 53.26. Don't forget about the 7,400 contracts that traded on the offer at 53.23. Thanks to John for that. Talk about that iceberg order. 7,400 contracts traded on the offer at 53.23. So we'll keep an eye on how that plays out.
It's looking
Yeah,
like our
Delta has
big
swelled up a little
seller
bit in the
has-
NQ to 2,000 now.
Marco,
Looks
where
like
you
our
been?
big seller has taken a little bit of a break here.
Okay, thank you for that. Marco, where you been? It's
He's
been a
over there
minute.
just dying.
Oh, he's having so much fun today.
Marco comes on here. Is this a you and Marco thing, or he always
Every
I see
day,
this a
Michael.
lot.
He says it every day. Every day he says the same
love
thing.
it.
My wife's
I love
boyfriend.
it. We
says
used to
so.
have trading the markets. Used to always come in here, buy the market. Everybody knows the rule, or something like that. Every single day,
So
it's always
funny.
going to go up. That was another quote. You guys are funny because you guys bring in great stuff. Great stuff.
Chat rules, man. It's the best. We're still pushing here for trading 920, 921s. NASDAQ 923s trade now.
Top side level I'm looking for is 938 and 3/4, Andre.
38 and 3/4. Thank you. These longs, whoever got long in there, good on you. The pullback got to the 80s. We're looking for 70s. Never got the 70s. 72s did downtick. You got to be lightning quick with that entry. Like Dakota was talking
NVIDIA
about.
all-time highs here again as well. That's
Amazing.
what is cooking this
It's
thing to the
trading.
top side here.
What's NVIDIA trading, Rips?
1120 halves.
Oh my gosh.
Which
And
again,
they did a 10-1.
yeah, 1120 halves are going to turn into $112. Remember, we're doing 10-1 here. And what
You're gonna get smoked on that
worries me
trade.
that we're going to have a really terrible trader stock after then because it's going to take mountains to move that. Kind of like how Apple turned into a really slow moving stock.
It really did. It really, really did.
Everybody with those $1,000 calls is sitting happy.
Oh, they're laughing at them. They were laughing at everyone with those 1,000. We're just trading 700. They're laughing at everyone for long.
Wasn't that an
$1,000
easy
calls.
trade? Wasn't that an easy trade even before earnings? Like even Jack got long and still made money. You know, and not saying you did anything
Even
about you, Jack.
Damn,
What
Jack.
is that mean?
Even Jack got long.
Let's compare our GameStop P&Ls.
Oh! Wow.
Sorry,
Even
buddy.
Jack.
I didn't mean it like that. But yes.
You guys.
I made $38. Made $38 on one share of Nvidia through earnings.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are the best, man. You guys absolutely crack me up. Okay. Well, we got an announcement. Oh, there we go. Oh, Bill announcement is 10 o'clock. What do we have? I know we have a 2-year at high noon. And
We have another big announcement too. A Top Step announcement.
When's that coming out, MP?
oh boy,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
just
Rumor
so
has
weird.
it soon.
You and these
rumor
rumors.
has. How's the CEO the one catching
Time in the
rumors?
future.
I hear things.
I hear that
Here's
you catch wind of
TM
stuff at your company. You
TM
catch wind.
TMZ gets a lot of clicks for talking about rumors, so I figured I'd just join that crowd.
I like it. Crude making new highs here, trading $79.54. Can we see $80 even today? That was a big level last week. I don't know if we touched 80s. So we should give it the old college try here as we do enter the summertime, the season here in the northern hemisphere. Summertime, we do see gold or oil typically catch a bit in the summer. Northern hemisphere here. We'll see if that. What's that, Michael? What's up, Michael? How was your weekend, Michael? Good.
That was good. Good. I
Nice,
played
good,
golf.
Good job.
Played golf.
I've never seen you so active on Twitter before, MP. It's a very welcome change.
Twitter All-Star.
Yeah, it's a love hate now. I had to go. Yeah.
Do you have the app installed on your phone?
No, I still have the bird. I have not updated, nor will I. So I don't know if I'm missing cool features. But
Just keep
yes,
it
I
right
still
there,
have the
Mike.
bird.
Keep it right there.
Mhm.
The levels. We see if we test these 933s here in Nasdaq for possible short. It worked the first time, but now we came all the way back up. Obviously, the second time you hit a level, it's not as strong, not as much conviction here. I was talking with Coach Jay. He wanted to see how we reacted around the 900 level. Jay, it looked like we found more buyers. Buyers did have the conviction to push through 900s to the upside here in the Nasdaq. So
I
you think
did
about
add to
taking a
my short gold.
okay, how many more?
5. I'm total 5.
Thank you. From what average price?
355.1.
Thank you. 55.1. 5 times.
All right, there you go.
I can check mark say yeah, Mike, for house account. Have you done any personal account trading, Michael?
Yeah, I'm down $400. I did that in the morning on the sell-off. The market's right back where it was in the morning.
Yes,
The
it is.
920s, right before it fell out of bed. And we have rallied up since that, a complete V-shaped formation. I'm not really into formations, but man, you got a falling knife, and then you quickly got right back up to where it opened up. Cash open this morning, guys. Cash opens New York.
Back in balance. We're talking about this. Dakota was talking about it. John was talking about it. Back in balance, where the market feels nice and comfy.
Yeah, buy the dip. That's what it was.
BTFD, man. BTFD all the time. And it's just. Okay. We'll see how this trade plays out. We are coming up to the big announcement, everybody, that everybody tuned into. We'll let it breathe for one more minute. Go share the link to the YouTube channel right now because we're about to make a huge announcement. So tell everyone to get in the room before we break this big news. We have 2 minutes, 2 more minutes. See if we can get these viewer numbers to 7,000. Tell everybody, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbors, tell your exes, tell everybody. Tune in right now.
2 minutes until the announcement, you said?
Any minute now. Imminent. Announcement imminent.
Imminent.
We'll see if get these to come in here. Michael,
subscribe.
very excited. Yep, do it, Michael.
Subscribe, like,
I love it.
smash. Take a hammer to your keyboard and try to find it. I don't know. Just smash it. Because when we get to
Tell your wife-
100,000, you tell my wife what, Andre? Huh?
Tell your wife. I was talking to Marco. Marco, tell your wife's boyfriend to please tune in right now, right here. Because this coming up, Eddie. I'm going to throw it to my man, Eddie Horn, back from a little bit of a break, a holiday much deserved. Eddie, let's hit him with the news, man. Let's do it.
Oh boy, this is exciting. We've got 2 announcements traders can now. You can trade. Are you ready for this? Traders, you
Yes.
can trade now up to 5. Count them 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 express funded accounts at once. Activate new express funded accounts. You can do that from your dashboard as soon as they are eligible. All right. And also, there is a discount too. Now, lock in the 50K trading combine for $29 each month until you earn funding or for the life of the evaluation. So it's either funding or cancellation. That is good for $29 each rebuild month. So use the code you asked. Okay. I'm going to post that in the room and check out before Friday, May 31st at 11:59. Now there's a limit here, 10 per trader. So So you can get 10 of those 50K accounts for $29, and they can be used on any platform. So $50, 50K
Ooh.
for $29, limit 10
Unbelievable.
any platform. And just remember, we're talking about the 5 Express. You can trade up to 5 Express accounts at once. Be responsible, okay? Trade with risk management and capital preservation first on your mind, and a trading plan. Only when trading well, anyone should think about scaling, be it a position
Yes,
size
sir.
or trade copying. And this comes from our CEO, Michael Patak. Thank you, Michael, for that. And I'm going to post it in. And remember, the code is you got to put that code in. All right. So I don't want to hear about people like, oh, I bought 10 and they all cost me the big money. You got to put the code in. So I'm going to put that in the chat so everybody has it. And there it is.
You asked.
Okay. And I
Put it
think
in,
that is it.
Yeah, let's get the code on the screen. Or what is the code?
You
The
asked.
code is you asked. Like you asked for it, but it's
You asked.
you asked. I'm going to put it in there again. There's the
Do it.
code you asked.
You
Not you asked. No.
You're getting punched. It's like getting punched in the face.
You
You asked
asked.
for it, buddy.
You asked.
You asked. You're asking for it, and you got it. Okay. All right. Back to you, Andre. And
Wow.
thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Michael. Michael, we got the five XFAs, automated XFA creation within minutes. And we got 50,000 combine, $29. Why did we do that? Why did we do five? Why are we doing five XFAs? Why,
Okay.
what's the thought behind it?
Yeah.
Talk to
So
us.
the thought behind it is I'm an advocate, and I'm going to always say this. Just like a 150K, 150K trading combine, it has a max 15 lots. Would never tell anybody like, well, you give a max of 15 lots. I'm going to hit the max. Well, I would say, you know what? Go to the 50K. I tell people to go down and then trade a one lot. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. Now, there are traders that do trade small, and they have $100, $200, $300 daily profit, and they can handle those emotionally. Because I like right now, if you said, "Hey, Michael, put up 30 grand, swings, 30 grand up, 30 grand down," that's psychologically harder to do than $300 up and down days. So that being said, those type of traders can get a little bit of an advantage to get you comfortable at the Express funded account level, so then we can get you to that live level and have you be a bigger trader. We want you to be a bigger trader at the live level. That's the end of the rainbow here at Top Step. But you can trade with more XFAs, because if you're putting up a $200 day and then you're copying with 5, now you're doing $1,000, total. So that's what it is. Now, again, never scale up on a position sizing. Don't like, I'm going to be a 15 lot trader when you can't even do a 1 lot trader. And I'm going to do a 5 XFAs because I have never even been funded and or taken a payout at the funded level on one account. So if you've never taken a payout on one account, I would highly recommend you get yourself comfortable with that. Once you get yourself comfortable with it, this is here for you. This is the opportunity for those to help scale up. We may be thinking about more, but it would only be triggered upon your performance. Just like your performance on the scaling up on a position, scale up plan that we have on a scale position, you grow your account, you can scale up to bigger size. We may be doing that. But the whole point about this is get yourself comfortable with one account and then scale it up. If you're comfortable with one account, here you go. You got 5 now that you can add to that. Trade well, trade responsibly, and always trade for tomorrow.
All right, Michael. Well, we went from 3 to 5. You know what they're going to ask next, right? When are you going to go to 10? When are you going to go to 20? It's
Already,
that's what you do.
Andre?
No,
It's
you
been
give
out
them an
for a
inch.
minute.
You give them an inch, they're gonna want a mile. I'm already seeing it. So like, I guess what's the threat? Oh, actually, we're selling off here in the S&Ps. Dakota, I saw you added to that short and gold.
Yes. Yep. I'm 6 contracts short gold right now. Average 55 and a half.
Okay. Make it 40. There you go. Yes. No, I'm kidding. But it should be like that. But yes, an XFA creation within minutes now. I mean, that's just huge news. Everyone should be loving that. 1,000 XFAs. They
Guys,
want.
the code, the code is case sensitive. I don't know why it's case sensitive. I just pinged our tech team and said we cannot make it case sensitive. Makes no sense because I could accidentally forget, or it could be my iPhone, which makes every first word capital letter. Screw it up. So I'm going to work on that with them. Lowercase, lowercase, lowercase. It's all lowercases. It's all
For that
lowercase.
clarification. Kevin might be the first person with 5 XFAs. Congratulations to Kevin Scroggins if you are the first person. Awesome job. Awesome. Congratulations on being the first. You never forget your first. Never forget your first time you get 5 XFAs. All right, we're coming up to here in view. Michael, what's up? Any trades? Or are you working behind the scenes here?
Working behind the scenes right now.
Gotcha. All right, we're starting to sell off here in the S&Ps. Dakota, you got short 6 contracts in gold. From what's your average price now?
55 and a half.
55 and a half. Thank you for that update. Rips up 557, $100. Well done today.
Yeah, I do want to touch on that, Andre. The big part of my P&L came from trading a one single lot copied across 5 top sub combines. So I mean, that just shows the power of just trading on one single lot. And it's what Michael was just talking about not only a minute ago. The great thing about that, the way that you should be looking at this is not, let's go max leverage, let's go max size. Instead, we're looking at this, now we're spreading our risk across 5 different accounts. Those 5 accounts have a daily drawdown limit of $3,000. So that means that my daily drawdown on 3 accounts copied went from $9,000 all the way to $15,000. So if I'm only risking on one contract, I'm now trading a 5 contract position. My risk parameters has changed now, respecting that I have $15,000 of daily drawdown now. So that's the way that you should be approaching this. Not let's go gung ho and pass these as fast as possible. Let's tune it down a little bit and let's go for those single lot trades and let's spread out our risk, because now we've increased our daily drawdown limit.
Yeah, it's just like having a bigger account, right? Just take 1 times it by 5. Hopefully, I'm going to be doing that on my solo account here soon. My single live account. Maybe I'll have
Still
those
have the
same
challenge
risk
out there, right, Dakota? Your single account versus anyone's, 20 accounts?
Yeah, whatever you guys want. But I'm probably gonna be having a phone conversation with Mick within a month to see about doing the same thing, right? Because I'm trading this single live account like it's 3 XFAs. Plan to just continue to scale it.
All right, NASDAQ, see if we can catch the bounce off of VWAP here. Trade 910, 18,910. I got VWAP at 18,904. We just kissed it and kind of bounced up about 6 points off of that. Dakota is short gold 6 times from 55, I believe. Currently trading 54.
Yeah, 55 and a half.
55 and a half. Thank you, Dakota. S&P's just, someone needs to wake up the S&P's tight range today. 15 point range today. My gosh. Ugh. Nothing's really happening there. Gold not doing a whole heck of a lot. Crude not doing a whole heck of a lot. Dow just trading around the lows, about 10, 15 points off the lows there.
Tron X, come on. Failed to deliver big news. I got news coming every week for your damn ass.
You failed to deliver the news.
Oh, man. Even when I try.
Tough crowd, man. Even when you...
We just launched a trading platform. We just have like every week. Get out of here.
It's not enough, Michael. It's not enough. You need to fly to his house and deliver him a Lambo.
Yeah, poor guy, Michael.
Not enough. You can do better.
Just talk to the other prop firms. They only move prices. They don't move innovation.
Poor
Those
MP,
other prop
man.
firms -1.
Ooh.
Oh, goodness.
Poor MP. Just never good enough.
Can't please everybody all the time, Michael. It's not
really
worth
can't.
trying.
Yeah.
You really can't. Poor guy. Michael failed to deliver the big news. Poor guy. Hey, check out a look at tilt here. It's 50-50. It's dead on 50-50 in gold here, Dakota. Just a little information for your gold trader. 50-50 to the tick. 67% long crude. Earlier today, we did see 80% long in NASDAQ. And boy, did that market sell off right on the open there. So retail probably got hurt on that one. As we did see that sell off from 33s all the way down to about 100 point sell off, all the way down to 839s. And a little V-shaped bounce there. Currently trading 18,904, right around VWAP. A whole lot happening right now. We do have a 2-year auction today, I believe, at high noon.
Yep, we do have a 2-year auction, and we also have a 5-year auction. It's going to be the Treasury is making up for missing a day. So we had that 3 and 6 month bill announcement that nobody really cares about, and then the 2-year is going to be at noon. At 11:30 Eastern time, and then at 1 p.m. Eastern time, 5-year note auction. So
You're the man, Rips. You are the man.
you are, Andre. You are.
great trade today. Always always in tune. Kashkari has concluded speaking. Nothing. Commercial real estate is okay. Commercial real estate is a risk. I expect big losses. Last comment we see coming out of him about 8 minutes ago. In terms of monetary policy, I believe that's all in the rear.
Yeah, there's a couple talking points that he had that he was kind of chattering about, and I can touch on those a little bit. One of the things that he did say that the thing that stuck out to me out of most of everything when he was yapping away over here, the odds of the Fed raising rates are quite low. He's not counting it out. You know, he didn't say never, right? But he did say the Fed could stay on hold for an indefinite period of time. So that to me is as close as you're going to get to saying that the Fed is done hiking. I mean, given if there's some traumatic news in the market, let's just say that we had a credit crisis or a big bank failed, that, you know, we still have kind of seen cracks in that sector. You know, that could change things. So he's not counting it out, but that's as close as you're going to get to Neil saying that there are no more rate hikes. But him saying that we can hold it there indefinitely says the Fed has time. You know, you're on their clock. We're not on, you know, not the other way around. We're waiting on the Fed. The Fed can do whatever they want here. They're the ones in control. So he did say commercial real estate is a risk, but, you know, that's not really going to affect a lot of what we're seeing. And again, if that kind of creates some contagion in the banking sector, we could see that perhaps in commercial real estate loans being called in. We could see that coming in to a head here very soon. And he did say last year's disinflation came from the supply side. So if we start to see industrial numbers kind of changing the tone of that, we could see some fluctuations in the Fed's opinion there. So that was kind of the notes that I saw from him yapping away. And he did kind of say that if the economy weakens, that doesn't warrant that inflation will necessarily drop. So if the economy does see some cracks, which we're not seeing, that doesn't necessarily warrant lower inflation.
Thanks, Rips. All right, Dakota, checking back in on that gold trade, trading 2355-ish.
Yep, just hovering around break even right now. I'm liking this price action, so I'd still put my check mark on a short. I think we could sell back down to 2350.
The shorts at 55 here, Mike. We got one check mark for house account.
There we go. One.
Hold on. What are we looking at here, Dakotes?
Come on, Rips. 2355.
Short gold. I'm short gold.
Oh, gold. You and your metal trades over there.
I got to make money somehow. Come on, market. These other markets.
No, you're killing it. You're still in that same trade that you were on, right?
Yeah, that I've been on since.
Same 5 lot.
What's that?
You have 5 lots short in gold still from the original trade that you had on moments ago.
6. Yeah, I started off
6
with
now.
1 and then slowly increased it till 6.
Wow, your dollar cost averaging over there. That's wild. I didn't think that was still a thing you're allowed to do.
It's one of my favorite tools. I'll continue to beat that drum. I've been teaching it in my slow markets. I've been talking about it a lot in my slow markets on how to do that.
Here comes MP.
Great.
You hear that? You hear that, Rips?
The lean forward and chuckle.
It's important. I want to help traders learn how to be profitable, and this has been a great tool for me, and I feel like it could be a great tool for others, which I've seen it. It's scaling in and scaling out. It's an extremely important tool as you start to build a bigger account. And you're talking about iceberg orders. Isn't that the same thing? I mean,
Yeah,
trying to get in around the price.
Yeah, it's an algorithmic operation that is sending in orders in a specific way. But yeah, you know, it's almost as if these markets are dynamic, and sometimes you need to be dynamic in the way that you approach them. I mean, that's kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Just like Dakota switched his bias this morning on the open.
That was hot stuff.
That was a really hot stuff. He did it in a flickety split. I mean, within 60 seconds, 120 seconds off the open.
Trying not to
long,
get
they got
married
short.
to it.
It's amazing. It's very good. It's very
I've been
advanced.
shorting the market so often this week. I don't know what it is. I haven't taken a long since like Wednesday.
Wow, you've really been
You
living
haven't
up to
taken a
the
long
name
since
Short
Wednesday?
Coda.
Yeah. Since Wednesday, I don't think I've taken a long.
Huh. Uh-oh. That's concerning, Dakota. Although you did make 34 grand being short, so who am I to argue? But you were the perma bull when you first came in here. But yes, you're adapting, going over to gold now, switching biases all the time. We're seeing NASDAQ kind of push, or sorry, S&P's push here a little bit. We're in a tight range. I mean, let's be honest here. We've been in a 10-point range since the open, and the NASDAQ, not a whole lot going on.
Markets have really liked to be in balance today, as we've been kind of echoing throughout the entire segment here. John saw it. Coach Dakota saw it. It's just, it feels that that's where the market's comfortable right now. Until we get a shimmy and shake, then we're really not going to come out of that balance. And, I think Wednesday is going to have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, and hearing Kashkari talk about how the supply side is very important, that could potentially shake up markets a little bit. We do have some floating rate notes going off tomorrow with some 2 years, and then also some longer term fixies, some 7-year notes. But again, I think the attention will be shifted towards the end of the week when we have jobless claims on Thursday, and then on Friday, the PCE number that's going to be coming out. I believe we also get GDP on Thursday. GDP is going to be out on Thursday. It's the second annualized reading for Q1. That's going to be out on Thursday as well, paired with the jobless claims out at the same time, 7:30 a.m. Central Time on Thursday. So Thursday, Friday, I think are going to be the traders market. And I think we're just kind of probably getting a lot of positional trades here, which is going to be kind of that diddle in the middle kind of thing, where we're getting business where if the market fluctuates out of balance, we have keen algorithms that are stepping into those things. And if you're smart, you can ride those pushes and those pulls in the market. But outside of that, looking for a trend day today, I don't think we're going to see unless the market gets extremely out of balance.
See money, take money.
100%.
I love that, John.
100%.
Have you taken any trades today, John, or are you just in observation mode here?
Right now, I'm in observation mode.
I like that a lot.
A whole lot happening right now, John. This range we are range bound. Dolby Time's taking have holiday this week, so we won't see him. But Dolby Time will be licking his chops right now for some of these range bound trades, these entries. We are seeing 69, almost 70% long in the Nasdaq here.
I'm hawking this delta in the S&Ps.
What is it, John?
Well, it's positive 3,100, but we're still seeing some evidence of longer time frame sellers in this market. Again, if that's the case, we're going to get the shorter time frame too long. We may see a flush acito at some point today. That's what I'm looking for.
That is a technical term, by the way.
Nick for a tick, up 600 in his live. Haven't seen much outside the initial short I took. Yes, I know. Well done. Haven't seen a whole lot. It's been a 1 or 2 trade kind of day morning so far. Grant, we do have 5 hours left in the day, so don't feel like you did miss out on much. There's going to be more opportunity come. We got the auctions here coming up next couple hours. Those do come out of whack.
Right at 11:30 here at Euro Close, 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. Right at Euro Close, we are going to have a 2-year note auction that's going to be happening. So in about 15 minutes here, watch out for a potential bout of volatility here in the markets, especially in the index option. I'm sorry, the index futures.
Bottom of the hour here, 2-year. And we got the 5-year. If
Dakota, I heard a sigh. Talk to me. What are you going through over there?
No, I'm just thinking, I don't think people realize how big of news 5XFAs really is. Maybe they just...
I've been waiting for this day.
It's huge. We're going to start seeing some big P&Ls now. We're going to be seeing bigger swings.
Yeah, we will.
And it's going to be very interesting. This is going to be an amazing summer for Top Step. It really is. I'm excited to see how
Dakota, we're going to keep our eye on it, guys, because A, if there's abuse, we'll reach out. B, if you're not doing it responsibly, shame on you. C, if you're crushing it, scale up, whether it's position sizing or accounts. And if you're crushing an XFA, we are pulling you up, and you will have one account that you can trade size on. You can still have XFAs. One account you can trade size on the prop account. That's how we do it. So you have your XFAs, great, do all that. But if we start seeing you trade really well, this is our risk management team. This is proprietary on how we call up people. Don't worry, the funded level all gets paid the exact same profit split, same payout policy. Our payout policy is so simple that it's like 3 bullet points or 4 bullet points. It is not 330 characters long, that are words long. How other people have it in their help center is the longest article in their help center. Look it up on ChatGPT. Who has the longest articles, explanation on their payout in their help center, and find the answer. Ours is very short. That being said, it doesn't matter if you're at an XFA or live. When you are live, we do want you to pump it up. We want you to increase your size. We want you to do what pro traders do, and that's put up great numbers because you were doing it prior, and it's our opportunity to pull you up to the big leagues. You're already in the big leagues when you get funded. But you're the LeBron, you're the Kobe's, RIP. You're the Messi's. You're the best. You're the best. You can hit it, shoot it, kick it, very well. So that's why we're going to pull you up to the live account. So do your thing. Do your thing and always trade responsibly. Remember, capital preservation and risk management always need to be on your mind first, not extrapolation of profits. Capital preservation, risk management always need to be on your mind first, and then the profits will come.
I did hear that. And MP, how long is it going to take for these XFAs to get created now? It was a manual process behind the scenes. Now at Top Step, how long is it going to take us?
It can do it within minutes. Now, this is always
dashboard?
contingent upon whatever API connection we have, but on your dashboard, you'll be able to have it on there. You'll be able to pick the account. You'll be able to choose it. We should have a screenshot to show what this is. Guys, put the screenshot in here to show what you're doing and how it works. This will be on your dashboard. You'll be able to follow the process of onboarding into your XFA, and you can right when you create Express funded account, it should do it within minutes. So you are in the market within minutes.
Crazy, man, crazy. It was a tedious process. Now it is not. Automation, Top Step. We innovate. We keep bringing you the best. You guys asked for it. That's why the code is you asked. We delivered. Here we are. Like Dakota says, big news. 5 XFAs. See what happens. I mean, nice, interesting to see how this all plays. But like you said, the risk team is going to call those up to the live account. That's what this is all about. It's all about going pro ball. We're in the big leagues around here. Real traders, real P&Ls, real accounts, real shit to only at Top Steps. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I think if anything for you folks out there that are looking to take advantage of this, you should know that if anything, this should probably bring you to size down a little bit because you're able to increase the amount of size you're taking just by the addition of 2 more accounts. In the past, we could trade 3 XFAs. Now you're adding in 67% more in the amount of trading that you can do here. So it's extremely important to understand that just because you have more available shouldn't mean that you're upping your size. In fact, you should be lowering your size because now across 5 XFAs, you only have to take 1 contract to equal a 5-lot position. In the past, that was only a 3-lot position. And instead, you'd have to take 2 contracts per account to get pretty much equal to that size. You'd have 6 accounts with 3, but in this, 3 accounts, you'd have 6 contracts. Now just trading a 1-lot gets you 5 contracts across your 5 accounts. So if anything, look to size down, and then you'll have a lot more risk to the downside in these accounts and should keep you from blowing these accounts and get you to that profit, those profit targets a lot easier, in my opinion.
Bingo. Size down doesn't mean size up, size down. Spread out the risk. All right, I'm looking at gold here at Dakota. It's trading 58s. Have you built into the position anymore, or are you just staying with yours?
No, I haven't added. I haven't closed it out yet. We're getting close to where I'm just going to call it right around 2360. We're going to see. I don't want to be the guy that gets wicked out on a stop loss hunt, but we'll see. I might be that guy. We came really close. 2360s might be where I bail out. Market's just moving really slow.
It is moving slow after a holiday. To be expected to some extent. The chat seems to be really excited about the news we broke today. So that's awesome.
The end goal's the same, though, right? The end goal's always been the same: is to get someone to a single live account and become consistent and profitable. And I think I was talking about this earlier last week. You might maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Was that we want people to become independent, be able to trade their own personal account if they so wish, and not be so restricted to where a prop firm could just surprise them randomly by a new set of rules or this or that, and then they're left with trying to adapt and trying to make a career out of this if you really want to. And I think we've seen that this weekend where it's unfortunate news. Things happen in the industry. I think it was even better for the prop firm industry just because, like anyone else, right? How many people has been trying to copy what Apple's did or what Amazon's done or what Google's done, right? You're going to have people trying to copy it, and the ones that are not good or healthy for the market will get weeded out.
Yes, they will. Another one bites.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because I have a specific rule on my live account. I actually dusted off the cobwebs off of my live account. My restrictions on my live account is based on a phone conversation that I had with Mick and the risk management team. And when I used to trade my own money, I traded my own money not at a prop. I didn't have a risk manager. I didn't have somebody looking out for me, watching my trades, seeing how I'm trading. And I had a really, really great January. I had a decent February, but towards the end of February, I started to fall out of the pocket. I had a conversation with Mick where I tuned my account down to trading a 3-contract maximum with a $5,000 daily maximum loss limit. Dakota's maximum loss limit is much higher than that, and he can trade up to 30 contracts. What I'm trying to say here is that you're working directly with a risk manager when you get bumped up to the big leagues, when you're actually trading on a real live money account where your orders are actually hitting the market, and you have somebody that's watching your back that wants to see you making money, because guess what? The more money you make, the more money Top Step makes. What an equation. I know, it's crazy, right? They get 10% of every single dollar that I make in my live account. So if you think about it, they want to see you winning and they want to see longevity in this account. So if you're trading on 5XFAs and you're knocking it out of the park, you can get moved in that live account and say, okay, my risk parameter should be a 5-contract or a 10-contract max. And then I want my drawdown to be maybe $3,000 maximum daily loss limit. Or let's say that you're a big swinger and doing really, really well. Maybe I want to have a maximum daily drawdown of $15,000 because I have enough equity to support it. That's the difference that you're going to get over at Top Step that you're not going to see at these other funding companies, where they're looking out for you. They want you to make money because in turn it makes them more money, and they want to see you trading at this real live level, account level, which is where Dakota is, where myself is. You have Nick for a tick, other Deanna out there. You have a host of amazing traders out there that are all trading these live accounts, and it's a beautiful thing, and it's something that you should really look forward to, and you should look to strive to in your trading.
You guys hear about another FX firm dropping off the planet yesterday, leaving a bunch of people high and dry?
No one bites the dust, man. It's like we're getting one a week. It's like we're getting one a week.
Oh yeah,
every week.
Every week. And I don't know. Again, I say this, and I said it on Twitter. I go, quit effing jumping around. If you're following the next shiny object, I mean, like, you're gonna be a loser. You're a loser. If you're following, and I'm saying in your trading world, I don't know about you in your life, but in your trading world, you're going to lose because you jump, and you're missing the forest through the trees. You're supposed to get better as a trader. So stay at one. That is legit. That's trustworthy. That's been doing this for years. It just didn't pop up 2 months ago and had some funky name and lower price point and says they're going to, it's the bee's knees. Proven. Or else you're going to be sitting there waiting for payouts for weeks, if not ever getting them. Or you're going to get payouts that are denied because it's some subjective payout policy that's forever long that you got to read all about. That's different criteria in it. Why not go to an objective payout policy? Something that's very clear. There you got that one. I mean, Surge just lost. Surge is the name of the stupid company.
Yeah.
And that lady that was on there, her husband just got busted for fraud, for Ponzi scheme. Now, they live in they share the same bed. Now, if my wife got busted for a Ponzi scheme, I probably would know about it. And probably birds of a feather flock together. Now, she did the same shit. Like, it's just like bullshit. Like, you should understand what's out there. That's why I'm on Twitter, and I'm going to be a part of it. If we ever do something stupid, call us out. And I'm right there. Buck stops with me, therefore I'm on here. And I just I don't know. I think it's bullshit to leave other people, thousands of people high and dry, or whoever chose that company, high and dry. That's not cool.
Posing with car, big red flag.
Posing with car. Yes, thank you.
She was on boats. Her commercials. I swear to God, I can knock her a little bit because she dropped her company and dropped all these traders high and dry on a boat, walking onto a plane. Pictures of her on a plane. Now, guys do this on Lambos and girls do this on planes, and just be careful. It's not like they're catering to your little, like, I want that too. I want that. They look successful. It's rented, and it's marketing. There's two things: rented and it's marketing.
All right.
I love when you get fired up, MP. It just shows the passion that you have for us traders. I mean, that's why I love trading on Top Step. I mean, I'm just being very candid here. It's one of the differences that you get where a CEO is coming from the pits of Chicago who used to trade on the pits of Chicago. I mean, you're not going to see this in other funding companies. Somebody who's an actual true trader who loves to hang out, loves to trade live money here with us in the mornings. It's something where you just won't find that. And that passion bleeds over into what you're creating here. And I, thank you from the bottom of our hearts in the trading community for creating something where it's like, this feels like home. This feels like a place where I want to put my roots down. I want to continue trading on Top Step because like when you get to that live level, it's like a business partnership. You're getting 10% of my hard work and I'm getting to keep 90%, but you're putting up all the funding for me to do so. So, I mean, where are you going to find a deal like that? You're not gonna find that in the Valley with equity funding. It's like, you get like 60% of funding and you get to keep 10% of your company after you get spread out in the cap table. It's like keeping 90% of your profits in a live money account is like nothing you've ever seen. And being able to partner with somebody where, you folks are not fly by night. You're not going to go disappear the next day. You're not going to run a flash sale and then next week you're out of business. It's longevity here. You're putting real traders in. You can see real live orders hitting the market. Like Dakota has showed so many times now in slow markets where his orders are showing up in the depth of market. These are real live accounts. I know that I have a live account. It's a real live account that's through a real brokerage. This is real stuff here, and you're not going to find that anywhere else. And that's why it's like, I just love knowing that I can sleep at night knowing that I'm not going to wake up the next day and say, oh, where's Top Step?
14 years, folks.
14
years.
14 years. Everybody is watching. We started this 14 years ago. We started the funding industry before FX, before all that. There was like one other company that was sort of doing it, but we were before them. It was Apiary out of, you might even know it's out of Utah, Rips, or Dakota. I don't even know if they're
worked
still
there.
around.
Did you?
Dakota worked
No,
there, yeah.
you did not.
No way.
Yeah,
You were
Sean
part of the Beehive? You were
Lucas.
part of the Beehive?
Sean Lucas, yeah.
It was the Beehive. Yeah, they were called the
way.
Beehive.
I remember. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Apiary
They
Fund.
had a different model.
He's a great. He was
Yeah,
a great
they had
guy.
Apiary.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I was actually there. If you believe this or not, I was actually a coach when I turned 18, helping traders do technical analysis on Forex. And then it just
Oh, hell
wasn't
yeah.
for me. I went out and did my own thing. I was there for like only a year, but I
Yeah,
have
no,
nothing
they
negative
were
to
the
say
other-
about that. Outside
No,
of it was
uh-uh.
Forex,
No,
and we know how Forex is.
Yep. I actually thought their program was pretty good. There was like some educational package that was commingled with it. But long story short, that was in like 2010. Nobody did this. There was only prop firms. Yeah, there was
Brick and
only
mortar.
prop firms. I know there was only brick and mortar that we had to do in Chicago. There was prop firms all over Chicago. You could go try out. A couple of them had tryouts, so to speak. That's what Top Step's whole concept came about. The trading combine is like an NFL, NBA combine where you go out there, showcase your ability. You're trying out for the majors. You're getting on the team if you do well. Scouts in the bleachers. We used to call ourselves a scouting agency. Tell you the honest truth, that we were a scouting agency. We're scouts. We're scouting for talent. So we've been doing this for a while.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
needless to
MP,
say-
but don't you look
Hey,
at this in
two-year
the
auction.
same
Heads up,
way?
guys. We got two-year auction coming out right now. Go ahead, Rips.
I was just going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't you gone into every decision that you make from the perspective of the trader since you have been a trader your entire life versus the perspective
Yes.
of the CEO of how do I increase my bottom line here?
100%. We always said, we're like, well, we had some other leadership in the past that had the wrong mentality about transactions and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, we did not build this company to think about that. We build this company. If you take care of the trader, they will be a part of your community. And then the business will grow. The people, the culture will be strong. The industry as a whole will be better. So then I get on my stupid rants every now and then about what the other industry is doing because I'm like, does this really help the trader? Again, you can go where you want to go, but then I'm going to have my rants every now and then and said, hey, does that help what they're doing over there? Does that help the trader? I believe everything we're doing is in the best interest of the traders because we look through that lens first. And we have to kind of frame it up, be like, well, is this education? Does this help them? Does this help create a better habit or a worse habit? The increasing the trade copy was something that you guys saw me and even Rips, and even Dakota talk about. But then Dakota got on here one time and talked about, he got here with some XFAs that he copied, and now he's trading size at live. And that's really important. Then I started understanding more about it, and I'm like, okay, well, there's smaller traders, 100 lot up and down traders, P&L swings. That I get it. So then I started understanding. I opened my mind up, and I'm like, okay, it makes a little more sense for those type of traders. It's ever learning, ever growing in this industry, and I'm all about everybody in the industry evolving for the better of the trader. That's really where my stance is always going to be.
And
Amen.
Steve,
I'm
we'll get
one of 'em.
Right
I'm a
back-
trader in this
We'll get
space.
right back to the markets. I'm doing an experiment here. Two very quick things to show. One that will calm you down. One that might rile you up again. The first is here is the button. There it is. Start express
Wow.
an account.
Yeah. One click, baby. One click.
Good to go in minutes. And then I couldn't help not to show this photo of an old ad.
My.
Oh no,
I,
no.
Oh, no.
Cars
Oh.
and cleats. Let's do it.
No. Oh, cringe.
All right.
Cringe.
We'll get
I mean,
back
the
to the
bundle, the new bundle is here. That's what the marketing is. The new bundle is here.
Oh,
What a
And we'll
picture.
call out
Bundle.
any firm that keeps dropping.
the new
It's
bindle
not
now.
cool to drop.
Ha!
Wow.
Oh my
Nope.
gosh.
No stop loss, double leverage.
So you folks out
10,000
there,
to
I saw a
1.
couple-
10,000
Yeah.
to 1.
I saw a couple questions in chat asking about what's the best way to manage your risk across 50K accounts because, one of the new opportunities that just kind of opened up here is that now you can trade 5 50K accounts. It's like having, $250,000 worth of leverage, in some sense. But now think about it. If you are only trading a 2 micro position, that is now equal to trading 1 mini across the board because 2 micros times 5 accounts is 10 micros. That's equal to 1 mini. So now you can trade 2 micros on your accounts and that's equal to just 1 mini of risk across the board. So if you're looking at taking things slow, start scaling in 1 mini, then adding to 2 minis. 1 micro to 2 micros. And now you're up to 5 micros, 10 micros, which is now, this equating to 1 mini there. So think about that when you're trading these 50K accounts. You have so much more room for activity, so much more room for drawdown spread across the board there. You can take it much slower now, and that will equate to keeping your accounts for longer and probably passing in a nice slow rate where you're coasting into that finish line. You shouldn't be slamming into the finish line with XFAs. You should be coasting into the finish line. More often than not, I get asked the question, how long
Yes.
does it take me to pass my 150K combines? On average, it's about 9 days because I'm not rushing things here and I'm streaming that activity. I'm doing this because I'm not trying to rush things and you don't have to rush things. 9 trading days works out to be about 2 weeks. And that's not kind of my sweet spot for the 150Ks. You can trim that time down on the profit targets on the 50K because it's $2,000 versus trying to get to $9,000. But the point is that spread your risk out now on these 5 XFAs. Don't try to rush to the finish line here. Coast into the finish line. On the days that you're passing into XFAs, you should kind of look at your P&L and be surprised and say, oh, wow, I passed this. Now I'm going to get some XFAs here. This is fantastic. So look at it that way. I think you're going to be much more rewarded in that sense. Slow down. Don't rush things. The increase in leverage is now a 67% increase in leverage once you get to that XFA level by adding those 2 more accounts. So take it slow.
Love it.
You're fired up today, people. Passionate about this.
We just
He's a
missed
trader,
that
man.
18,933 short in the NASDAQ.
I saw we made new highs up there. I saw we
Our
made new
level,
highs.
Andre, was what, 938 3/4, right? To the top side there. That would have been the level to short off of, right?
It was.
You only had one checkbox on that, right?
We had 1. We had 2-ish, but yeah, we were talking. We were talking shop a little bit. So yes, the trade kind of fell by the wayside a bit. We are seeing some pressure. New highs coming in the Nasdaq. Gold pushing up higher here.
Cut my
Dakota,
rants
just
off.
I love your.
Yeah,
So,
Andre, cut-
are you guys still looking
All right,
for a
come
short
on.
here in the Nasdaq? Are you
Cut
looking
'em.
for a short or a long in the Nasdaq?
Well, we were looking for a short up around the 33 or 38 level. We were.
No. Our checkbox, our opinions are looking for a short. Andre and I don't have an opinion. We collect them. Yeah.
Correction. Correct.
Opinions are looking for short.
It's
So
that-
why
it's
did
okay.
why no short? Was there just not enough checks?
It was it's hard to get a word.
We
in
usually
there,
have
Dakota.
3.
It was hard- it
We
was hard to
don't.
get-
No, Andre, that's yours to drive. 3 check boxes is
Damn
where
it.
we.
Damn it.
Yeah, 3 check boxes. 3 check boxes. We didn't have 3 check boxes, Andre.
We did not.
Right?
We did not. We did not. We have
Yeah.
2. We did not.
We've been
we can do-
patient
we
all
can do
day.
2.
We do the Dakota.
We haven't pitched.
Yeah.
Hey, MP. So 3 check box means 20 lot standard. 2 check marks is what? 15 lot. That's kind of what I'm
I
thinking.
didn't
we
think
get
we
the
were
5
doing
it's
that.
100 lot.
Oh, dude, we're getting
5
there.
is 50.
It's come. 5 is 50. 5 is 50.
Yeah.
We haven't had a 5
Yeah.
banger in a while.
50
I
on
do wanna see
Nasdaq,
if I
or,
put-
yeah.
Quick update here. Nick for a tick. Shout out to Nick for a tick. We saw 6,000 trade at the 53.25 level. Again, 5325. 6,000 trade on the offer in the S&Ps. Earlier today, we saw 7,400 trade at 5323. So we got heavy sellers offers coming in there at between 23 and 25 in the S&Ps. Over 13,000 of trade on the offer there. Again, 23 and 25 in the S&Ps. 13,000 trade on the offer. But yeah, that would have been a nice short. Dakota, are you still in that gold, or did you get? Are you out?
I'm still in. It's like it's fiddling around this 60. I'm probably going to get stopped out the way this price action. It's one of those where I'm a little bit hesitant just to close out of it and take this loss because we're not going anywhere. It's been choppy price action, and the last thing that I like to do is to just take the loss in the choppy market because we love to hunt stops in a market like this.
76% long in gold right now. Just a little update for Dakota there. So we will, look at the levels. We are not getting the check marks we need today. I did reach out to Jay Cook. He liked to see the action around 900s. We pushed those 900s. We stayed above the 900s. And the NASDAQ, we'll see if that continues. Dow Jones has done a whole lot of nothing today. S&Ps, not going too much there. Again, 13,000 trade on the offers between 53.23 and 53.25.
Yeah, we're just kind of skirting around, like we said, this whole diddling in the middle thing where we're just kind of hanging out where the balanced price is, and there's not really much activity taken either way. We had a little bit of influx of activity for Euro close, and of course, we just had that 2-year note auction that it had nothing really. It's a whole lot of nothing there. So we're back to balance. And the only other piece of news that's coming out today, which we've talked about multiple times now, is that 5-year note auction. That's really it. We do get the Fed discount rate minutes, but that's going to be later in the afternoon. And as long as volatility and the volume is still trending to the downside here, I just don't think it's going to move that market all that much. I still think that the smart money, large money is going to be waiting until Thursday and Friday to make their decisions here in this market.
I mean, what are we looking forward to? Started the morning. We're exactly where we opened, right?
Exactly right.
MP just said that. Yep. Right. Right back to where we started. Hey, Rips, what are we looking at for the rest of this week? I know you said PCE on Friday. What else we got this week that we can look forward to?
We have some more treasury auctions tomorrow. We get Redbook retail sales, which nobody really cares about. We get the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index tomorrow. That's going to be out at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so 9 a.m. Central. That should move the market a little bit on the heels of Kashkari's comments. We also get some Fed speakers tomorrow. We have John Williams and Bostic speaking, but Bostic doesn't come until later in the evening. Thursday is where I think the party's really going to start. That's where we get the GDP read. We get the jobless claims, which has been very important for the Fed. And then we get like a little core PCE price index. That's kind of like a little precursor into the PCE. But then on Friday, I think that's the star of the entire week. Friday, we get the actual PCE that's going to be out. That's what the Fed is looking to for their indication on what is happening with inflation. So that should be the last thing that moves the market before the FOMC meeting, which is going to be on June 12th. So really, Thursday and Friday are the days where I think we see the most amount of volatility. And then, of course, we have the end of quarter flows, end of month flows, and the end of first half flows. We're already going to be in the second half of the year on Monday.
Crazy. Man, this year's gone by fast.
So fast.
What's a short week?
Kashkari still speak. Nope, Kashkari. I haven't seen a comment coming out of Kashkari in a minute. I think he's done. And Kashkari, I certainly won't pencil in more than 2 cuts for 2024. Yep. MP, any update on Top Step X mobile app? It's coming a lot sooner than I thought it was going to be coming.
It's
very soon.
It's so rumor has it, Dre. Rumor has it.
I mean,
rumor has it. It's gonna be such a damn fast follow.
It's an Adele song.
That it might even be faster than that Surge Lambo right there that you just saw fly right by you.
Shooting star. Streaking through the sky.
Shooting star.
Oh man.
Streaking through the sky. Flamed out.
I saw it last week. It's awesome. It
really
fits on your screen. It's good. Yeah. It's going the direction of a web app. Now, follow me on this. Web app is what I'm hearing too. And you're like, I like web. I like actual apps or mobile app. Web app is more flexible. It allows us to update easier, quicker, faster, and the experience is pretty damn like right there, similar to a mobile app. But it's all going to be what is it called?
Please be careful.
Reflective. What?
No, I'm saying no. I'm talking
Oh, what?
to the chat. Please be careful with the mobile trading. Just, I don't know. You can
Oh,
monitor your
yeah.
trades, but
Yeah, we
please
always-
be
It can get
careful.
dangerous with
Yeah,
that
you-
thing in your pocket.
Please be careful. Yes.
Yes,
please
you do.
be careful.
Yes, you do. Yes, it allows you to be golfing and have the potential to make a lot of money, like Rips or like Dakota did, or lose
Or
a lot of
lose
money.
it.
Like,
I
Or
bought
lose it,
just
yeah.
as much.
It goes both ways.
It goes
Uh-huh.
both ways.
mhm.
On 2025. We're not going to rush it. It's coming. We are still working on that. But yes, please be careful. Monitor your trades. Monitor your risk.
Yeah, if anything, if you're a good phone trader, and there's a lot of you folks out there that are fantastic phone traders, Dakota's one of them. I have a lot of buddies who trade off their phones, off their mobile devices, and that's just their comfort zone. It's something you can definitely get used to. I'm from the camp where I like to use the phone to monitor where my positions are, not so much
Yeah.
trade them, but sort of monitor where my P&L is.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So for that
Yeah,
reason,
that's a
that's
good
going to be
point
a
there.
great addition too, even if only used for that.
Agree. Agree.
That's a great point. Yep. Even if you place like one trade, leave a runner on, and you go out to lunch or go do something else, and don't sit there in front of what do you say, touch grass, and you could check on it. And if worst case, you could close it, whatever. That it's going to be a great tool for us.
Yep.
So, is there anybody here? I want to know this. Is there anybody here waiting on a payout from other firms? You've waited a couple weeks, 2 weeks or more. I just want to understand because there's rumblings. There's rumblings in the space. This is not internal Top Step. This is me on my Twitter world and hearing certain things. So okay, Glove says wait, 4 weeks. Yes, yeah, okay, guys, red flag. And I only need about 8 of you,
Oh, no.
10 of you to say that.
Oh.
Yeah, I am hearing signs of red flags. How about that?
Oh.
That's all I'm gonna say.
You almost
Red
dropped the
flags.
I word there, Michael. I heard that. It's creeping at me out there.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
That would be very, very, very bad for the space. Very bad for the space. Which means another wild. I don't know.
Oh man.
These smart people.
Rumors, Michael. Rumors.
Rumors are swirling today. My goodness.
Oh my
It's a
god.
whirlwind of those things.
It has been, what a way to
I'm-
start.
Just go on the internet. Andre's not on it, but I am, and I
I'm
look
on
up
the
and
internet.
see
I'm on
things.
the internet right now. Come on. I see what you see. I see it all. I see exactly what you see. I mean, you just saw it in the chat. You saw everything you need to know in the chat right there. So, chips fall where they may, I guess, right, Michael? Is that what you say?
That's what I say about everything. Whether it's people's decisions, or what happens in the markets, or what happens in the industry, the chips fall where they may.
So, yep, space is competitive here. All right, we're starting to uptick here in this NASDAQ. We're talking about that level at between 33s and 38s taking a short. We do have 2 check marks on that. Rips, are you still cool with that? Short up around 33 and 38?
38 and 3/4. I want to see that. I want to see tickle and failure. I don't want to see tickle blast through. So I'd like to see a failure up at 38, and then I feel that position. But I mean, it's precarious. I would have liked to take the first touch. The second touch is when it's kind of gets a little bit puckersome.
Yes, it does. Why is that too? Why is the second? Why is the second try always less? Why are the levels much less? They're weaker on the second.
Well,
second time around.
let's take a step back. That's a great question, and it's a very valid question. But let's take a step back and humanize the market a little bit. If we came up to that price and we found aggressive sellers at that area, we'd have a harsh rejection, which is exactly what we're seeing on the 15-minute. Let me go over my chart here. We're seeing that harsh rejection on the 15-minute by that topping wick right there on that red candle. So, candle to open here, we went as high as here, and now we went as low as that. We touched down here. But if we come back up to that level again, which is 938 and 3/4, we come back up to that level, and the auction then changes its pace, and those sellers that have been aggressively selling that market start to thin up a little bit. There's a chance that people who were short from that area could get a little bit nervous or puckersome, as we like to say here on Top Step TV. And if it does start to give those folks a little rustling in their jimmies, we could definitely see a little bit of the long side starting to come through and pop through that level. And that will make those shorts very, very uncomfortable. And maybe those sellers will start to evaporate. So if we run out of the selling inventory at that level, we could definitely pop through that level and start to see us maybe retrace this red bar that we had over here and potentially get up to our next level, which is up at 971 and a half. So there's a lot of different things that can happen, but it changes when we get to that level for that second test. What I'd like to see from a short would be a test up at that level. Let me go to the 1 minute here.
All right.
1 minute chart. If we get a test up to that level and then we kind of fail back down, or we whip up into that level and we have a harsh rejection, that's where I'd like to see a short and potentially getting back down to that 894 level to the downside here, or at least down to this area where we were, maybe 915 or so.
Man, great stuff, Rips. Great stuff. Hey, I got a great announcement. We haven't even touched on this. We got all this announcement coming out Top Step. Do you guys know who we have on today? Good Doctor is in the house. Dr. Ginny Cristerna in the house today for another session with the trading mindset. Yeah, that's at noon today. You got to tune in for that. You got to record it. It's something you got to go back and watch and relearn. I mean, it's deep. It makes you really think. It puts a mirror up in front of your face and makes you take a hard look at yourself and your trading. Like I said, we got the good doctor, Ginny Cristerna, in the house here at high noon from noon to 1. Hogue will be joining her for that. So be sure to tune in for that.
And we have
got
some
Marcus.
great guests here on Top Step TV.
You like that one?
I
You
love
like
it.
that one, Dakota? I love that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, she's great. She's very great. We're focused on the mind here. Not only making profits, but we focus on the mental here at Top Step. I'm glad you really enjoyed that, Dakota.
Yeah, it's amazing, and you can't get it anywhere else. And like to have this type of a service or channel for free is, oh man, it's amazing to have. And everything's recorded. I've watched some episodes over a few times.
Same.
And take notes.
Yep. When the doctors are in the house, I definitely go back and watch whether it's Dr. Steenberger, Dr.
Oh my
Cristerna.
God.
You got to watch. You got to rewatch it because there's so much there that unpacked, and you can't absorb it all at once. And not at least I can't. I can't absorb it all in real time. My pen just doesn't work that fast when I'm writing it down. So you go back and watch it again. You watch it when the markets aren't on. You can give your full focus. It's good stuff here.
That's
Top Step
another-
TV.
That's another thing we do here. We invest in these folks to come on, or we partner with them in a certain way so they can come on. We're spending time to do all this energy, all for the. We don't have to do this. Again, I'll go on stupid rants all the time, but I can just change prices and get everybody all excited and do wavy, flappy used car salesman guy. I can do all that. But that doesn't help you become a better trader. Now our pricing is incredible, so we competitive pressure. That's great. We want that. But you got to then challenge everybody out there, and it's everybody. And there's other firms that do this really well too. Have great education and great platform for helping traders develop, work on better habits, get themselves in a better position, and all that kind of stuff. It takes an investment to do that. You actually got to build something outside of just a funding program. You have to actually build things that support group coaching, coaches in general that come on here. I mean, they don't do it for free. We work deals with them because, hey, you're going to spend your time and you're talented. And how do we, we work out those. We're always having those conversations. Who's a good coach that we can bring on? That takes time and energy, a team of people. That's an investment. And it should help you put yourself in a better spot. That's really what the investment is. So when you look at other firms, it's not ever me hating on other firms. I love other firms, and I'm not going to name them all. You can go figure them out. But I love other ones out there that do a kick-ass job on helping traders develop. You'll notice a difference. You'll notice a difference when you go there and you understand what they actually provide you outside of a funding opportunity. That's really what I think you need to start judging on that too, that as well as their legitimacy and trustworthiness and blah blah blah.
Shut up.
Even
Bill.
aside
You're
from that,
welcome.
you have a choice of what you watch during the day, and you can watch CNBC, you can watch Bloomberg Television. They have some great pieces of information that are coming across the board, but this is a unique channel in the sense that you're going to be locked in with what you're doing here, which is assumedly trading futures or trading the markets. This is for real traders out there, and you're not going to have CNBC bring on a trader psychologist who's going to talk you through situations that you're going to experience yourself as a trader. And that's the kind of value that you will find only on this channel, which I think is, I mean, I love Top Step TV, obviously, and it's so unique that you have this opportunity to tune into this for free. Whereas like CNBC, it's just going to fill your head with a bunch of nonsense all day. Maybe you get some trade ideas, but you're not going to be talked to like the trader that you are.
Hey guys, just so Renee, we're not bashing. More trading. The markets are dead. Look at the chart right now, the 5-minute chart, Renee. It's
What do you
going
got?
sideways. There's nothing happening. This is trader talk, tradertainment. This is just shop, talking shop. Because there's nothing happening. So there's nothing. So we're not going to trade nothing. And we're not bashing when you are missing the forest through the trees. And that's nothing about you personally, but you said it's less bashing. I'm talking about how other firms out there. Okay, trade day. I think trade day is good. I think earn to trade is good. I think FTMO is good. I think there's other ones because I know these guys and they're great guys. but then there's other ones that I don't. So you're gonna hear both sides of those. You just heard those. I think those are great. You're like, well, I'm gonna go sign up for them. Then go. That's good. I like it because they're cool. So that's not bashing. That's me talking about the industry. I know the industry better than most because I've started in the
You should have
industry.
said it.
And we
You should have said it.
always improving, Andre. I know
That's
the
right,
industry
that's
very
right.
well. We ear to the ground. I talk to CEOs in the industry. We're working on certain things to help protect the industry, validate the industry, all that kind of stuff. So let me work and you guys work to find the best firm you could be at. It's not Top Step. It's totally fine as long as
Right.
you're comfortable and it's a good spot to help you develop.
Amen, man. Amen. You're right. Lost chair. CNBC doesn't have a Rips. CNBC doesn't have a Dakota. CNBC doesn't have a Michael Batak coming on. CNBC doesn't have a Dr. Ginny coming on later today. If you guys are liking this, please click like. Please click subscribe.
I want to
We
get
are really-
Santelli.
We're peacocking today.
I wanna-
Top Step is peacocking today, man.
Peacock.
We are peacocking today. It is much deserved, man. We're kicking ass today, if I may say so myself, man. I'm really proud to be part of this whole thing. Just great shit today. Great stuff.
Yeah.
You know what else
Hey,
CNBC doesn't have? Go ahead.
What?
Alex.
Yeah.
I was gonna say they don't have.
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
Speed bump.
Stop. Look at him sit up. Look at him sit up in his chair. The Rips too.
So did Rips. So did
Yeah,
Rips.
I'm excited for this one. I'm going to be taken by Series 3, so I got to sharpen my knife here.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right. Let's go ahead. Throw the question up. Here it comes. A large number of available futures contracts with no demand describes which of the following markets? Is it A, a buyer's market, B, a seller's market, C. Sorry, I was up till 1 a.m. at a concert. Let's do this again. C, overbought, D, oversold.
A large number of available futures contract available with no demand describes which of the following markets. Andre, you're going to Series 3. I'll let you go first.
The wording is tricky.
I've
The
already
wording's
passed
confusing.
mine, boys.
We know. Everyone knows you
I
passed
picked
it.
what I like too. I'm ready to
I got
say the
over-
answer whenever here.
Yeah, I think I've got mine.
Let's put
I
the
have
poll.
no
Can
idea.
yeah, there's the poll. Fill out the
I got
poll, guys, just so we get everybody's.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I'll vote. I don't know. Okay, I'm with the majority. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
What's the majority saying?
There's an
Saying
increase in
Saying C.
there's
I
an
voted
influx
C.
in supply, right? Is that right? Am I understanding that question?
Looks like the
right?
buyers ran out. Or, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm saying
Yeah, it would
saying
be-
big C as well.
yeah.
yeah, overbought.
The market's overbought, then there's no more buyers left.
That's
It's
what I.
overbought.
That's how I interpreted it. But
Well,
Now,
what
unless
does it
this
mean,
is
a large
testy
number-
question.
Yeah, it's a testy one. A large number
Dakota,
of
you're good at this stuff.
available
Yeah,
futures
I mean,
contracts. with no
The
demand.
way I'm looking
I mean,
at
it's
this, is
overbought.
A
There's
and
there's
B
no
goes
buyers left.
sellers-
Thursday.
it's
Yeah,
a
the
single
sellers are-
word. A and B is a single word. I mean, they're all single words, but buyers, sellers means nothing to me on this.
Correct.
Which of the
Okay, good.
following market is buyers is not a market, sellers
Ooh,
is not
yeah,
a
you're right.
specific market,
Dude, Dakota's
but then
really good at this
overbought
shit.
is considered a market, and then oversold is also so it's either
Yeah,
C
you're
or
right.
D, and you can flip a coin. And the fact that there's no demand for available futures means that there's no more buyers left for that supply. So I would guess C.
I'm with you. Okay.
And if it was oversold, it would mean that there aren't any contracts to sell at that level. So therefore, it must be C.
And the last thing, it's written a large number of available futures contracts with
Available,
no demand.
exactly,
That
available.
doesn't mean they're
Yes.
sellers. That doesn't mean they're sellers. Those
It's
contracts
offers.
are
It's
sellers.
what's available. So if it was to be oversold, there's no more inventory
Yep.
to sell you. So therefore, it's C.
Nice.
All right, yeah, let's see. Easy. Justin Macklin
let's
says
see.
easy.
All right.
Let's see.
All right,
Remember.
James.
Just remember, my job is to push buttons and look pretty.
What?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, we were technically correct, but I mean, what?
Wrong answer.
No.
Buyer's market? The buyer's
It's be-
market?
It's because buyers are going to have their pick of whenever they want to buy it.
Buyer's market.
Yeah, I just didn't think that A or B would possibly
Oh,
be
got
the
that
answer.
one wrong.
We got that one wrong.
This is why I thought it
Wait.
could be a testy question.
Overbought.
You can get
Ugh.
like 45 questions wrong. Swear to God. It's
Okay,
like
good.
125
That was one.
questions, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, just chalk that up to one of them.
That was one of them right
Yeah.
there.
I'll
thought it
take
was-
that on the chin.
Oh, okay. There you go. Stand on screen. I picked A. Good job. Good job, Stan. Thank you.
Gentlemen, looking at the markets, the NASDAQ is about to leave a failed upside auction above the initial balance here in a few minutes.
Still looking at the downside. So would that be a seller's market or a buyer's market?
You're going to pick the wrong answer, market.
Yes, All right, gentlemen. Fast Markets has come to a conclusion. We do
Wow,
have
that was
power
fast.
players. Yeah, it was fast. That was a lot of fun. Super proud to be on screen with these guys. Michael Patak, upper left. Coach Dakota, best trainer, Rips, on point today. I want everyone to stay tuned. We got a great lineup today. Keep in mind, we got the good Dr. Ginny in the house at high noon today. But before that, we got power players coming up with Mohammed up first. Mohammed's going to be joining us today. We got Marcus talking with D this afternoon. And then we got Power Hour with Hogue, myself, and Austin Silver. Last time he was on there, kind of butt heads a little bit. So let's see if we can kiss and make up in Power Hour. Please, everybody, tune in. We got power players coming up next. You guys rule. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the chat. You guys are kicking ass. Let's go.
Yeah, perfect. And quick update for everybody. I did add to this short gold. I'm short 15, and I'm going to just hold this to see where we go. I'm
15
still
from what?
looking
The
at
average price of what?
23.50.
What's the average price? Yeah, keep us
It's-
updated.
Ooh, that's a good question. Why all these questions? Just over 50.
You're the one that
23.50.
spoke at the close.
Just let me trade.
Hey, oh well. You guys, they were asking for update. So, all right.
Short
Take
was
care,
it?
everybody.
Keep us posted in the chat, Dakota.
All right, I will.
Will do. Thank you guys. We got power players coming up next. Mohammed making his debut here on Top Step TV. Let's go.
Here on the trading floor, we used to try to copy the best traders. Well, when you're trading at your best, sometimes you want to scale that up. And now, Top Step X allows you to do that. We have a trade copy functionality so you can copy your trades into other accounts and scale up your trading platform when you are trading at your best.
education, and knowledge from some of the smartest minds in trading are here for you. There you go, Andre. We got Andre and Mohammed here.
We got Mohammed here. Everybody, please welcome Mohammed. It is his first time on Power Players, first time on Top Step TV. Mohammed, you are a power player. Really quick, let's talk about, you've been with Top Step for over 7 years, right? You are fun to share with us. He is joining us live from Saudi Arabia right now as we speak, because Top Step TV is global. Mohammed, welcome to the show. How are you doing, Mohammed?
Thank you very much. My pleasure to have you and my honor. And really, I'm so excited and thrilled with this opportunity that you provide me. Thank you again, not only for this show, but for creating such beautiful thing like Top Step.
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Now, in the green room, I heard you over talking with Eddie that you have a trade on right now, Eddie, or you did have a trade on today, Mohammed?
I have a trade since, I don't know, 20 minutes, and this is one of the longest trades that I had. The market is so slow, as you can see. All my, students, they know why I'm in this trade. I think most of them are in this trade already. It's a call. Thank God. Thank God. I'm so happy that I'm out of this trade finally. Actually, it's a lucrative trade. I will have this trade 1,000 times if I see it. Today, we see the market, actually the NASDAQ, I'm talking about NASDAQ, is a multi-directional day. So we have a full cycle up, full cycle down, full cycle up. So that means follow the recent cycle that you are in. And I have a mechanism to decide who has control in the market by using this averages. So I follow the trend actually, looking for some, I have 8 entry setups. One of them I call the Bollinger setup, where if the market corrected and touches all the averages, basically there are 21 EMA for the close and for the high and the follow, and the blue one is the average of the average, which is, I call it the root EMA. So whenever we have intersection between the blue, the root, with the close of the EMAs, that means buyers now has a control. Look for a buy only, don't look for any sell. Same thing, whenever we have intersection over here, it is selling all. In this area, yes, we decided to go long, but you can
what
see
price,
that
Mohammed?
the market didn't. Sorry?
What prices? When you say right here, not everyone can look at your charts. So please be specific with the price. It's okay. It's okay.
At 18,922, you can see there is intersection between the averages here, which telling us look for a buy. But luckily for us, we didn't had any signal to go long. So the signal or the entry setup actually is the last, check that I need to see before going long. So in this case, for example, here we have an entry here. I'm not sure about the risk because I cannot go more than 52 ticks of risk. If this is higher, I just ignore the signal. I have to make sure that I can handle the market if it goes against me. And then same thing here, it gives a signal, a clear signal with this nice green candle. The first target is 1-to-1, then I trail with the last 2 green candles. Just in 10:40 Central Time, I get this nice signal, which is Bollinger signal, where the market goes and touches all of these averages and then closes above the Bollinger. This is exactly a very nice signal that I will always try to take.
That's your entry.
Unfortunately, the market decided, the entry is exactly at the close of the green candle. Okay, if we zoom closer here, it has to be the third bar. What I mean of that, the low of the swing, of the candle swing, it should not exceed more than 3 candles.
Okay.
So, for example, in here, here we go. We have a nice signal. 1, 2,
Okay.
3. Fine.
Yep.
But in this one, you can see this one. The close is right here, but you can see how many to the low. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this is pass by. No, I
Yep.
can't take this trade because there is. It took more time for the not volatility, for the momentum to have. If you want a momentum, you need to have this as quick as you can. Here you go again. The market stopped me out, and
Yes.
now we should have another similar trade. It should come back again.
All right, Mohammed, real quick. You are long from 922, correct? 922?
The long was 26 actually.
26.
26.
There you go, Jack.
26. 26.
26.
And
All right, we're
here
starting to
my
see
stop was.
Eddie, go ahead.
Yeah, the
Eddie, what are
market
you
just
seeing over here in
stopped.
equities?
No, I was going to say now we've got some buyers coming in. Your trade's looking very nice, and you did mention momentum. I love watching momentum. It's like stopping a freight train. If we can see the movement, you've got a chance to jump on before that actually stops and changes direction. And I think you caught that really nice, and I like where your entry is. And now, how about taking profit? What are you looking for as far as? I mean, do you got a target profit? Are you just sort of whatever the market gives me? What's your exit?
In this scenario that we have, the market just having a medium channel over here with 2 legs already, and these 2 legs is exactly hitting the target over here. What tends to happen when the market get the target of the cycle, they call this full cycle, usually it has to have sort of a trading range. I define the trading range to be in here, and this is the extension up and down. Okay, so I assumed the market would, because it closed at the top in here, it could touch the extension one more time, run out the stops over here. Obviously, there's a lot of stops over here. So I was looking to take the stops in here. Unfortunately, the market decided to take me out first, and then he wanted to go. Actually, I have another chance to get in again here, but because we were talking, so I missed this one. Fine.
It happens. Mohammed, question for you. What platform are you Mohammed, what platform are you trading on?
I'm using Ninja. I heard a lot rumors, as you said, about your platform. I'm so excited to use. My students, some of them are using it already, but what I have heard that it's not using a volume chart. It's only time chart based. I used to use the volume chart, so I'm not sure if I will be comfortable using it right now. Let's see.
Now, if anybody's wondering, Mohammed trades NASDAQ and crude with us here at Top Step.
Crude, you cannot catch anything actually. The crude is just running up. I mean, this is the most difficult day for me to trade, actually. If I see this,
What?
I'm
Coming
so
off a
hesitant
holiday,
to take a trade.
It's a tough day today.
I like, opposite to everybody, I like trading ranges. When I see the market moving in ranges, that's more, it's like a heaven for me when I see the market moving within a range. A rejection up from the upside, as we can see. So I have another
usually coming from a holiday
strategy.
A lot of traders are saying, no, you go first. Let's see what
Right.
somebody
No
else
problem.
has to.
I have
Direction.
another strategy that is actually under testing. I starting testing this. I have programmed them myself actually with the help of a programmer. So this is another way to look at the market, another angle, thinking thinking out of the box. I don't want to see time-based chart. I don't want to see volume-based chart. I want to see how likely the market is moving. I mean, seriously, what do you want from the market? You want to make profit. You want some points.
Right.
what is the most likely that we need, or the most likely to happen within the next 5 points. So this is actually a chart, a range chart actually. All what you can see is a white candles, which means there is a range over here. Here you have 4 candles. Each candle is at actually 5 points. Each one is a 5 points. The white is the turn in the direction for the white points. So I have some setups is under testing actually, and it is working very well so far. You can create thousands of strategy using this. So looking at this market, in my eyes at least, I see it much easier because this view that we see here from, let's say, because I have New York time, Eastern Standard Time, 9:47 until, yeah. So this is exactly the same view that we have. This one is the same thing that this one, and even we don't need to use these. I just testing them.
Now,
So
what's that chart showing us, Mohammed? What's that chart showing?
Yes, please, Eddie. Yes,
Yeah,
well, it's the same thing. What's this chart showing us? Because it's very, if you're looking at it from now, it could be a bit confusing. So what exactly are you seeing here on this chart?
Yeah, I'm seeing now the market is turning from here, giving me a turn bar. Turn bar, that means this is the last move that we have. Okay.
Is that a time frame?
Now,
Time frame, tick frame?
it is a range. Actually, it's like a Renko chart. So each
Renko.
they're equal chart. So each one is a 5 points, which is 20 ticks in Nasdaq. So one of the setups that I have, if the market moves 4 together, so try to catch up the next turn. There will be a next turn. I don't know where to start. I know if the market reaches 1891 21.5, that means I will have my next white candle. This is white, not red.
So you think the momentum of the sellers is dying out here right now? At this point,
exactly.
You're thinking the buyers are going to come back here and direct the market,
unless they equalize the momentum. Here we have a 4 candle. If they reach their 4 candle, that means we are not going anywhere. There is a balance in the market. All these white means there is a balance in the momentum. Okay,
Okay, Mohammed. Question, Mohammed. We're starting to see some sellers here, Eddie. We did see that pop in the equities in the Nasdaq and S&Ps. I know Nick for a tick did take a short at 933s in the Nasdaq. Nice entry there. We are seeing a rejection to the upside. Starting to see some sellers. Mohammed, I'd like to talk to you about your journey, if you don't mind. You've been with us for on and off. You've been fun with us for 7 years. Talk to us about your journey. How did you get into trading? What made you fall in love with this? And what are some of the, for those that are new to the Top Step program, you know the ins and outs of Top Step. What advice would you give to new traders joining Top Step?
Yeah. First of all, my journey started in 2015, I think, or 16. When we have 5 rules, not trading the news. Yeah, 2 steps. Actually, I have to win 15 days. It was tough, actually, but I believe that what I'm made of because of that period. I'm not sure if the current easiest or the easy way or making it much easier to qualify to be funded or express funded. I think it's helping the new traders. I'm not sure because I already passed that era of being a professional trader. But I believe at that time, the challenge itself. I started with Top Step not to be funded. Actually, that totally wasn't my goal. My goal was I want to trade seriously, test my strategy, make sure that I'm really professional with real money. But if I do it simulation, that will not take me anywhere. Serious, because you have to put your psychology, your pressure in the game. You have because this is the real game. So this is what I'm doing right now. I have a strategy. I'm trying it. If I do it in simulation, I'm sure within 2 weeks it is a winner. I can convince anybody that is working. But in real life, you will face no fill. You will face not all trades that you can take. You will face news during the market.
Yes,
The
right.
historical back testing is not really the real thing, because in my back testing, I had 150 trades per day in this new strategy that I'm testing.
150 trades.
Yes, each one could give you a 20 ticks at least, with a win ratio 90% for some days.
Really?
The worst day was 75%, one of the worst days.
Damn.
Okay? But the problem, when you get into the market, you will not take 150 every day. Maybe you will caught on only the losing ones. So it's not about the strategy. It's about here. What do you think? It's about
Yes.
how will you treat your losing streak? What would you do if you're wrong? And having
One
a
thing that
stop
you
loss
said,
is not enough. Yep.
one thing that you said, Mohammed, was when you first started, your target wasn't to get funded. It was basically to take small steps, to learn how to trade, to learn what strategies work, to accept losing trades. And one of your best things here, you're centered around trade management. And I really honestly believe that management sort of covers just about everything. You know, if you can manage your account and yourself, you're going to see success. And I like the way you sort of said that. You know, a lot of people, sign up looking at trade. You know, got to get funded, got to get funded, and that puts the stress behind them and the pressure. And what you've got to do is you've got to take your time and learn as you would learn, and don't force things upon yourself. And I like what you're doing. I mean, you've been trading for 14, 15 years. You've been with us, about 7 years, and you're seeing success. You've got people behind you, and I like your I really respect and like your process.
Thank you much. As you said, I mean, the big problem of most trader in the world, this is a fact. Most of them are coming to the market to solve their financial issues.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And if you think that the market will solve financial issues, you just add one more issue, and maybe the hardest one. The market will not solve your issue. You have to be well financially managed yourself. You have to manage your cost, manage your income, and then the market with your extra fund to do. So this is where Top Step is coming actually.
Mm.
So I treat Top Step as just like a training course that I allocate a fund. I have this amount of the money this year, let's say $3,000. This $3,000 I will make it work, so I will have the opportunity to learn from my mistake, to do it again and again. Because you are not cooking here. We are not learning how to ride a horse. You can do it again, fine. No, you have money to lose. You don't have,
Yes.
Exactly.
$1 million
You're right.
that you can try again and again. You only have one time. If you lose it, you will hate this market actually. So I need a place that I can learn one time, two times, three times with minimum amount of losses. Then you will reach there. I mean, ultimately, the goal is to make money. The goal is to have a funded account. The goal is to have your own money to trade with, of course.
Right.
But don't have the money. Don't waste the time. Learn
Oh.
in the process.
Mohammed, I love your passion. I love your passion for these markets. It's showing coming through on the show right now. Again, this is his first time on Top Step TV. Mohammed is a power player. Been funding with us on and off for 7 years here at Top Step. Currently speaking facts right now. Mohammed, you're talking about taking losses. I want to know, a passionate man like yourself, how do you deal with the losses? How do you deal with your strategy not necessarily being profitable for that day or even for weeks? How do you deal with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the thing, managing risk, you cannot manage risk until you manage your psychology, your mindset.
Okay.
It's easy that, okay, you have to stop, you stick to it. Yeah, it's very easy to say that. But there is factors here playing a big role. We have two factors, in my opinion. You have internal factors, you have external factors. Internal factor is the thing that we are trying to learn. We learn
Yes.
to your fear, manage your greed, manage your revenge. With time, with practicing, you will be good. You don't expect that you will be managing your psychology within 1 week or 2 weeks. This thing need to, you have to feel the pressure, you have to feel the fear, you have to live the losses, you have to reset 3 times sometimes. Fine. The external factors is the real enemy here. When I talk about external factors, I'm talking about the social issues. You have some relative who's sick and you go to the hospital 3 times a week. You have a death in your family, somebody died. You have a financial pressure. You have an interview with the company and they fired you. You have some external thing that outside the room of your trading environment. These things are the real enemy. You cannot. Your mind is somewhere else. You need every inches from your mind when you trade. So these things
Mindset,
are
right?
coming, especially when you are taking a losing trade. These things you cannot have any control. This is where people panic, where people, just do anything, just blow their account, not because they
Get
are not
reckless,
professional.
panic.
They are booked because something is pushing them from behind. So my advice, if you have any external issues that will affect your trading, stop trading. Market is not going anywhere. Don't worry. They are there hundreds years ago and they were still there next 100 years. They're not going anywhere. The only one who's going anywhere is you.
Right.
It's true,
you're
Mohammed.
gonna
Tell him,
land-
Mohammed.
It's what sometimes we get to the point where we've gone too far before we realize that, hey, you know what, I shouldn't have did that, I shouldn't have did this, I shouldn't have, and that's where the mindset comes in. And Mohammed, that's one of the things, I tell my traders, that's the first thing that you have to check every day. Am I focused? Do I feel up to trading? Is my mind clear? Positive mental attitude, PMA. Do I got a good attitude? And when these things start to add up, then you're ready to go. And especially too, we do see this on a lot with sports. The best of the best even lose, and they lose, constantly. But the thing is, how do you manage that? How do you come back the next game and make it your best? It's because they put it aside. Okay, they accept it. Okay, we lost last game, but we're coming back. It's a new game. It's a new market. It's a new day, and you got to have that attitude. I like that.
What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here on the screen right now? What's this pre-trade routine? What are we looking at?
Actually, are you talking to me or?
Yes. Is this your screen, Mohammed?
Yeah, this is my screen because.
What are we looking at here? Please walk us through this, please.
Emphasizing on Eddie point that pre-trade routine. This is my pre-trade routine before trading any day. Before you just jump on the charts, because everybody's doing that. Sometimes they come fast from work. They want to catch up the market before. No, just give it a moment. This will not take 5 minutes from your day. Okay, maximum 5 minutes. So this is a checkup. First, you have to check on your mindset today, because you are a daily trader. You are not every day the same. There is no way to be the same guy every day.
Nope.
Today you are sad. Tomorrow you're happy. You have some pressure. You just fought with your manager in the work, or maybe you take a fight with your wife. I don't know. So every day there is something playing here, okay, affecting your decisions. You are making decisions. So you want to make sure this device that making decisions is ready, is set to start working.
I really
First
like what you
question,
got here, Mohammed.
why I'm trading? You have to ask yourself why I'm trading, because we always trade to make money. And this is not the correct answer, actually. The correct answer is I am trading to take a lucrative trades, avoid lousy trade. This is your job. Your job is not to make money. This is not you. This is the market job. He will give you the money. You cannot just take it, So do the reasons that logically will let the market give you the money. So focus on taking a lucrative trade not lousy trade. That's it. So you have to have your definition of what is my lucrative trade actually, what they are look like, what is the lousy trade. So I avoid them because making money not only taking lucrative trade, avoiding losing trade is making money actually. But this is you cannot see it in your portfolio actually. This is if you don't lose, you don't know. I mean, your mind. I mean, your mind, your subconscious doesn't know that you are not losing. Okay. So you have to check your emotional state. Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you afraid? Are you excited? Then your mental state. Are you busy with something? Mind, you have something going on in your home, waiting for somebody, waiting for an important call. You apply for a job or you apply for a loan. Then your physical state. Are you sick today? Are you, well shape? Are you hungry? Are you fasting today? Or Muslims, we fast. So you cannot perform the same. Then this is an average. So I use it to scale it from -5 to +5. Zero is unbalanced. I'm like every day.
The center.
So zero is a balance.
Right.
Yes, exactly. Then here you have to check your financial status. What you're looking today? Are you funded now? Are you target is what? Maybe today maybe you only need to make $200 and go. Okay, so every day is different. So you have to prepare your mind. That will not change anything on how do you trade, but that will set you up for trading, not to overtrade. There's no need to overtrade today. Actually, there's no need to overtrade any day, but especially today, don't, because losing today is something that your mind will not grasp. Then, how much you will lose in every trade based on today's ATR, the average true range. The market is not ranging the same every day. Sometimes there is high volatility, sometimes there is lower volatility. So maybe today's volatility is not fit for your time frame. You used to trade 3 minutes, for example, but the ATR is high. That means your stop loss will be high. That means why don't call it out today and don't trade? Some people, they change their time frame, which I don't agree with. Don't change your time frame more frequently unless the market change for a long time. Maybe the market has changed. Give it some days and see. So then you decide how many maximum contract that you can trade using this stop loss, because you cannot have stop loss lower than the average true range. The market is ranging 12 points. So
Right. You got to have your targets. You got to have your goals.
Exactly. Right. So you will get out of the trade not because you're wrong, but because the market is volatiling normally. So and then remind yourself what is your maximum daily and there is another thing that I would like to add regarding the risk to reward ratio.
Please.
People, they think that if you have a trade with 1-to-1 risk to reward, this is not good. I agree to some extent. It should be higher than 1-to-1. I agree to some extent. But for smaller count, for new trader, actually they should see more winning. They need to see winning, because for a professional trader, yes, he can lose 6-7 times in a row. But for a new trader, he needs that trust. He needs that confidence. He needs to win. So never use a strategy that is less than 75%. Because I use a strategy that wins 40% and loses 60% of the time. But I have
Mohammed, it's really tough to trade and not watch that P&L. And I've told traders, and I practice what I preach. I'm not watching the monetary or the tick win. I'm looking for the victories. Each trade is a victory. And I mean, the same thing with sports. I mean, you can win a game 1-0, or you can win a game 50-0. But it's a matter of getting that win in the win column, getting that trade in the win column, and trying to avoid those losing trades. Because as you progress, you're going to see that no matter how small that trade is, it's a winning trade, and it's going to add up. And this is where I talk about greed a lot. where you got to have targets. You've got to do things like this. You've got to have goals where, okay, I hit the goal, my day is done. And that's why we have that lockout button on Top Step X. Either it's a bad day. Oh, I've hit my loss limit. I'm out for the day. I'm not going to try to dig that hole any deeper. And then also coming back, for a winning day, I hit my goal. I did what I came to do. Victory for me. I am done. I mean, a lot of traders, it's like going 12 rounds of boxing, and you win the decision, but you get on the mic and you say, no, bring it back. Let's do 2 more rounds. Why? Because you've had your victory. This is something that you need to be very consistent with and have a lot of discipline, whether it's a losing day or a winning day.
Exactly. And the last thing is, think about a bank, how the bank loaning their client. If the bank will work under the risk to reward ratio 1-to-1, they will never loan anybody. Because when a bank provide a loan to customer, there is a chance, small chance, that this client will never pay back. Okay? And how much the bank is making from each customer? What, 10%? 20% maximum if the bank is ripping him off. 20% for a year or for the whole period of the loan. So the bank is making 20%, and the risk is sometimes 100% or 90%. But how likely to be that scenario will happen? Very minimum, maybe 10% of the whole customer. So he has a win ratio of 90% with a very huge risk to reward against him. So again, continue this screen. Check the today. What do you have news today? Are we the beginning of the month, beginning of the week? Are we end of quarter, end of year? So you have to put yourself in the calendar and you have to see where you are, because we know there is a rollover in future market. We know there is change of contract. We know that some days are not good just because it's a half day trading. There is a result. December, who trades in December? I don't know. Okay, so you have to make sure that where you are, then check on the economic news. My rule is to avoid economic news. I don't care what the news actually. I don't look for fundamental. No, I'm looking for my 5 points, whether with the news or without the news. Most important thing, during the news, professional trader, they don't trade. They
Correct.
don't take position. You are not a hedge fund, man.
No.
You cannot take a position before a news. You're just a retail trader. You cannot afford the big spike in the market.
Mohammed.
Then check your contract. Yep.
Yes. Yes, sorry. I just want to say we got new highs here in crude oil. Currently trading $79.82. New highs in crude. NASDAQ catching a bit of a bid here, as well as the S&Ps. Dow Jones doing absolutely nothing today. Haven't done anything. Mohammed, the chat's really loving you. So thank you again for coming on here, Top Step TV, a power player. You are indeed a power player.
Feel free
Mohammed.
if you want to print the screen. Somebody wants
Yes,
to print
Mohammed,
the
they're
screen
asking about this
take a
template.
shot.
They're asking about this template. Can you share this? Is there any way you can share this? We've put your social media link in the chat here. Is there any way you could share this pre-trade routine template? Or is this proprietary?
I can write my email here. Just send me an email. I will.
Oh, be
send it to
careful.
you.
You're about to
gonna
get
be
hundreds
busy.
and hundreds.
You're
You're gonna get
gonna be
hundreds and
busy.
hundreds of emails here. Are you sure you want to do that? Okay.
I'm
Be
fine.
careful.
No problem.
You're-
I can
okay.
manage.
It's a
You can put it-
good
you can-
template.
I can.
I really
Very,
like what
very
you got
good.
going on here. Yeah.
Yes.
Let
Okay.
me put it
Wait, are
here.
you gonna put it in the chat?
And my handle. I put it in the chat.
Careful.
My handle on Twitter.
You're coming
you
to it.
scared me, man. Stop
No,
it.
I don't want you. I don't want your emails. I don't want you getting bombarded with your inbox, just bombarded with this. But we put your link in for your X account in here. Question. All right, we got. We're coming up on time. We're coming up on time here on Power Players. You've been an absolute delight. I've got a quick question for you, and then Eddie has a question for you. My question is: you're in Riyadh, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Have you watched Cristiano Ronaldo play soccer there yet?
Oh, man, he's in my opposite team actually.
Oh, you're not Al Nasser. You're not
In
Al.
my
You're not Al
opinion,
Nasser.
yeah.
Oh no, no.
I'm Al Hilal. He's not in my team actually. So
Very
yeah.
good. Very
To
good.
be
Well, I think
honest, it's very exciting, to
Yes.
play against Ronaldo. There is
Yes.
a challenge now here. Okay,
Yes.
so
Incredible.
we feel that. We have Neymar, but you know,
Yes, you have Neymar. He's
we
hurt.
haven't used
Yes.
him.
Yes,
Yeah,
Neymar is your player. Absolutely amazing. Good stuff. Eddie, we got the fun question. Eddie's back. We can do the fun questions again. Oh, CR7 does not suck, McLean. He's awesome. Go ahead, Eddie. Hit him with the fun question. Mohammed, you are
All right.
amazing.
All right, Mohammed, 1 to 20. I got 20 questions here. Give me a number, and I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask you that question. 1 to 20. Pick a number.
No 21.
21 is
Because my
blackjack,
favorite
and you
number
win. Thank you very much for playing, sir. 1 to 20.
Actually 21 is my birthday and my secret movie average actually. So let's say 20. Fine.
20? Okay. All right, here's the question. We're making a movie about you. What kind of movie would it be? And who would you want to play you? So what kind of movie is it about?
Yeah, the second part of the question is easy. It will be Denzel Washington for sure.
Hell yes.
Denzel. Oh, I love Denzel.
Yeah, like that. Like that.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
kind of
if
movie?
he-
Well, obviously with Denzel.
I said
it's either
I
romance
said
or
one time.
action.
I said one time, if Denzel make a movie that he's just walking, I will watch it, and he did that one.
Training Day? Which one was
That's
it? Training Day?
No, it was the Book of Eli.
Yes.
He just was walking around there, you know, looking for something, you know. So.
And you what? So
maybe,
you'd be an action movie?
No, I will be in financial movie. Actually, I would like to see, you know, the secret of, you know, a financial drama movie regarding, you know, money and making money and stuff like that. I like those kind of movies. Actually, horror movies, of course, you know, I like it.
No.
Like a horror movie with Denzel.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I
Denzel.
tell you, if you were a bad guy in any of these, if you were a bad guy in any of these Equalizer movies, it would have been a horror movie to you by all means. And but
Absolutely.
anyway, yes.
Well, Mohammed,
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for.
You're a star.
Go ahead, Andre.
Thank you very
I
much.
say thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming on Power Players. Make sure to come back. Everyone, go check out his that template. We'll put his link to his Twitter in there. X, sorry, it's called X now. We'll put his link. I just put it in the chat right there. Please go follow him. Please go hit him up for that pre-training. His camera just went up, Mohammed. Oh, where'd you go? Anyways, thank you so much for your time. Coming up next, we got Top Quiz, and Eddie's in the seat for Top Quiz. Anytime
right.
Eddie joins Top Quiz, controversy ensues. Let's see if that happens again. And do not forget, high noon today Central Time. We got Dr. Ginny in the house with Hogue. You ready? It's definitely going to be a must watch. We're going to rewatch it. Anyways, we got Top Quiz coming up. Eddie, you will be here on the other side of the break. Let's go.
Stay. is ready for Top Quiz.
Me.
And Marie is. As everybody else, I see that we've got some people still entering Top Quiz. And let's bring in Jack to just explain the rules. Jack, are you with us?
Yep, I got the fastest 30-second rules here. Join with the link at the top of the chat, as many of you have done many times before. You'll be seeing 4 multiple questions appear on your device. Answer 3 or 4 of them correctly, you will enter a raffle for one of 60 free resets. The top 5 finishers will also get free resets. Remember to answer your questions on your device because we are delayed by 6 seconds here. So, hello from the past. And I think that's about it, Eddie.
Thanks, Jack. All right, so speed is definitely a bonus here, and we're still getting a lot of people joining here, but we're going to have to start this. Snooze, you'll lose, like they used to say on the trading floor. But whenever Jack clicks the button, I think it's sort of slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, let's get ready to rumble. Here we go.
1,200 people. Okay. All right, here is our first question. All right. For the top quiz, 3, 2, and 1. What did Coach Dakota have for breakfast today? Was it a Rogue chicken, a 12-pack of Ham's beer, a breakfast burrito, or 2 White Castle sliders? What is the answer?
He had a breakfast burrito today. He did indeed.
He had a breakfast burrito today. That is what Anne Marie says. And she is correct because she was listening to the show. Good job, Anne.
I was hoping that he made it himself rather than picked it up someplace atrocious, but I was not going to
Did he pick it up? Logan sitting at the top spot. Wow, real quick. They, them, let's go. Pinch and Poos and Woozy Woo. Top 5 here right now. We got some quick draws on Top Quiz here today. Let's get to the next question. All right, question number 2. Who wrote The Wizard of Oz? Was it L. Frank Baum? Was it Dr. Seuss? Was it Stephen King? Or F. Lawrence Baum?
How about Frank Baum? Got no clue.
Frank Baum, L. Frank Baum?
Yes.
And the answer is yes.
Oh,
no,
my
wrong sound
word.
effects. Shame on me. You are correct, Frank L. Baum. There you go. Great. And did you know that, real quick here, Logan Biscuit, Reset Collector, Mohammed, Mikey, and DeBoss. Did you know that the actual wizard in The Wizard of Oz went to wardrobe, picked out the coat, and later on found out that it was actually L. Frank Baum's coat. They looked inside and had somewhere they got it in like an old Goodwill or an old clothing store. It was actually his coat. You can look that up in Google.
How bizarre is that?
I know. It's like, wow, check this out. Frank Baum. There you go. All right. We are ready for the next question. How many countries border China? China. 20, 6, 14, or only Canada?
Wow. I don't know, 14.
All right, 14. And let's see, is this a winner? Winner, chicken dinner? Yes, it is 14. Congratulations.
It's so stinking
You're 3
big.
for 3.
I know.
I thought it was Canada. I voted for Canada, and so did 14 Reset Collector leading the pack here. Mikey 00, 15 lots in GC. They, them, and yep are our top 5 for right now. Okay, let's go on to the last question. Can you get 4 for 4? Let's find out. All right, here we go. What mammal has no vocal cords? Now think about this one. A hamster, a beaver, a giraffe, or a hippopotamus? Think, have you ever heard a hamster? Have you ever heard a beaver? Have you heard a giraffe? Have you ever heard a hippopotamus?
Man, I'm going to have to guess hippopotamus.
You're going to say hippopotamus?
Yeah. Oh, it's a giraffe.
No, it is the giraffe. I've never heard a giraffe bark, yell,
neither.
scream,
No,
or say hello.
never.
Yeah.
But
Go
I
to the
have
zoo
seen
and
them
they'll.
attack each other with their necks.
Yeah, that's
That
crazy.
is
Well, I guess when you
vicious.
don't have fists, you got
I
to use
guess.
something.
Yeah.
And
What
their
do you
feet
know?
can attack. But there you go.
All right, Eddie.
3
I'm
out of
still
4.
hoping 4 for 4 from you. I'm still hoping.
You got
I'm
3.
gonna keep
You did
at
very
it.
well. Let's take a look at our winners. Spaz from Meatballs sitting at number 3. NQ Fever. Wow, we got some new winners. And number one, Reset Collector.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got missed the other 2, but those are the top 5. You 5 are guaranteed resets. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have that random pick. For those that got 3 out of 3 or 3 out of the 4, you are put in a pool and we will randomly pick winners from that pool. So good luck. And thank you very much, Anne Marie, for playing Top Quiz. And for you other 1,200, 1,300 people, I'd like to thank you also for playing Top Quiz. Now we're going to be taking a break here, and Ginny Cristerna is in the green room. This is exciting. It's so nice to see both of you in the same day. Anne Marie and Ginny all in the same day. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few. Stick around.
everybody. Take a deep breath. It is time for a trading mindset with Dr. Ginny Cristerna. If you don't know the good doctor, a practicing psychologist with 27 years of experience, graduated from the University of Chicago, and has worked with and around just about everybody in performance, in media. One of the things that she focuses on, or three of the methodologies that she focuses on, or tactics, are turning painful experiences into valuable life lessons, identifying and connecting your life purpose, and gaining clarity, focus, and commitment to creating and achieving life goals. And outside of psychology work, she is also an ordained minister. Blessings to you, Dr. Ginny. It's great to have you with us. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling fabulous as always. How are you?
I'm great, man. It was a long weekend. Markets are a little bit kind of slow right now, but we are seeing some action right now to the downside in these equities. But we want to talk to you and get into ourselves, our mindset, and you're just the person to do it with us. And we were talking in the green room about just starting off with a little meditation. Is that something you're interested in doing?
You know, those are the bestest things in the world for me because I create them off the top of my head and I pick up the energy of the group. And since Top Step is my home and I miss you guys so much, I have a sense of what might be helpful. And so, what we'll do today is just kind of relax and get ready to enter a trading space. If you guys are up for that, if not, if there's something else you guys want to focus on, I'm happy to create something for us right now. So I'm not sure
Well,
if
we've
there's
got,
something.
we do have a bunch of questions, but I
Okay.
think this would be a wonderful way to start, get everybody calm and in the right mindset to kind of start thinking about some of these questions.
Gotcha. All right. Well, what I want everyone to do is if you're driving, don't do this because you're going to
Mm.
have to close your eyes. If you're operating machinery or anything like that, right? If you want to do the meditation, I want you to have a place where you're able to sit still so you can close your eyes and relax. If you need to go to a quiet place because you're in a place that's kind of noisy, take a few moments and find a place just to go. If it's beautiful here in Chicago for me. So if you want to go outside, you can do that. But just find a place because you're going to have to close your eyes, be still, and I'm going to take you on a really nice journey. So, for those of you who are in a nice place and that's quiet and you're perhaps even by yourself in your office, go ahead and just uncross your legs, uncross your arms. If you're sitting in a chair, just allow yourself to relax, put your head back. If you're lying in the bed or if you're on a couch or a sofa or something like that, allow yourself to relax there. If you want to lie on your sofa or your couch, feel free to do that. But breathe, just close your eyes, breathe normally. And you're going to hear the sound of my voice. And I just want you to listen to the sound of my voice. Nice deep breath in your nose, counting to 4, 3, 2, 1, blowing out of your mouth. 3, 2, 1. We're just going to do a simple box breathing in your nose. 2, 3, 4. Out of your mouth. 3, 2, 1. And now I want you to relax and just breathe normally. Just relax. And now I want you to take a nice deep breath in. Hold that breath. And then I want you to puff out your cheeks and blow that breath out of your mouth as hard and fast as you can. Beautiful. Another deep breath in. Holding that breath. And then blowing it as hard and fast out of your mouth as you can, puffing out your cheeks. Good job. One more time. Nice deep breath in. This time I'm going to have you hold it as long as you can. Maybe like 10 seconds. When you can't hold it any longer, just blow that breath out as hard and fast as you can. Beautiful. And just feel your body relaxing. Feel your chest become lighter and open up. Feeling your body getting heavier and heavier. Feeling the muscles in your face and your eyes and your cheeks relax. Around your mouth, down your neck and shoulders, your torso, all of that stress and tension, down your hips and thighs, out the soles of your feet, going deeper and deeper into relaxation. Beautiful. And as you relax even more, you're going to notice that any thoughts and cares that you have are just going to melt away. You need not know what each of them are, just let them go. Any thoughts that are circling or surrounding your head that haven't settled, just let them go. Beautiful. And I'm going to count you down from 5 to 1, and you're going to become more and more relaxed as you go deeper and deeper into peace, clarity, and relaxation. 5. Feel your body sinking into the comfort of your chair or your couch. 4. Feeling all of the heaviness just melt away. 3. Feeling your body go loose and limp like noodles. 2. You're almost at the very bottom of relaxation. And 1. Allow yourself to be here in this place. And I want you to take a nice slow breath and get used to being in this place. Just see, sense, and feel what it is like to be here at peace, to be relaxed. Just breathe. And I want you to look to your left, and you're going to see a beautiful path of light, some of the most brilliant and amazing white light. And I just want you to step on that path of light. And as you step on that path of light, feel all of the worries and the cares and the tension just get absorbed through your feet, out of your body. And I want you to notice how you become very clear. We're focusing now on anything that you want clarity on, whether it's trading, your personal life, your emotions. Decide what you want clarity on right now and set that as your intention. Your intention to become aware, to know without fear, without judgment. And I want you to begin to walk on this path of light. And as you walk, each step brings you closer to clarity. Releasing any heaviness, any emotion that would take you away from that clarity. And you can repeat clarity, clarity. Don't look to the left or to the right. Any sounds that you hear are just the normal everyday sounds of living. They don't distract you in any way. Any heaviness doesn't take you to the left or right. Anything that comes into your mind, any scattered thoughts, we allow them to be, and we just keep walking past them until we get to clarity. And soon you'll notice that there's a white fence. And on the other side of that fence is the most beautiful garden. I want you to step into that garden and notice what that garden looks like. You're going to see a waterfall and a pond, lush grass and beautiful trees. And then you're going to notice a bench. I want you to walk over to that bench and have a seat. And as you sit there on the bench, gaining even more clarity, notice how that wise part of you, that part of you that is healthy, that is strong, that has gotten you this far in life, that has helped you to survive 100% of everything that was sent to destroy you. Notice that part coming to you now. It might look like a symbol or color, or maybe a part of you. And allow it to sit with you. And feel free to ask this part of you any questions that you have about anything that you need clarity on. And just listen to what it says. And as this part of you begins to wrap up its conversation, it has a gift. So you can remember this place and remember your clarity. So as it hands you this gift, take it in your hands and look at it. Notice what it is. And ask that part of you, what good thing is this gift going to help you do? And listen for the answer. Now take this gift, this energetic, conscious gift, and place it right in your heart. And as this gift is beginning to integrate itself throughout your body, notice how you're transforming. Something in you has changed. This place has changed you. But this place has always been here because this garden is in your heart. It's that part of you that knows how to regulate your emotions, how to think clearly, and how to find the answers that you need. So whenever you're confused and you need clarity, just find a nice quiet place and close your eyes. Allow yourself to follow this path of light back to your heart garden. Sit on this bench and call that wise part of you that knows how to help you figure out some of the most difficult things in your life and talk with it. So as we begin to come back, I'm going to count you up from 1 to 5. And as you come back, you're going to feel clear, refreshed, and relaxed. 1, stepping back on this path of light. 2, releasing anything that no longer serves your highest good and that brings you confusion and chaos. 2, calling back all of your energy and your power. 3, integrating at the deepest level. 4, feeling refreshed and relaxed. And 5, slowly opening your eyes, moving your hands and your feet, coming back into your body with clarity, with relaxed thoughts, and with a desire and willingness to push forward through the day with excitement and vigor. Welcome back, everyone. How was that? Was that okay?
Wonderful, Ginny. Thank you very much. We're probably going to cut that out and put it as separate on the site so that people can go back to that and use it over and over again. Thank you very much. I hope everybody's in a better mindset and feeling better, stronger, more clear. And thank you again very much for that, Ginny. That was wonderful.
Absolutely. My gift to everyone.
All right. So I think we'll jump into some of the questions here. Some of them are, somewhat market based. And I want to start with this one from Miguel. And Miguel is asking how he can avoid over trading when he loves trading.
So remember, trading is about discipline. The greatest form of love is discipline, self discipline. So if you love trading, you need to love yourself enough to go, I'm done, enough to know when to stop. Because a lack of discipline is a lack of control, and you cannot do anything, whether it's trading or being in a relationship or anything like that, successfully if you don't love yourself enough to know when to stop, because it's not good for you. Because now you're not loving trading, right? Now what you've done is you've loved trading more than you love yourself. And that can't help us in the long run.
I think that's a wonderful answer. A lot of folks that I've talked to over the years, they're so enamored with the activity of trading, getting in and out of trades. And my suggestion was always to focus on the love of understanding markets and ourselves. The more we can understand markets and the more we can understand ourselves, the better off we're going to be in the long run, and consistently doing things that are in our best interest. Miguel, before you do anything, before you even take a trade, ask yourself verbally, is what I'm about to do in my best interest, or am I just doing this because I need something to do?
Right. If you're looking for a
Wonderful answer.
dopamine hit, Miguel, this is not the way to get it. Right there, I mean, it's just now you're doing it to feel good, to get a hit of something that feels good. And so it's just not the wisest thing to do, because we love trading, right? I love therapy, but I don't do it every day. I do take some time off, and that's not all I do every day. I referee soccer, so we all need to know when enough is enough for us, because then it becomes playing with addictions and then just trying to get a hit, and then that's when you play in that space of entering revenge trading or feeling like you can't stop. Right. So we don't want to play in that space. So I tell people, be careful of the energy that you play in with yourself, because you can lie to yourself and start believing the lie. And I don't want anyone to do that. It's not healthy.
Thank you, Jenny. Um, Augusto has a question. How do we deal with those trades that don't hit the profit target just by a few ticks and then go all the way back to the stop?
Well, I don't really know. All I can say is, because I don't trade like you guys trade, all I know is that sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And the question becomes, what did you learn? What did you learn
Thank
about
you.
why you missed it in a few, ticks? I mean, I have traders, my most of my clients are prop traders, so when that money's gone, it's gone. So they have to learn very quickly, what happened. But if you learn nothing, then you're going to do it again. And sometimes we learn and we still do it again, but we do it differently, right? The loss decreases over time, and sometimes it increases pretty quickly, and it just goes away altogether. But it depends on your head. I mean, are you trying to learn, or are you trying to be right? Right? There's a big difference. A lot of people will say, I did this and I did that. And it's like, well, are you mining for your own data? Like, are you truly learning, and putting into practice, hey, I might have missed something. If you are insisting that you're going to be right, and then you're trading out of ego. And remember, ego's job is to keep things in homeostasis, meaning it doesn't want anything to change because it can control this thing. Right. And so when we start to say, oh, I want to learn, what you're saying is, I'm going to challenge my ego and myself. And if you don't really understand the ego's job is not to grow, it's to keep things the same, then what you understand is that the ego is not trying to learn. The ego, right? You're humbling yourself. You have to be very humble if you're going to trade, because you are going to be wrong most of the time. You're just hoping to make money as you do it, right? Because you're learning. If you're not learning because you need to be right, that's going to be a problem. So I would say, what did you learn? And are you truly open to learning? Because if you're not, you're going to always miss it by a few ticks. If you're like, hey, I know what I'm doing, I did this right, so I just want the outcome based, it's like there has to be process that's balanced with the outcome. I know a lot of you are going to be looking for that outcome base. Did I make more money? Did I lose less money? Did I stop losing? It's like, well, there's a process that you have to be engaged into. There has to be a balance. If you put more into the process and not into the outcome, you're not going to get what you're looking for. Vice versa, same thing. If you're like, hey, I just want to make money, it's like, well, it's going to be a minute because you're not learning and you're not thinking.
Just thinking about the money. Just thinking about the money.
And the money is
So it's
reflecting the inner state.
it's the ego that tries to keep things the way they currently are. If you're trying to go past your previous limits of trading or size in trades or how long you're staying in trades, it's the ego that's trying to keep things normal, trying to avoid change. It's then that makes it the ego that makes it difficult for people to change, whether it's even for the better or even for the worse. It just wants to keep things as they are.
That's right. Because if I change, then that means the ego doesn't look at it as I'm growing. The ego looks at it as I'm wrong. And now I have to adapt all of these things. Right now, remember in quantum physics, if one thing in a system changes, everything has to change. And that's a lot of work to have everything else change, especially if you don't want it to change, or if you're lazy, or if you're like, oh no, we can just keep it this way. Well, guess what happens? As change occurs, the more that you resist that change, the more that you fight that, the more change that happens, because now you're going to be further behind and you're going to try to play catch up. But if you're flexible, if you're open to change, then the things that you have to learn will come so much easily. And then the ego begins to grow and it goes, oh, this is part of how we get more of what we want. So you have to train the ego to let go. If you have grown up in a home, or if you had a life that was really merit based, it's like do A, B, C, and D, and it's laid out for you, and this is what will happen, you're going to have a harder time. If you think that, hey, I just have my plan, I got to follow it, and it's just like that, it's just my plan, you're going to be in for a rude awakening, right? Remember, when you're in the practice room, it's like I'm going to tell my age, you guys. So when I took driver's ed, I know we had I don't know if you guys had the trailer and you had the machines in there, the virtual. Yeah, that's how old I am.
Simulators.
Yeah, okay, right. And so everyone did great in there. You got on the on the road, and then they have the brake on the passenger side for a reason, right? Because there's other drivers and you don't know how they're going to react, and so you have to defensively drive. So you might know the rules, but applying those rules are so very different, and it's not going to be the same. You have to learn how to think dynamically. That is what trading is. It's a dynamic way of thinking, and you have to show up in it, all of you. It is not just about a plan. The plan is the plan. You execute that plan. And if you're emotionally driven, if you're emotionally closed off, if you're reactive, that plan is not going to look the way you imagine it looking, because you are the driver of that plan. You are implementing the rules of that plan. You are following that plan. Anything that takes you to the left or the right will either keep you going on that road, or it's going to have you doing all kind of really interesting things, and it's not going to be helpful.
So the ego is really the fear of the unknown. Anything that's unknown, we don't know the outcome from, it's the ego that's protecting us from that.
That's right. And so now you guys are sitting in front of your computer trading. You have no clue what's going to happen, in the next, 30 seconds, and you're just hoping for the best. And you're going, and you're closing your eyes like a 2-year-old. You can't see me. You can't see me. It's like, well, it's still happening. It's still going to happen. Eyes wide open. And you have to deal with that. And there's the anxiety, there's the terror, there's the frustration, there's the anger, there's a confusion. And these are all of the dynamics that are the curveballs that are thrown your way. And if you don't know what good thing those emotions are trying to help you do, you will get distracted and you will sink. That is why we have to understand our emotions for us, where they come from, and what good thing it's trying to teach us. what good thing it's trying to help us do, and then give it a new job. We're not getting rid of it, we're not firing it, we're promoting it, but we have to know what it's trying to do so that way we can promote it to a position that's more helpful. So,
All right. Thank you for that, Dr.
that was a
Ginny.
great question. Mhm.
Here is, I think, a question that I'm sure you've probably heard a lot of. And this one comes from Chris. He was doing well trading until he got laid off. He has a job. He had other income, but he was doing well trading as well. But since then, he can't seem to help but self sabotage, and it feels like he's lost all his confidence in his trading strategy that was successful up to this point. How would you recommend he work on getting back on track and building that confidence up to where it used to be?
I could be wrong because I don't know him. I'm just going based on the
Hmm.
question, the scenario. And this is what I'm going to say based on what you shared, because it could go left or right. There's some pieces that could be missing too. But it sounds like it's all the eggs are in one basket now. See, when we're trading and we have a regular, income coming in, it's a steady flow of income.
Hmm.
It's like an entrepreneur, right? If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you and you're married or you're in partnership, the partner of the entrepreneur needs to have a consistent income. That gives the entrepreneur the courage to go out there and try all of this wonderful stuff because we have a way of having the bills paid. We know the bills are going to get paid. But when that is taken away, you've now introduced a dynamic of uncertainty that's greater than the threshold that we're used to, that we're willing, the risk that we're willing to take. And it sounds like that might have been what happened to this young man, right? So he may have had that 9 to 5, right? That steady income. And now I can go and play. It's like being in the practice room, right? When I'm
Hmm.
trading or being in that simulator for driver's ed, because I know it'll be fine, right? But
Right.
when this is everything. Now everything rides on this trading. That, right? That is the unknown because I don't know. See, now this isn't for fun. This is for real.
Right.
And there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure because now we wonder, okay, if I make this mistake or if I lose this, now your focus is going to be so placed on the loss because you got mortgages or a mortgage and bills and tuition and what have you and
Hmm.
car notes. You
Hmm.
can't afford to lose because you've already lost a huge chunk of money. The mindset is that I've already lost. Now remember, the brain, whether it's real or imagined, if the brain has experienced it, that is real. So the loss of a job is a real loss. It is a huge loss because it's the loss of not just control, but of comfort and safety and security. So I would say if you want to get back that confidence, either you find another 9 to 5 or you work with a therapist and help you to grieve that loss so you can get recentered because that will knock you off your pins. And if that's not something you dealt with, it's going to show up in your trading. Because whenever you go from I'm doing really great and then something happens to nope, not so great, that thing that you lost was holding that greatness. So you have to find a way to work through that. And that's in trading, that's in a marriage, that's in whatever. Okay. And I'll give you
Very
guys a formula too, if you want.
perfect.
So, look, this is for life, whether trading, a relationship, a partnership, whatever. If you noticed that your life was smooth and easy, and then all of a sudden you got a little confident or whatever, or you're feeling really good, or maybe you got cocky. I'm not saying this is the case for this one person, but just generally speaking. And then you left that thing or that thing has left you or you've lost that thing and now all of a sudden your life starts to spiral down. Here's a rule. I didn't make it up. It's just a thing. The thing that you lost, that you walked away from, that walked away from you was holding it, acted as a self object for you and you did not know it until it was gone. It allowed you to do and feel the way you did and felt before you lost it, before it was gone. And that is how oftentimes people will gauge how valuable something was. Hence the phrase, you never know what you got till it's gone.
Till it's
This
gone.
is why I
Right.
tell people do not take anything for granted because once it's gone, sometimes it's really hard to replace it if you can replace it at all. This is why saving when we're working and trading is so important. It's not 6 months, it is like 6 years, because we become accustomed to a lifestyle, and it might not be so easy to replace the thing that left. So that's the formula.
That's excellent. I mean, losing a job while you're actively trading, kind of takes some of that safety net from underneath you away, but it's also a loss. I mean, didn't even think about kind of looking at it that way. It's like losing a family member, or I mean, when you have that sense of loss, it is certainly going to do something to change your decision making. I lived off trading profits for years, but so many other traders, including myself, found other ways to create income streams. And so the more income streams you have, the more, I think, confident you are in actually trading. And it is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you make some money trading, save, get into something else that's going to create other income streams, and hopefully you can just continue to trade well and build your empire, if you will.
I love that. Yes. It's not, some people can do multiple streams of income, and some people, they just have other things or activities that break up the monotony and the heaviness of having everything placed in one space. And so
Mhm.
whatever that is for each person, is to be discovered by each person. But you're absolutely spot on. There's grief around a loss, especially an income, especially a threat to a lifestyle, right? There's a lot that needs to be processed there that is not even related to trading. It just shows up
Mhm.
in your trading. And that is what I want people to appreciate more than they probably do. It's no different than sports. Sports gives everyone an opportunity to see the inner world of every athlete, what they're struggling with and what they're excelling at and what they're feeling great about. Trading does the same thing, except for it's more private. It's just
Mhm.
you and that screen.
Mhm. Uh, you're, I'm sure, very familiar with the term being on tilt. How does a trader avoid trading on tilt?
What is
You
that? I'm
mentioned
not
discipline
familiar with that.
earlier.
What is
That's one
being
of the
on
things.
tilt?
Let's say you've started the trading day and you've had 3 consecutive losses. This is something that is a trigger for me. I might become angry or emotional, and when I become angry and emotional, I'm not really cognitively thinking about the next trade I'm going to make. I'm thinking about making that money back. So it's revenge trading or trading on tilt. Some people will even just absolutely capitulate and say, the heck with it. I'm just going to put a 10 lot on. And if I lose the account, I lose the account. How do we stop doing that? First thing that I learned over the years was recognizing when you get to that level, and at the very least, taking a break, walking away for a little while. Back then, it was on the trading floor. I would have to walk off the trading floor, go outside, breathe in and out, do something to put myself back to center. Ginny, I look at it like when you're on tilt, you're over here. When you're arrogant, you're over here. But we want to be here in the center when we're trading. Because if
So
you're not centered, it's going to be very difficult.
I'm gonna say this. Trading is just it's the same as life. This is why I love the therapy piece. When you cannot move and stay in the present and you're on tilt, as you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even when you're arrogant, that's the future focus, right? Being on tilt, it sounds like you're living in the past. You can't let this go, right? That's the ego being offended, right? Remember, eternity is the present. Every moment is eternity, right? When you're present in each moment, the past, it's what's done is done. You cannot undo it. Staying back there is not going to change the fact that you lost the last 3 trades. It's not going to change the fact that you are unhappy with that loss. It's done. You cannot undo it. What you can do is stay present in the focus. And this is where that first question, where I loved it, is that discipline. you have to have enough discipline to say, I can't do anything about that. What did I learn? And you have to be able to do that quickly. You have to learn quickly. If you are learning at a snail's pace because this is new to you, then you're going to have to slow down, because you have to learn not just even articulate what just happened to yourself, but you have to understand, like, what was that? I can express what happened. I lost. But why? The why, right? When you're trading, you are a student of yourself, because you're the one that's executing your plan. It's not anybody else. It's you. You have become the ultimate student of you. And if you don't know what just happened to you, why it happened, and how to stay in this moment and use all of that to decide what you're going to do in this moment, not in the future. Future hasn't happened because you haven't done anything in this moment. So when people get really cocky, I always say, oh man, you're building a really high pedestal for yourself, aren't you? Because as soon as
Mm-hmm.
that sucker gets bumped, you're going to fall hard.
Mm-hmm.
Staying present in each moment keeps you from being depressed and anxious, and it keeps you from being cocky and just kind of above it all. Being present in each moment means I'm feeling what I'm feeling. This is data. This has happened before. This is what that means. This is what I'm going to do with that. And that requires a lot of freaking discipline, a lot of self love.
Is that similar to to building a muscle? I mean, when we start to sense ourselves getting a little tilted, I always talk about it like it puts venom in my veins. And if I have venom in my veins, then I'm not thinking clearly. And like you say, I'm not in the here and now. I'm still angry about something that happened in the past. Do you have any um, maybe exercises or things that traders can do to alleviate or get rid of that venom in a faster way? I know everybody has their own way. They may take a walk, they may do some push-ups. Just find a way to kind of reset their psyche and then get back into trading. Is there anything you can suggest that might help traders with that?
So this is what I tell people. That's a Rohan question. That's a CBT question. Constructs, vaults, and tanks. Right? We have these constructs about who we are, how life works, and we have these feelings, right? These vaults. And then we have these tanks that are just deep in the unconscious, the bedrock of what motivates us and pushes us. And what I tell people, what you're going to do is different from what other people might do. But the whole point of your question that you also answered is you have to break the energy. You have to break the energy. When you get so stuck in the past and you can't let it go, you need to get up and do something. I don't even care what you do. I could not care less what you choose to do, but you have to break that energy because you are kind of possessed by yourself. You are stuck in this cycle and you're going down fast. So you have to get up and you break that energy. That's the reason we tell people to get up and do something, to walk away from something, because you're stuck in this silo and there is nothing new that you're going to learn. There is nothing good that will come from it. But when you walk away, you break the energy. So when you were learning math in school, right, and you're looking at a problem, I can't figure it out, get up and walk away. Go do dishes. And then as you're doing dishes, and then you go back and you go, that's it, right? Because you've walked away from it. You're not in that energy. So people, I really, encourage you all to think about all of those old school wives' tales, sayings that you heard growing up, because those are all very true. And you are bombarded with those when you are trading. Every fear, every shadow comes up. Everything that you have been running from, avoiding, or maybe did not even know was there or been in denial about being there will pop up. And it is your job to face it, heal it, work through it, whatever you want to call it, so you can make you some money. And by the way, that is in every career. Whenever you get ready to level up, this is what will happen. You can only go as far as you will face yourself.
Thank you very much. It's kind of like what I tell people is, when you're upset, you're angry, you take some losses, you get to a level of losses where you know that you're going to start to get triggered. Go take a walk the dog, have a ham sandwich, a glass of milk, do something just to kind of reset. And I've noticed that even just doing crossword puzzles, if I get stuck, if I walk away for a little while, I'll come back and then I'll find my way through it. It's so true. You get what is it, too close to a tree to see the forest.
And I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna give you guys a question to ask yourself honestly when you get to that point. Say you just can't walk away.
Hmm.
Whatever is going on with you, you can't even bring yourself to walk away. I want you to ask yourself, what part of me is feeling ashamed right now? Why am I embarrassed? What part of me is
Hmm.
embarrassed? Because the only reason we don't walk away, or the only reason we stay committed to doing the same thing that we know is hurting us, is because we need to be right. So if if I'm wrong, what does that say about me? What does that mean if I'm wrong, if I didn't get this right? There's some shame there, and people think shame is a normal emotion or feeling. Shame is completely unnatural. That's not a thing. That is something we are taught. If we're wrong, then that means dot dot dot. So I want you to ask yourself, if you can't get up and physically walk away because you're so invested and committed to being right in that moment, what part of me is feeling embarrassed? Why am
Hmm.
I ashamed? What am I ashamed of?
Very
Oh, but
interesting.
and I'm going to tell you something. And this is what a lot of my clients will say to me. They'll go, because I'm effing stupid. I effed up again. See, and then my dad was right. My mom, everybody said I couldn't do it, and now, right, I failed. No, you lost
Proved
money
them
on a
right.
trade. That's
Right.
part of the game. But if we have these faulty thoughts that we, right, are unaware of, or that we believe, remember, whatever you believe, you will always be right. Your thoughts, your beliefs determine your reality. Other people may see something very different, but it doesn't matter what they see, it is what you believe. And you might not even know you believe that. And
Jenny, do you
that's
find
what,
that inner dialogues? I mean, I think everybody's they're probably their own worst critic, and I'm really bad about that. I have some inner dialogue that just becomes vicious from time to time. Do you find that most of the inner dialogue that we're telling ourselves is an out and out lie? Things are never as bad as we think they are. We're never as bad as we think we are. Do you find that people that use exercises like talking back to those inner dialogue, to those inner voices that are sabotaging us, helps us kind of put them at bay? You Every time you hear that, you talk back to it and say, I'm not the worst trader in the world, or you know I'm a good trader, or yes, I am good enough. All of those things. It sounds like affirmations. Does that help when we kind of get buried in our own negative thoughts?
no. And it's yes and no. And I'm going to tell you why. And I want everyone to just stop writing because this is being recorded and you can go back and play it back. But I really want you to be present in this moment and hear exactly what I'm about to say. Affirmations, they only work when it's done a certain way. Remember, I just said, whatever you believe, you'll always be right. It will always be true. I don't care what anybody else says to you. I don't even care what you say to you. Because in quantum physics, the question that I have for you, Hogue, is can two objects coexist in the same place?
No.
No. So if I tell myself I'm a great trader, but the original faulty thought or the original thought is you're a crappy freaking trader, you're a crappy person, you're a failure. If I tell myself, no, I'm a good person, I'm a good trader, which thought is going to stick?
The one you're thinking.
The one that was there first. This is why affirmations don't work because all you've done was put something on top and it's not going to stick because the thing that was there first is deeply seated. It was there first. So if
Well,
you
how do we
want an
get rid of it?
affirmation to work, right, you have to identify the faulty thought. You have to identify where it came from. You have to heal it, release it, and then you can replace it. That is when an affirmation will work. So if you're telling that's like a woman going, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. And she looks at herself every morning. I'm successful, I'm smart. And she does that in the mirror every morning for 5 minutes. And then she feels great for an hour and a half. And as she goes out into the world, boom, little things rub at her or him. And boom. And then she's back to, well, maybe I'm not. Well, he's smart. Oh, right. Then we are defeated. And then we feel even freaking worse. How crappy is that? I started off feeling good, believing that I can talk myself out of something I already believe, and then it doesn't work. Now you feel 10 times worse than you did, but you might as well have just stayed with it. Because
How
at
do we-
least now you don't feel like a bigger failure for going back to believing this thing again or feeling this way again.
So all those negative thoughts, feelings, ideas, they all have to be really uprooted.
Yes. And people,
How do we do
and I'm
that?
saying people need to appreciate stuff more. People need to appreciate the power of their mind more, because if they appreciated that more, they would realize there is nothing that they cannot do if they sat down and face themselves, the truth that they hold about themselves. And it's never pretty. I still face the truth about myself, and it's all bad. It's just not as bad as it used to be, and it's not as many of them. But if
Like-
you have the courage to face those parts of you that you're ashamed of, that you're afraid of, life goes by so much more smoothly for you. It doesn't mean bad things don't happen. It just means that you're ready for them and you can face them with more courage, with more confidence, and you make it look easy. People who have done something 20, 30, 40 years, they make it look easy, not because it was always easy, but because they're fine with facing those parts. They're not running anymore. They're not looking for something out here to save them. If you're looking for trading to make you a multimillionaire without you having to struggle a little bit with yourself, you're in for a rude awakening. And that's in any industry or career for that matter.
Would
Trading
you
is not
say? Sorry, Jenny. I didn't mean to.
Nope, go ahead.
Would you say that, simply put, uprooting these negative thoughts, ideas, things like that, are something like, in a very simple way, is that something we can kind of bring into secondary functions? Like the first time we drove a car, we had to think about, okay, I turn this way to go that way, I turn this way to go that way, and I gotta, okay, that's the go pedal, that's the stop pedal, and which way do I turn the turn signal thing to go which way? And you got to think about all these things piece by piece. But after a while, you get better at it, and those things become kind of secondary functions. You already know how to do it. You've done it 100 times. Now you can just smoothly drive the car.
That's it. And the only time you will need to go back is for maintenance. Oil changes, the light bulb went out. Something is like, oh, this isn't working the way it's supposed to. And it's like, that's because you reached another layer. That's because you went down to a deeper level. And so now, yeah, you go in for your maintenance, boom, boom, boom. The same process. It's just that now you're exploring something you're unfamiliar with about yourself. That's what we call maintenance. But yes, in the beginning, it's about learning how to do this. It's about that exercise, right? That muscle that you didn't know you had. And so it's going to hurt. People come to me all the time. I have 4 weeks. I have 3 weeks. I had somebody say, I have 1 week to get this right. And I'm like, I cannot help you. Not the way you think I can. Because that is going to require a change in lifestyle, the way that you think about yourself. And that's, if you're over, 10, that's going to be a minute. If you're 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, that's going to be about 3. That's going to take you 3 minutes to figure that out and to get used to that, to get used to going, oh man, that was on me. That came back again. Okay. I think I told you, Hogue, when we were in the green room, Eddie said something and I said, you know what, Eddie, if I had feelings, that would hurt. Remember?
Right.
Feelings, of course. But the feelings that would have been hurt are evolved. I've healed those feelings. So I can be a lot more carefree. I can be a lot more easygoing. And it's like, oh, that was a good one. Right. And it's fun. But while I'm in that unhealed and hurt and self-conscious and egoic state, it's going to always hurt. And that's how you know you're an ego. It hurts and you're running from it.
Thank you, Jenny. I had to take a deep breath after that. We're getting a little bit short on time. One of the things that we hear about a lot, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about, is when somebody's trigger shy. They see a setup, they've planned for this setup, and they just can't pull the trigger on it. Fear of the unknown, fear of loss, fear of feeling
Success.
stupid, all of those things.
Success.
Fear
I'm
of
afraid of
success.
getting everything I said I wanted because I don't deserve it. Because if I live my life being a F up, now people are going to expect me to be successful. People are going to expect me to get it right. People, what am I going to do now that I've gotten it? Now that I know what to do, now that I'm happy, what if I'm still freaking miserable? What if I'm now a bigger jerk? Now people are going to expect me to be a better person than God for a freaking bid. Right? It's the fear of what comes with, oh, it worked. Because sometimes we don't even realize we've bought into, I am a screw up.
Mhm.
I keep needing to prove myself to these people. Well, what if what if the plan worked?
Mhm.
Well, now you don't have anything to prove to anybody but yourself. But if you don't feel you're good enough because you're doing this for these outside reasons, for this validation, then who are you going to be doing it for now? So some people, we don't realize that we love to prove ourselves. We are codependent. We need a villain in our life. We need an adversary.
Even
And
if that villain is us. Even if that villain is us. I mean, it goes to so many different things, like your relationship with money, your self-worth, your self-esteem. How much do you think your work that you do is worth? One of the first time I walked on the trading floor with my shiny new badge on, one of the old guys said, "Hey, congratulations! You can make anything you think you're worth." I thought, wow, I never even thought of that before. And in the early years, I had to do a lot of work. I mean, I worked with a couple trading psychologists. I had to get myself in much better physical condition. I was working with a prop firm, and they demanded that I go work out 2 hours a day every day after work. So, I did that. They even had spies there, and if I blew off a day, they knew about it. But I got a much better physical condition and started feeling much better about myself internally from feeling better externally, and things changed for me. What about the relationship with money? Some people think money is dirty.
Right. And it depends on how you were taught growing up, how you were raised, what you were taught about money. Money is the root of all evil. Rich people are greedy, blah, blah, blah. Except for, rich people were the reason you were poor and you wanted to be rich so you wouldn't be poor because you were tired of being poor. And so here you're caught in this catch 22. So if I do have money, then it makes me a bad person, a greedy person. But then if I don't have money, we're still struggling. And so it's this, the relationship you have with money. I encourage people, look at what you were taught consciously, unconsciously about what money means, about people who have money, what you were taught about the type of people they were. And I promise you, it will be a conflicting experience for you to not want to be poor, to not want to struggle, but then to also not want to be rich because you don't want to be like them.
Them, right. Right. Also, something I had to deal with quite a bit in my early years. Do you think that people have the ability to get deep enough into their mind on their own? I mean, we know that therapy and all of that can certainly accelerate that. Is this something that people can start to do for themselves, or do we really need a lot of help. I guess it depends on the bowl of spaghetti we have in our brains, and how messed up we are. And we're all messed up to some degree. But there's self books. Can people do it that way?
You can start that way. I've never seen anyone finish that way because you only know what you can know. We have blind spots for a reason.
Right.
And until, we look to the left or know to look to the left or know to look to the right, the only way we know that there's a car beside us is if we hit it. And by that time, it's an accident, right? So the things that we know about ourselves, we are allowed to know because we feel safe enough to know it. The things that we need to know about ourselves are the things that we don't want to know. Hence, that's why we don't know it. We've pushed it, we've split it off, we've done all these things to it because we don't want to know it. If we knew it, we would not be where we are.
Great answer. Great answer. Get started, everybody. Ginny, that's why we have you here. And we are so lucky to have you here. We're running short on time. I can't thank you enough. Blessings to you. And we'll look forward to the next time that we have the wonderful opportunity to have you on again. And I think this has been just a great hour. I think you've helped a lot of people. I know you've helped me so much over the years, and just by the the little bit that I do get to hear from you and see you, I really appreciate it. We all really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to having you back again very, very soon. Look at you're getting a lot of love in the chat. A lot of folks. I think we touched a lot of people here today, and I know that in this they are going to find help. They are going to find a better way. And we owe that today to you, Dr. Ginny Christina. Thank you very much.
All right, Hope. Big kisses and hugs to you, Tim, Eddie, all of you guys. Big, big hugs.
Thanks again, folks. We're going to be checking out Market Stalking with D here in just a few minutes. Still lots of love coming for you, Dr. Ginny. We'll see you soon. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Blessings, everyone.
welcome to the next hour of Top Step TV. This is what we call rotating segment, and this segment is Market Stalking with D. We have Deanna up there. Make sure my screen. I say up there, but down there. She's on the bottom right on my screen. Coach Jay in the box, and of course we have Mr. John Hoagland. John and D and Jay, great to be on here. I'm still a little bit under the weather from this weekend, but we'll be able to get through this. You guys do a lot of talking. John, I'm going to start with you. That was a fabulous, say that again, fabulous segment with Dr. Ginny Cristerna. I was behind the scenes doing it, running through chat, was able to listen, but couldn't really lock into it. Definitely going to look at that and listen to it again. Can you give us just for those that are just coming in at this time frame, like a quick little synopsis on that? And I would like to ask Deanna, because she did see it, her opinion on that also, and kind of capitalize on that. And of course, if markets are moving, we will jump into that. So, John, what do you think?
Well, Ginny, she just has such a calm demeanor. We started with a little meditation, and we started to get into some of the questions that were sent in by the users. I hope we got to most of them. There's some of them they're kind of similar, so kind of melded them together. And she talked, I think, a lot about the fear of success, the changes that success is going to bring, and how our egos try and keep things steady for us. They don't want good things to happen too much. They don't want bad things to happen too much. The egos are really the drivers of the fear of change and of success. And she just had so many good things to say about it. And my main question, I think, was, how does a person do this? How does a person break themselves down to find out these difficulties, these barriers that we have in trading on our own? And she said, you can start, but you're going to need help eventually doing it. But, I've had the benefit of working with several trading psychologists, and, I think basically we're all a bowl of spaghetti in our heads, and there's so much to unravel up there. There's always more to know about ourselves. And I love what she also said about staying in the moment, staying in the now. If you had a loss, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to focus. You have to look for the next opportunity. The next opportunity has nothing to do with the past. We don't know the future. Stay centered, and don't fret about things that you can't undo, and that's the past. And focus on what's happening right now. And she also talked a lot about kind of stepping away when you're starting to get upset, if you're starting to get emotional, and just go do something else for a little bit, come back, maybe things will look a little bit better. I loved it. I thought she's so wonderful. I think she's just great.
Absolutely. Yeah, so much in there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Deanna, you want to jump in and give your take on that? I think you said you caught some or all the session. Please.
I caught all of the session. I love her. I remember hearing her for the first time many, many years ago, actually on Squawk Radio that Top Step was running back at the time. And we didn't have video, so I was just listening to her. And she always had a very calm demeanor about her. But she was talking about the fact that some of the traumas that we carry into our trading come from when we were toddlers, when we were like 3 years old. And that really, really struck a nerve with me, because I remember my dad saying something when I was like 3 years old, and it actually affected me so much that I didn't even realize it until I started trading. So a lot of the drive and the ambition that I have was sort of because I was like, oh, I'm going to prove him wrong. It's just so stupid. But once I understood that, it was very transformative. And then I actually sought a therapist myself to work on that part of me. And it's just remarkable how much, like Hoag says, spaghetti we pick up. And usually it's something from when we were very, very young. And then, some of us look very driven, but it all stems from something that you experienced in your environment as a young child. It's like so important to uncover what that is. Some people have fear of abandonment. I had sense of inadequacy. All of that can just come back to bite you when you're doing trading and it's not going well. Like you lose a trade and it seems like your whole world is falling apart. But once you unglue yourself from that and it's so difficult to do as well because it's something that you're battling inside yourself. And just that first moment of stepping outside of yourself and just going, whoa, okay, so this it's just one trade. Like, why am I so bothered by this? And all of this stuff comes back. It's
Uh-huh.
it's it's fascinating to no end. And I wish that more people are into meditation. I actually frequently do something called yoga nidra before we do our sessions on fast markets. And I think it's very noticeable when I don't do the sessions because I'm typically more fidgety. I'm like, a little bit, whatever, like trying to do things too quickly. But every time I do yoga nidra, I'm like, ah. So just like Zen, you
Calm.
can see everything from a different perspective. And even if the trade doesn't work out, you don't care. It's fine. You look for the next opportunity. And that part is what takes years. And sadly, a lot of people don't realize that they want it now, they want it tomorrow, yesterday. They just want everything to work out immediately. And, delayed gratification is what trading is all about. So if you can't really do that, maybe you need to work on yourself first. So,
Yeah,
that's my take on it. I absolutely love Dr. Jeannie. She's so calm, and the way
Hmm.
she does meditations, it's great. But then she starts talking, and you realize that she's kind of like a no BS person. It's like stop doing excuses.
Hmm.
And like cut it out, do this, and you have to work on yourself. Oh, but yeah, I don't care. Just you need to break away from that. So that's the part that I love about her. So every time she's on, I make a huge effort to be there, to listen, and I take everything in. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, and I get the same gist of about that with what both of you just said. I'll go to Jay here in 1 second with that. But as far as trading and getting this up yourself centered and focused like this, right? Who are the opponents? Think of who your opponent is. If you're in a team, even in football, it's this college team against that college, this pro against that pro. You're in boxing match, one against the other, right? So what is trading? Trading is you against you, and it's super super hard. That's the I'm using the word game, but that's the thing. The game of trading is we're trying to make money here, and your opponent that you're trying to beat is you. So it's really kind of hard to wrap your head around. But in some things work for different for other people. I'm really tough on the meditation myself. I can get through it a little bit. It's I can say the times I do it, it's incredibly helpful, and I need to do it more. It's a lesson that I need to do for myself, and that goes along. My two biggest things are patience patience of getting in, patience of getting out, and then just being that calm, centered, serene. Because I'm just a high energy guy, so it's definitely something I need to work on as well. I'm definitely going back to listen to that session. So thanks to both of you. Jay, do you have any comments on that? Did you catch any of that? And let's just take it to the
I
next level
did.
and see if you had any trades on today. So take it away. I'm going to go shut my air conditioner off.
All right, sounds good. I did watch the segment as well. I think anytime we have a trading psychologist on Top Step TV, it's important to watch. What I would suggest most people to do is step away from the charts when you're listening to these segments, right? We're all in the YouTube chat, and we can see traders. Maybe they don't understand yet, and I say you don't understand yet because every trader who's been doing this long enough understands how important psychology is, right? We all have to, figure out our strategies and things like that, but it's important for every trader to understand where your own psychology is, right? So stepping away from the charts and just listening in is an exercise in patience that I think we could all use as traders, where you're getting someone to talk to you about mindset, but you're looking for opportunities. And maybe there were decent opportunities during that segment, but you could afford to not take a trade for an hour to get a different voice or to hear something else. I'm looking at the charts right now, and I think most of us were saying it in the green room. We haven't done much today, right? D, how you've been trading for
Yeah.
almost 15 years. You didn't see much that you
Yeah.
wanted to do today for a reason. It was the lowest volume
Yeah.
time during the day. It's okay to step away as a trader and say, you know what? Maybe this is more beneficial to me than looking for a trade at this time. Maybe doing a trade review right now instead of looking to place a trade is actually more beneficial than any money that I could potentially make out of this. But go ahead, D.
Yeah, for me, it's all about high probability setups and whether we have high probability levels around. And today, with the way things were moving, both in gold and in RBOB, it was like, just didn't, it was all a bit sluggish. So I did take some trades in the combine too, actually. One was a half loser. This one did win. So I'm a little bit up in the combines, but I didn't feel this is the environment for me to be trading my live account, primarily because it was more a punt than anything else. It was not a super high probability level. We were inside range, and then we were inside the first hour of trading for majority of the session, and then it sort of came out, kind of failed the auction, which is why I got involved. But even that, it's a little bit too late in the day for that to be happening. And the only reason why I took a trade was because I was like, oh, let's just try this. That's what the combines are for. And I do have this hypothesis about take profit moves into settlement. So there was a systematic process behind the combine trade, but it's not something that I want to be taking in my live, because it could have just as easily not worked out, right? And still, it didn't go to full target. It went to about 1.5R, so 1.5R multiples. So I did manage to grab about $450 there. But again, it's just a combine. It was just like one of those things. Let's just make sure that I'm kind of staying in touch with the market. But yeah, it's not a trade that I would have taken in my live. So that's the reason for me kind of staying away. And just looking across the board, it's not the best day. I mean, the equities might start moving a little bit later, but for my markets, this is pretty much it. Whatever we've done, we've done. So tomorrow is a new day. We have some inventories. It is a short week, so there's no need to rush into things on days like these. And you can tell by volume, you can tell by the speed of the movements, by the velocity of price activity. It's just not there. So that's my take on it.
So
That's a
speaking
very
of
good
markets,
take.
why don't we take a look and see what's going on?
John, you read my mind. I was just going to say, John, how the markets look. I literally was just going to say that. You take it away. And thanks. I'm a little under the weather, so you're speaking for me. I appreciate it, buddy.
Understood. No, you gotta take care. So after the open, we put in the high. We did see. I know Nick for a tick was seeing them. I was seeing them. There were a few people that were seeing the iceberg orders in the S&Ps with positive delta. So I thought there was a pretty good chance we'd probably extend the range to the downside, which we have. In the Nasdaq, there was more of a signal, I think, because we were really having trouble holding up above the weekly kickoff high at 18,933. This is the 5-minute chart. So we looked at it right on the open. We looked at it again. 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 And finally, we started to come off with a little bit more momentum to the downside. We also had some play with the weekly kickoff high in crude oil. 79.80 was the weekly kickoff high. Where did we put in the high here? 79.90. So 10 ticks above that weekly kickoff high, and we're starting to see some rotation back to the downside. Looking at this on the daily chart, this is what rotational markets do. You put in a low, you put in a high, low to high to low to high. This market is very range bound. We're going to be using range bound rules, which means we sell against the high, we buy against the low, unless there's a substantial breakout that we go with. And gold has really been kind of a disappointment, I think, today. I mean, we didn't really get a whole lot of movement, just kind of overlapping to higher. We did have a somewhat of a sort of, I guess, kind of a failed auction. This was before the end of the initial balance, but that's been resistant ever since. We've got a low here. Market's really just kind of hanging around, and we talked about this on the opening call. We talked about this on Fast Markets. A lot of folks are going to be kind of focusing on information that's coming out later on in the week. I think a lot of folks are probably kind of surprised that we're seeing the directional activity in the equities right now, but I think those iceberg orders kind of tipped their hat that there was a longer time frame seller in this market. So finally we get a kind of longs capitulating, and we're going to see if we can see some continuation to the downside.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Hogue. It looks like there's some room to the downside in the Nasdaq, just from what I'm looking at right now. This red line on the chart, and then the red rectangle we have here. The red rectangle is 3-minute opening range. The red line is the anchored VWAP to the session open. and it's been lower than that opening range the entire day, which kind of says, sellers have been in control. We just closed below that that VWAP for the first time in the last, and a significant close, right, with actual selling for the first time in the last 3 hours. I'm looking towards the downside as well. This 18,895. There was, right before we started the segment, there was about a 150 lot on the bid there that got sold to. We bounced up from it, and now looking like we're potentially going to hold under that level 1885. So I'm looking for some more selling to come in and just trying to identify a pretty good spot. But with this being a range bound market, and the likelihood of volume follow through happening right now is pretty low. I'm kind of mapping it out, and then during power hour, maybe taking the trade from there.
Definitely jump in there and share if you do see something further coming up or adding to positions. And it looks like we just switched over to my chart there momentarily. That's TopStep X, and while we are on it, I'm going to show you the feature for turning the orders on your charts. It's been a big request, and they are now available. So I just took 2 snapshot orders earlier today, literally just entered the trade and exited just to stamp them on the charts. Lost one by a point or two, won one by a point or two, and then with $14. But I just did this purposely to show, and this is what they look like. And there they are. It's showing. I'm going to make it really big so we can all see it over here. And it shows you the price level at where it was entered, and it lets you know if it's a -1 or +1. And there's a red arrow. It's tough to see there because they are really small. And then we have the cover at the bottom. Now, looking at this, you really wouldn't know if it's a long or short because it's on the same candle. So if you change into your time frame and we shrink it down a bunch, you'll actually see the beginning and the end on different candles. And I'll move this over so everybody can see it. And there you can see the 1894.75 is on this red candle right here, big red candle. And 18,891 is cover on the next candle in line, this little green one, which means that was a short and then a cover. So we can easily see it by zooming in. So if you have arrows that are, let's say you're looking at a 15-minute chart, there's one on the top, one on the bottom. If you just keep zooming in, you can granularly go into that trade. Now, how do you turn those on? Go to your settings area, that gear on the left-hand side. There's a charts and data tab. Okay. Now, on the right, chart executions, that's the new one. Make sure you hit that checkbox. Make sure you click on the save button right there. Then you have the chart plot alignment is where your orders are placed. You can put the left or the right. We also have this new one. We can show our value in dollar, in ticks, or in percent. So if we place an order, instead of showing a $sign, we choose ticks. It will now show it in ticks versus dollars. Those are 2 little things, and I'll be making some more videos regarding those. What happened?
I've been waiting for that feature for I've been waiting for the big base P&L like forever.
She's getting giddy over here.
She's like,
I thought it was muted and everyone's laughing at me.
Yeah.
So going along
I
with
was
a couple.
really happy to see that.
Yeah, that's good. I pulled this up now that because we're still on my screen. I'd like to share this little image that I saw. This came up on my personal Facebook feed from 8 years ago, and I just clipped it and I wanted to put it in here. And I was holding on to it for a little bit, and it just seemed like the appropriate day to bring that up. And it's all about just making progress and moving forward. Don't put in half the effort unless you're okay with half the results. Now, that's if I relate that into the trading, the commentary today for Dr. Ginny, you got to work on yourself the same way. And I get a little personal thing that I'm dealing with right now that I have to work through and kind of put that aside and then come in and focus on my trading and then get out of the trading and focus on production and then focus on personal. So you need to break that up into these different pieces and not take one into the other. So into your trading, into your personal life, into your emotions, give it everything you got, folks. Give it everything you got. And it's going to be at the level that you want to perform with. In a past life, not long ago, I was a sports therapist working literally on Olympic athletes. One of my guys raced Usain Bolt in the final 400 meter in 2016 Olympics. And he used to do some training with him. They said, what's he like? And he said, the guy will run until he can't run and he will vomit. And if he hasn't thrown up in his sessions, he's not trying hard enough and pushing himself. this is what these people do, and then they sleep for 12 and a half hours. So this is the goal. If this is your goal that you want, if you're looking for that peak, and then you're just going to come to the market and say like, oh, this looks good, let me short this. Oh, damn it, I lost, I suck. You can't do that and expect. You can, but you can't do that and expect this great results in return. So you're going to come to it, give it everything you got. It doesn't mean 24/7. It means when you're here and when you're focused. We all have things to do outside in our own lives. Get in here, focus it, lock it in, whatever your strategy is. If you're a holder and hold it and check it, great. If you want to get in, do a few scalps and get out, great. But give every damn thing you have about it. Okay?
Absolutely.
And
I had to share that.
take breaks.
Yes.
That's
I
part
also
of the
want to
plan.
drag over something that I like to do. I mean, I probably don't do as much of it anymore, but this is something that I've followed. You know, if we can go
Your
to
decision
my
tree.
screen. It's not a decision tree. This is more of a post-mortem tree. I have a lot of trees. Yeah, so the whole point of doing sort of like an post-mortem of your own trading for the day, the whole point is to identify whether your assumptions were correct or not, and then all the bad stuff that you did, how did it end up? So if we start up here, if you have some intraday plans, so you have scenarios that are accurate or no. If they were accurate, yes, you might be correct, you made money, that's the easy part, but most days are not going to be that straightforward. However, even if you were correct and the day went swimmingly well, you did 5 trades, all 5 trades did what they were supposed to do, you still need to identify the setup, identify the level, and then I like to do things like make note of the stop loss size. Could I have maybe used a slightly smaller stop loss? Would that have worked? I also like to have a look at the R multiples target that I originally had versus the one that I actually ended up having. Could I have held it longer, or did I hold it too long? So that's fine, but there are many times, especially as you're developing, when you were correct in your assumptions, but you still lost money. Now
Seeing some nice
that's the
selling
tricky
coming in
part,
the
because
equities
it's
here.
like,
Yeah, we
yeah.
are seeing some.
Sorry,
some
D, I didn't mean to cut you
continuation.
off, but we're seeing some decent
No,
selling
no,
coming into the
let's
equities
move
here.
over. Let's move over.
We so that 895 level that we were talking about in the Nasdaq, I actually just got out of a short trade there. I just took a quick short, but this 895 drew the line here, kind of horizontal line. You can see once we started to settle below that, wasn't much buying coming in. I kind of showed this last week when we were on Top Step TV, but the delta for these candles are all negative, which means as delta is congruent with price, right? As price is going down, sellers are still coming in. And if you can see this tape here, right, I'm going to scroll down time and sales. It's pretty much been all red in the last 5 minutes. So kind of just getting in flow with those shorts there. I got out because it didn't push 18,850. And my thought process goes, if they're really selling and the selling is strong, why not push through a major level? We kind of stopped 10 points away from that. Doesn't mean that the selling can't continue. If we look at the volume here, it's increasing, which is what you want to see. You don't want to see unsustainable volume as we push lower. But I had a 1 lot position on it and just took the 12 points there.
Yeah, one thing when we're coming into any kind of intraday demand level, there's usually an initial kind of a knee-jerk reaction, and then the decision comes after whether they reverse it or keep going through it. That's another matter, but there's always, well, nearly always, some kind of a bounce. So that's something that I actually anticipate and expect to see as soon as we're running into some kind of a swing low. But yeah, this actually completes the failed auction in NQ. Pretty much. I mean, we still have a little bit of room down to the initial balance low. However, it's this would be, one of the targets that I would have. So I wouldn't necessarily push it all the way to the other side of the initial balance. I would just take it when it migrates or rotates 3/4 through it, and that would be enough for me. I'm still pushing.
So D, would you call the regular session, today's regular session high in the Nasdaq, a failed auction?
It was really slow. I would say that this was more a rotational day, which we've kind of seen across the board. We've seen it in gold, we've seen it at RBOB, we're seeing it in equities. Failed auctions typically want to fail pretty quickly after they bust the top of the initial balance. This one took a while. It was like they knocked
sure
on it.
did.
Like you said, there was some iceberg orders there. So that is not generally a hallmark. That's why I said kind of a failed auction, because it
Right.
wasn't really a true failed auction. So I would classify this as more of a responsive activity short, where we sort of rotate through the other side after trying multiple times to get through the major resistance level. And in this case, I don't really see anything too obvious here. We have the London high much further away.
Right.
So yeah, there's no obvious level here for me, at least. There was there was a settlement line just above that area, but it sort of missed a whole bunch of important areas, and I would like to see what ES did. This is where pairing up NQ with something else might give you more kind of granular detail of why it chose to fail exactly at this level.
Well, it was pretty close to weekly kickoff high 18,933.
Yeah.
Did look over it 3 or 4 times in the regular trading hour session, but just could never get any, never attract any buyers there.
Yeah. Interesting.
S&P's on the lows.
We just sold through 850 in the Nasdaq also. The initial balance low that D was just talking about is 18,839 even.
Yeah.
We're about 10 points off of that right now. It looks like it's heading there. It's pretty consistent selling
I'll
right
make
now.
a jump little call out on here. This is not trading advice. So if I were looking at this here, once we below an NQ 18,838-ish, 838, 18,838. If we break below that, I would say we're heading somewhere between 820 and 810. So I get about a 10-point range in there. I marked it off my chart, and there it is. I will bring it up a little higher. So we need to break below that level first before we target that area. That's just something that I'm going to plot out. So we can probably see.
Well, I have
Hopefully we'll get that through. What you got?
I have the average daily range low right at 188.10. That's usually a
There's
high
little
probability
congruence there.
reversal level.
Good spot, right smack in that area that we're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Some confluence there.
So that I should have held on to that short. I was short from 882 in the Nasdaq.
Oh, you get out.
Yeah, I was short at 882. Took about 12 points. I think my brain has just been in kind of that see profit, take profit mode. But
And
the
that's
market told
fine.
me there was more profits than
Do you know what?
saw.
I think that's a good trade, Jay, because so the way I like to determine where my targets should be depends on how good my entry was. And if we assume this was a rotational day, then you kind of went in halfway through the range, which is fine, but then you have to limit your target expectation. You don't know whether it's going to ping back. And that's fine. I would actually be very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, D. I was late on that. If I was earlier, I probably would have been more comfortable holding it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, great trade.
We're getting smoked.
Yep.
Back to Thursday's low. Where we're at.
And we just got a comment in that crude is making a new high also. If you want to pull up the crude chart while you're up there, John. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Eddie Horn. Back in the saddle again. Keeping an eye on things while we're keeping an eye in the air.
Of course, you got to
And
give
again, with
credit to
crude
Andre,
oil, with crude oil, I've got the average session range high at 80.06, which is usually a high probability reversal area
And
for crude oil.
80.10 is last week's high.
So again,
Rooster. We got some rogue chickens here. The rooster's back. You know how I think about that rooster, that the all-time high in the ES is in the overnight session. I don't think it's going to hold for very long. Although, we never know. Good to see you, though, Rooster.
What would you say about that, John? The market can go up and can go down, right?
Well,
That's one way or the other. Is that what it is? 50%
Yeah,
of the time?
when there's an all-time or recent high or low that occurs in the overnight session, it's usually a target. Market doesn't like to leave recent or all-time highs in the overnight session, and the S&P and the Nasdaq have it. So the all-time high, which we were at last week, was 53.68 quarter, and it occurred in the overnight session. So that's usually going to be targeted, in a reasonable amount of time. Just after that, the market's probably going to come up and test to that level or through that level in the regular trading hours at some point in the near future. Now, that said, the last time we did that, back here when we put in this all-time high, it was in the overnight session. That was on the 1st of April. That was an overnight session all-time high. So everything is
price level,
probability.
Sean, on that one? What was that price level on that one? That was in April.
53.33 half.
Gotcha.
And it was in the overnight session. So the market did not come back and retest that. It was, a matter of fact, that was some pretty good excess on that high, and that kind of started our leg to the downside. Excess low, excess, and off we go back to the upside. Do we have an excess on Thursday's bar? We do. We do, and that's the extended trading hour bar. Let's see what it looks
We don't
like.
know when that is going to be broken, but we know that that's the really high probability. I'm looking at the economic calendar.
Yes.
It looks like Thursday we have a couple coming out. GDP, the international trades and goods is always good. We have the jobless claims, the jobless clams, as you like to say, and a couple of EIA, natural gas and petroleum status. So you never know. It's when is that going to happen? Who knows? But there's a really good probability that those overnights are taken out. They just do not like to stay there, and I'm keeping an eye on it. We did reach our target in NQ. So once we that little call out that I had earlier, I shouldn't call it a call out, but my hypothesis I had earlier was if we broke that 18 840 or so level, we should be targeting
820.
that little rectangle I had. Yeah, yep, and we did. We hit our low of 18 819 half. So we got that in by a lower half a tick than what we were targeting, and this is why I love this job. Doesn't always happen that way, folks. Especially when it's your time on air. Like, come on, do something.
Right.
Let's get some likes up in here. I just glanced over to YouTube and I see that we have a lot of traders, 4,000 traders still on here. And our likes are not that high. So we would love to see some more likes coming in here. We are at 91.6 thousand subscribers. Please jump in there. And if you enjoy it, like and subscribe it. And if you want to pop up whoever's on the box right now, get my main screen up there because I made a fun little background. I was watching Netflix this weekend in my sickness stupor there, and I ended up catching up on the Formula One, so I thought it might be a good opportunity to go ahead and make a little AI background for our race. Where is it now? Let me turn it on. And there it is. We have our race to 100,000 subscribers, and that's what it came up with. There it is. That's what a couple little spelling errors on there, but GPT does that quite a bit. It took me 3 times because the 100K subscribers, it had like 2 I's in there at one point, and it had 3 S's in it. It's just kind of funny stuff. So I really like to give it. My whole goal with this is to just give it. Let me turn this back on. Give it one a line of description. I'm on this show. It's called Market Stalking. Compare trading to Formula One and put a finish line up. This is 100,000 subscribers. Enter and then use that image. I couldn't use the original ones because I was like, great, but now spell subscribers correctly. And it took 2 more times to do it. And this is the image it came up with. So just kind of
So
fun
you're saying
stuff.
artificial intelligence isn't all that intelligent?
It's artificially intelligent. Like me sometimes.
Can't spell. Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah.
I'm looking for. I know we started this call. I said I was looking short in the Nasdaq, but let me take off all these drawings so we can actually see what's happening. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. If you were watching earlier, MP called that the Great Wall. And if you can hear my dogs barking, sorry, I got somebody doing landscaping over here. But we just kind of traded through that and bounced right back above. The level right now is at 844. I'm looking for a potential buy up here. There is 116 sitting on the ask at 846. They did move that down. It was sitting at 848 originally. They moved it down 2 points. So I kind of want to wait till that trades out and then see what if that absorbs any buying that comes into it, then I don't want to be a buyer. right? But if they get traded through and price continues, then on a pullback, then I want to buy. Um, just seeing how the market kind of responds to these bigger orders here.
How's the volume looking on this little pullback to the upside?
So we had what looks kind of like I don't even really want to call it exhaustion volume because it wasn't, right? It was 7,500 contracts traded in a 3-minute period, which isn't a whole lot for the NASDAQ. And it was the volume was growing as we were going down. So that wasn't the exhaustion yet. And that's what I'm conscious of as well. If we would have, Hogue, if you see this chart here, if we would have closed, and we kind of did, this blue candle here closed above this orange one. A lot of times I'll take that as a potential long, but we didn't see the exhaustion volume yet. So that kind of takes a check mark off for me. I'm looking to see how the market holds this candle, but what I'm expecting is more exhaustion around that 18,800 level.
Excellent. You got to get down to that 810. You get the D spot there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the capitulation.
Yeah, it is many, many times. If we are in a normal day, then you can expect the average daily range to just exhaust the move and then to reverse. So those are high probability levels on a normal day. If you have an abnormal day, that's different, because then you would actually expect the price to go through it, ignore it, and then to just keep going. But, that remains to be seen. Nothing is out of the question because, anything can happen, obviously.
Anything can happen.
But on most days, ACH, But on most days, those areas can be very good reversal points.
What makes this a normal day?
Well, again, we've rotated, through the initial balance, tried to go higher, and now we've rotated all the way to the other side. So I would say that's still within the range. The way so I don't say normal by the way that Dalton calls a normal day.
Right.
I'm just using the average ranges in the volatility that we have on the day as an indicator of whether we have a normal or an abnormal day. So if we have an abnormal day, you expect larger volatility to happen. And thereby, any kind of reversal points that are based on a mean average is not expected to work out. If anything, you can look for it to bounce through it, and then maybe to look for maybe an initial bounce low as an orientation point or further move down. If that makes sense.
Makes total sense. We traded both sides of the IB. It's a normal variation day. Rotation is likely.
Yeah.
Here we are in that area. Roughly, are you not in a trade here, Jay? I think you closed your short. Are you waiting for that long right around the 18,810 in the NQ? Are you interested in that area and then taking the long off of that? Is that what you were saying earlier?
If we get down to 810, I want to see if we can test 800. But right now, I'm hands off on the longs because that order that we saw up at 46, they pulled it and moved it down to 35. So someone's trying to trying to sell here, and they're not able to, and they keep pushing price lower. So I'm not buying this right now.
Good choice. Nice decision. Love it. Love talking through that also. That's a tilt looking right now. Tilt looking even all around the board. The ES were 55% short. NQ 56% long. Crude oil 56% short. And gold 50% short. We're kind of right in the middle. They're right in the no man's land. And what's it? Don't diddle in the middle. What does that thing go? Something like that. So I guess we'll just kind of hang out.
Don't diddle
watch
in the
this.
middle. Yeah.
Yeah, don't diddle in the middle. And that we are in the middle right now of all these things. It'd be interesting. I'm gonna throw this out. This isn't a poll per se, so we don't need to add a poll to this because I'm usually the one doing it. But let's jump into the chat real quick. And I'm interested is if let's say the NQ is at 80% long. I'm curious if you jump on to go long with the tilt, or if you go short to go and fade the tilt because everybody's long for whatever reason. You think everybody's wrong if you're long, or if you think since everybody's long that long of a period of time, the move is already over. So I'm kind of curious. Let's say NASDAQ 80% are long. Do you go with it, or do you go against it? I'm curious. Just go ahead and throw that into the chat. We don't need a poll on that, but I'm just generally curious for myself to watch this.
Well,
mean,
one thing that I've noticed with tilt is that if they're heavy longs or heavy shorts, and then they go to 50-50, usually the trend is pretty much exhausted and we see a reversal pretty much soon after that. And my guess is because everybody that's in top step combines, they have a vested interest and they have an eye for when the trend is going to be over, right? When the trending move finishes. So I've sort of started using it as almost like I'm not neither fading the tilt nor going against it. Or going with it. I'm effectively just waiting for the exhaustion of the move to happen and then for all the traders to bounce out of their positions before I might include it in my own analysis. So that's something that I've noticed, but other people might have other ideas.
Hmm.
So that
John,
100
good
lot is now
idea.
on the bid
Go ahead, Jay.
at
Talk that.
835. No, that 100 lot it was on the ice. Now I see 100 on the bid. It just got filled. 18,835, 100 traded through there. And if we remember, when we started the call, we were talking about a similar order getting traded out at 895. We had a small bounce after that, about a 30-point bounce, and then the market traded through it. So what I'm going to do is that one just got filled at 835. I'm going to do the same thing and just kind of measure out these bounces. This is about 30 points. So I'm looking for potentially a 30-point bounce up to 860, 870, and then maybe selling back through there again. And it might seem like I'm flipping my bias, but I was actually talking to a trader about this in the Discord chat earlier today. I think it's important to have an idea of what you want to trade, but then listen to the market, right? If I want to buy and the market's telling me that everybody else is selling, then I got to be conscious of that. And if I'm a buyer, do it in the right spot, right? Where I don't want to just buy because I think the market should go back up. So I will take a trade on both sides.
Situational awareness.
Yeah.
So just being objective with whatever the market is doing. I think the big mistake that a lot of traders do is that they marry their bias, and then whatever the market is telling them, they're like, "No, I'm still going long." It's like, come on. So yeah, we need to have that objectivity and situational awareness when we're trading as much as possible. So it goes back to projecting your own, problems from when you were a kid and needing to be right. It's like it's all very well, but just be open-minded to both sides of the story and then look for evidence for that story to be told in actual price events and activity. And that's exactly what Jay is doing.
D, do you
Exactly.
have
And Jay's a calculated trader like that.
Huh?
D, do you have a P&L? Jay, do you have a P&L?
Do I have a P&L? Just on this combine, it's 629.
Nice.
And my P&L for the day, like I said, I took a silver trade early. I actually tried to buy silver right before it ran up, and I missed that trade. So I'm negative 600 on the day on an XFA. That silver trade took some of the profits and then just made some of it back with that NASDAQ short, which would have cleared the day if I just held it, but that's trading.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, John. We're trying to get the overlay there at the top of the screen updated with the positions and P&Ls that we always try to keep track of. So that's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. One question to back on to the emotional journey on there. What do each of you do to keep yourself centered for that? Let's lay it out. I mean, some traders like to go for walks. Myself, I go real quick, and then I'm like, I'm okay. So we all have our own ways of doing it, and I'm actually going to incorporate some of the more patient sides to mine because I think that'll really help my trading. So I'd like to ask each of you, if you don't mind, sharing that personal side. I'm like, what do you do if you're getting riled up? And help yourself center.
Well, I used to do weightlifting, so I used to just move away from the screen and go lift some heavy stuff at the gym. My current health doesn't quite allow that, so now what I do, I would typically go to another room and play some video games for a while until It's all like out of my system. And quite frequently, if I'm really annoyed with myself for whatever reason, I will actually just end the day and wait until the next day, because the markets are going to be here, you know, every day. They're not going anywhere. So that's been my kind of coping mechanism. And at one point, I was going to joke and I was going to say drink. But I thought we're trying to be a little bit more serious here. So yeah, just video games for me, where I can go and smash some things virtually. It's what works for me.
Awesome. Thanks. Jay, how about you, if you mind me sharing?
It depends. If it's early in the trading day and I think I'm still going to make trading decisions, one thing I'll do, and I've told traders to do this before, I got a lot of space under my desk here. I'll just sit on the floor, right? And I'll sit where I can't touch my mouse or keyboard, and I can just look, right? And then I'm being objective instead of trying to make a decision. And I'll just sit and look at the screens, right? Where I'm far enough away where I can't click a button. And then if it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then I'll get back in my chair and make a trade from there. If I'm done trading for the day, then it's shut it down, and I won't come back until it's time to do at the buzzer with Coach Paul afterwards. Trying to get better at that, where it's just like, hey, even if the market does something, if I wasn't there to see it, it didn't happen, right? It's okay, right? It's not a trade that I missed because I wasn't there to participate anyway. But yeah, that's it for me. And then outside of that, just working out, kind of the normal stuff, going for walks, being outside as much as possible.
Awesome. Exercise is so important. Both of you guys said that, and it did some weight training myself in the past, and I need to do more of it. Just small walks and outside first thing in the morning. And I'm a person that I'll jump up and I will get the shower going to warm to get all that sweat and sleep off me. But then I do jump in and flip it over to cold and stand there for somewhere between 1 and 2 minutes each morning. And I tell you what, it does make a difference. At least it works for me. Just wakes me up, gets me going, gets everything working. I sit outside. I'll have my coffee before I start my day in the morning. During trading, I'll give those little types of like, God dang it, I lost that. Literally 5 to 10 seconds. I don't let a lot of things. That's my only emotional reaction. It's an outlet one way or the other. Like, yes, got it. And then just jump into the next trade. So I don't hold on any of those things. I really do look at each trade as individual. Win, lose. I don't have a winning streak or a losing streak. One thing isn't equal to the next, and that's just how I trade. John, you want to wrap it up with how you handle those types of things, and then we'll close out the segment and get ready for Power Hour.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, when I get triggered, when I'm upset or angry, I just size up. Trade more.
Oh my God.
Just kidding.
Okay, yeah. We'll clip that part out.
Take a time out. Go have a ham sandwich. Go have a glass of milk. Go do something.
Yeah.
Just
anything.
There you have it.
I think it's most important to know when that happens to you. If you're cognitive of when you're starting to get upset, then you can do something about it. Half of it is knowing that you're upset and being able to walk away and calm things down and get rid of that venom. That's the way it's always felt to me, is when I'm upset, it feels like venom in my veins, and I got to make sure and get rid of that venom before I can kind of readdress. And sometimes it takes 10 minutes. Sometimes it takes 5 minutes. Sometimes it takes a day. You got to get rid of it.
That's great. That's exactly what Ginny was saying also. Yep, Ginny was saying that also. I mean, sometimes you have to sit and meditate to get yourself going in the morning. Sometimes you need to at nighttime afterwards to calm yourself down. Sometimes you need a break in the middle of the day. Sometimes it's 15, 20 minutes, and sometimes it's a minute or two. But whatever it is entirely worth it to just step away. Markets are going to be here. You didn't miss a trade, as Jay said. You just weren't there for that particular one. And as Eddie always says, there's going to be another bust around the corner. And D says there's another day the market's going to be open, and don't worry about it. So hopefully I summarize everybody up there quality-wise. I'm a little bit slow in the brain today. So that's going to wrap it up for this session. John, always a pleasure to be with you. Deanna, you as well. Good to see you again. Jay, loving the charts, buddy. I see you using some of the stuff that we talked about in the past. Kudos to you. I'm glad it's working out for you. Power Hour up next. We have Andre taking over the helm here. We have Hoag's going to stick around for one more hour on this.
Yeah, you guys are stuck with me.
It's a Monday. Yeah, just stick with you right there. Then Austin Silver. Austin Silver's back. We're going to welcome the whole crew again. Appreciate everybody here. Appreciate the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for getting those likes and subscriptions up. We are on our way to 100,000 subscribers. We will get here before you know it. We got more big stuff coming up. Get those new features in Top Step X. I will be signing off here in about 2 minutes, and I'll be making some more Top Step X in 5 minutes or less videos. I'm doing that today. There'll be somewhere between 3 and 5 of them with all the new features. Look for those later on. We'll see you soon, folks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Power Hour with my best friend, the man in the middle, Austin Silver. Good to see you, Austin. People are wondering how this was going to go. I think it's going to go just fine. You're the man, so I appreciate you joining us here on
Thanks,
this
brother.
Power Hour.
Always a good time to be here.
100%. The man to his right, John Hogue. You guys know him. He's just on all day. There we go.
It's my intro song. It's my walkout song here.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, guys. All right. Well, we saw a nice sell-off here about a couple hours ago. Seen a bit of a rebound. We do have the house account open right now. No trades taken just yet. We keep an eye out for that. We do have a potential trade idea of getting short, perhaps 53-16s-ish. John likes it. So we got 2 check marks there. Austin, take a peek. We'll get 3 check marks there as well. But in the meantime, Austin, talk to us about the day. How's it gone so far? Trying to play catch up. Feels like a Monday, so to speak, like we were saying in the green room. Thoughts on the market?
Yeah, it feels like a Monday a little bit. I think today's an interesting day. I do like the shorts from the 16. I'm worried we might not get up to 16. I think we might stop here around 12. I think it was a really sideways day. I'm up 75, 77 bucks on my XFA showing on screen. I was trying to work the longs this morning from like 53.21, 53.22 up to the 31s, 32s, but I just couldn't get it. It just wasn't coming. So then I walked away. I had an afternoon meeting, and now coming back this afternoon, I still kind of like the longs, but I totally see the shorts here, especially because previous day's low is at that 53.15 level. I think a great retest of that for a leg down this afternoon could happen. But I'm worried that it's a Monday, Andre, like you said, and it could be kind of sideways, and we might just go back into that 53.20 area and sit there. So I'm slow today. I don't want to screw my week. Yeah, near VWAP. Exactly, John.
Mm-hmm. All roads. All right, John, what do you think about that? That's 16, getting short 16 with a stop at 20s or so. But like you said, VWAP is 20s. So you see more follow through the upside here. What do you think, John?
I mean, the only thing that I'm really looking at here is the anchored VWAP off Thursday's high and the anchored VWAP off Thursday's low. The Thursday's low anchored VWAP is 53.12. That's the level that Austin just mentioned. Off the high is 53.15 half. That's also another level that we're looking at. I think it's a worthwhile opportunity. We are seeing some excess on this low here. We filled this fair value gap from here. Somebody was talking about a fair value gap on the 4-hour chart. Also got filled. So I'm a little nervous about being short, but I don't object to it as long as we can limit the risk. I think VWAP anchored from the session beginning last night, that 53.20 level looks the best. Because it's also the anchored VWAP off the overnight high from last night. They're in the same spot.
All right, 20s. We'll see how it plays. We're currently trading 53.10 right now. We'll see what happens when we get in that 16 level and see how we trade around that. Take a look at anything here. Crude above 80 bucks, trading $80.14. We just see some move to the upside. Finally breaking that $80 level that we've been talking about for the last few days. So we're finally there. Austin, thoughts on the market so far? Thoughts on the market for the rest of this week? I know we got PCE later this week on the Friday. What are your thoughts, general? Just coming into a week, coming off of a holiday weekend, so on.
I think the question of the week is how high is NVIDIA going to go? I was thinking NVIDIA would even try to carry ES today. It's up almost 7% at $1,100, man. And they have that stock split coming up in 2 weeks. So I think that's one of the interesting questions I'm looking at. And it's like, oh, man, I feel bad, for Kathy Woods. She sold right at the worst time a couple of months ago. And she missed out on this huge rip, dude. And now the question is, how high is this thing going to go? So that's one of the things I'm watching this week. It is an interesting week when you have a lot of news in the back half of the week and you had a bank holiday to start the week kind of thing. So I'm very defensive to come into a day like today. I kind of treat Tuesdays on a holiday with a Monday. That Tuesday is like a Monday to me. So I'm defensive. I saved the ammunition here for Power Hour, and I'm looking to see if we can find something here because it was very slow for me this morning. I mean, the range this morning was really, really, really small.
Very tight indeed. We are looking for ES trades. The house account is open, so please send your levels into the chat. We do have 2-3 check marks here between selling 53.16s and 53.20s. Obviously, 20s are better than 16s. See how that plays out. So, all right, John.
You like the 15s. You love selling the 20s.
We're going to love 25s. These are more, baby. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it is. I want to give props to John for that Dr. JD segment earlier today. Excellent stuff. It's a must. You got to go back and rewatch it this evening when you have time. Markets aren't open or you're not trading them at least, and go take a look at that. Really open you up and make you think about some stuff. Really enjoyed that, John. So good work there.
Awesome.
Hey, Andre, how do you
What up?
how do you feel about this 5 funded accounts thing, dude? This is huge.
It is a big step. Thank you for bringing that up. 5 XFAs, as well as auto creation within minutes.
Yeah.
No more manual creation. Big time stuff here at Top Step. It seemed to be well received in the chat. People are pumped. What do you think? I think it's a great thing.
Dude, I love it. I activated, so I passed 150K, and like last week, I didn't know the announcement was coming, so I was like, cool, I got 350K XFAs. I'm in a good spot. Well, I had a 50K that I also passed last week, so I activated both of those today with the new internal thing, and it was super easy, so I love it.
Nice.
I think everyone's going to love it.
Excellent. Excellent. So how many XFAs do you have open right now?
I got 4, so I got 1 slot to fill.
Beautiful.
And 2 of them are fresh, 2 of them are in profit. One of them I took a payout on already, so.
Beautiful. Yes, I remember that.
Nice.
Excellent. Yes, 5 XFAs. Big announcement today, as well as auto creation within minutes. 1 click, boom, you got it. You asked, we delivered, as always. So keep asking, and if we like it, we'll definitely deliver it for you guys. Quick influencer update for some of our traders. There's a lot of green on the board today. My goodness. Stop me if you heard this before. Dakota up big money, $8,000. Isaac Rivera up $1,200. Who else we got? Brian P. Wow. At 12 o'clock Central, up about $3,000. Now, 2 hours later, up $18,000. Brian P. Bringing the numbers today. Christopher R. up $10,000. Who else we got? Oh boy, David A. up $5,000. There's a lot of green on the board here today. Oh, even Nick T. up almost $2,000 as well. Nick for a tick, that is. So congratulations. There's money to be made today. It is slow, but some people thrive in these markets. Other people just hands off and take a slower approach to it. So very, very good to see.
I got Nick coming on the podcast next week, Andre.
Excellent, excellent. I love him. He's great. Hell of a trader. I think he's. I know he's watching right now. He's at a crossroads right now. So he can go full-time trading. What's he going to do? It's really interesting to follow that story as he's a very successful trader.
That is exactly what we talk about in the podcast. It's really good to chop it up with somebody like him because I think it's super relatable. Questions like that a lot of people are asking. You know what I mean? A lot of guys are in that position. They start trading well, and they're like, okay, what am I really going to do next? Am I really going to go all in on this, even though it's not consistent? That's a risk. I've got a family. I've got bills. But risks are how you get the big rewards, right? So some things you got to take a risk. You got to jump. You only got one life. I think Drake said it best, YOLO. So
YOLO, indeed. You only live once. But we're not saying do YOLO trades, but when you're good at this.
No YOLO trades. Just
no
Nick
YOLO
trades. My YOLO.
Absolutely. Nick Vertick is doing great right now. All right, John, you got your personal account open. Austin's got his account open. So we're looking for trades here. John, what would you be looking for to get in a trade here in the ES?
Well, I'm looking for a pullback to look for a short where I can limit the risk. And we just traded back. We just traded up to that anchored VWAP off the low from Thursday, almost to the tick. That was that 53.12 level that Austin was talking about. Didn't get a trade off there.
I think we're kind of in a little bit of a floating. Like we haven't taken on any new information in a few minutes here. It's kind of hit this price at 53.08, gone sideways for the last 15 minutes. I'd like to see, I think, a higher move here, just one more push higher to the 13s, 14s. I could retrack mark a 16 short. The higher, the better, like Hogue said, because it'll give you a cheaper short. And I'm more likely to think that if the buyers haven't stepped in at all today, and we look so bearish this afternoon, that there could be more likely selling than random out of nowhere buyers. But I can always be wrong too.
Yeah, Nick Vertick is calling for an M period low, or he riots.
Or he riots.
Which means a new low in the last 30 minutes.
Okay, so there you go.
John, can we get a Delta update real quick? Then go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, Delta is a little bit wonky today because I don't have T4 to check it on because it wasn't a settlement day, but it's telling me on another platform it's positive 4,600 in the S&Ps and a negative 1,400 in the NASDAQ. Is that lining up at all? Yes, negative 50. Yeah, I mean, that's probably right. It's just off a different platform. It's off Tradevate. I don't trust it as much, but because yesterday was not a settlement day, the platform that I use combines yesterday and today in one profile, so it's a little bit blurry. Drives me nuts. That's why I don't like trading on days after holidays.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's kind of Austin was echoing that too. Austin, you had what were you gonna say there?
I think the level I'm looking at is yesterday's low. That's a little zone. I've got 53.15 and a half to 53.12 and a half. Call it like that 3-point range there. That's the box I'm looking at to see, can we get up in there and find a short where I can get a stop at like 21 or 20 and get short from the 13, 14, like a 6-point stop. That would give me a pretty good risk reward if Nick Furtick is right and we go low a day. That would be great. Like I said a few minutes ago, I'm worried we might not give us that price. And then now you're putting me and Hogue against the wall here. Are we going to short it and hope it doesn't do that pullback like it might look like right now? Or, but I think that's a really good frame to think of it from. Is like, is it, bias is fine. Everybody sees that we probably can leg down and go short. That's easy. But what's the price you're getting? Are you getting good risk reward for where you'd feel comfortable with a stop? I like the shorts here. I like the shorts at 16. But the stop, if I short it here, it's really got to go at 21 or 22 for the way I trade. Yeah. I don't want to short it at 10 and put a stop at 21 in power hour, an 11-point stop on a day it was not moving that much. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. You know what I mean? So hand on the holster right now for me.
If the risk is too great, you don't take the trade.
That's it.
100%. Well, taking a look at crude here, up against the highs, trading $80.20. To keep pushing here. Haven't seen much other markets. Gold, not a whole heck of a lot. Dow, just who knows what Dow's been doing today? Not much at all. I think the story of the day, like Austin said, is Nvidia. How high will it go? Keep Nick new all-time highs. Every day you blink, new all-time highs. We do that 10-to-1 split. When's that split going to happen, Austin?
June 6th. But look at the daily chart on this thing, dude. Like the last 4 days alone, it is incredible. And it really does make you wonder, like, how high is it going to go? Like, it's just gap, go, gap, go, gap, go. Like, it's like nothing is slowing it down. And it makes me think, are people really still thinking that this is a good price to buy? And I could be crazy for saying the question that way, right? Like it could be, especially after stock split. It probably is still because this isn't going anywhere. But man, you don't think you could get a little discount? You don't think, you know what I mean?
I know.
It's really tough. This is what people speculate on all day, right? What is the value of this company? The stock market is forward looking. How important is NVIDIA? Is it Amazon for chips? I don't know. But look at Amazon in the tech bubble, right? They were only selling books. Look at how they evolved. Look at how they grew. Nobody knew that was going to happen. I don't think anybody did. And then, so it's like, what could NVIDIA be is what I think some of this potential in this price chart we're seeing. It's like, what could it be? It could be this amazing thing. It could be. It might be. I just don't know. That's really hard.
Austin, do you trade a lot of stocks? And if you do, what do you think about buying it after the split?
I think buying it after the split, is probably going to be a good idea. Especially if it depends on your age, John. When you're talking about stocks, we don't do financial advice here, no recommendations, right, everybody? But
absolutely,
I like companies that I'm a Warren Buffett fan. I really am. It's cliche, but I like it. Who here has an iPhone in the chat? Yep. I'm going to buy more Apple. Yep, I'm buying Apple. Could NVIDIA have the chips and the this? Yeah, but Apple's still probably going to be a really good bet, and it's a lot safer in my opinion. So that's why I'm an Apple guy. John, I bought Apple. My dad, after my bar mitzvah, short story, my dad, after my bar mitzvah, allowed me to invest some of my money in the stock market. We bought Pepsi, Johnson & Johnson, and Whole Foods and a couple other companies. And after 4 or 5 months, I made no money. The money was still flat. And I knew nothing about nothing. I'm 14 years old. And I said to my dad, let's reinvest all the money, sell it all, and buy Apple. And I got like 10 shares, like nothing. This was a small amount of money.
Right.
Well, that 10 shares from time of my bar mitzvah till the time I had to buy a car, so we're talking 5-6 years, something like that. That paid for my Volkswagen Jetta. And I had a car when I was 17. None of my friends did. And that was my first stock market trade. Now, we're not going to talk about how much those would be worth today because it'd buy me the whole Volkswagen dealership. But the point is, but imagine if I still had those Apple shares. That's how good of a company Apple has been throughout these years. So that makes me even more in love with Apple, So that's my Apple story.
You're right. Yep. Take a look. Is in everyone's pocket. I got an Apple computer here, iPads there.
Yep.
It is the company. They got so much cash too that I'm not gonna let that stock slip too much.
And again, like what is? Sorry,
trying to speed run like this Nvidia split reminds me of the first Tesla split, the one in 2020, where there's a huge run up in advance to it because people know that there's going to be buying coming in, and then it sells off hard. Now, granted, Tesla kept up and resplit again. The same thing a little bit happened, but not as much. But
yeah, very true. I think. But to John's question about NVIDIA and stuff, if you're young, I love exposure to semiconductors. Semiconductor ETFs are a great way to do that. You don't have to go all in on NVIDIA. There's many other companies that could end up overtaking NVIDIA, right? Like, look at Intel. Everybody thought Intel was going to be the one. Well, how did that end up? Microsoft ate them, right? So it's like, I think it's very hard to be a stock picker. For example, I bought Virgin Galactic a couple of years ago at 15. It popped to 55. I sold none of it because I was all bought in on SPACs and Chamath, Polyhopatia, and all this crap. Comes down, dude, it came down to 15. Luckily, it popped back to 50. I sold it all at 50. Look at what Virgin Galactic is today. What's it at? Like $8 a share, something like that?
There you go.
So stock picking is it's $1 a share, excuse me, even worse. So stock picking is very hard. I think day trading, how we do in the futures market, is a great way to speculate. And then with stocks, again, I'm not a financial advisor. I like broad exposure. Yeah, no investment advice. But I just think stock picking is hard. Even the Wolf of Wall Street says that in his new book. And he got, his credibility, his not credibility, his fame is from trying to say you could pick stocks. And now he comes out and writes a book years later, says, stock picking is hard. No, you don't say.
Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, I don't mind that. Yes.
So at my age of 28, I could probably put 100,000 into it after the split.
Here we go.
Are you throwing me under the bus here for advice, Hogue? I'm not answering that on the.
What are we
live,
doing here? Yeah.
Hogue, you got to buy me a cigar if you want my stock advice. We got to have. All right, wait. This is weird because now, Hogue, you and I are never on Power Hour together, and I never remember my dreams, Hogue. But I swear to God, you were in my dream last night as a bus driver. I don't know why. I don't remember nothing else.
Really?
Don't ask me nothing about it. Yes, bro, it was you. I woke up this morning and I was like, Hogue was in my dream, I think, and now here we are on Top Step TV together. Yeah, man.
Look at that, John.
Incredible.
It's funny, I was a bus driver.
It was a bus. It was some big vehicle. I don't do well at remembering dreams. It was a big truck driver, maybe an 18-wheeler. I don't know.
Everybody on? Good, great, grand, wonderful. Yelling on the bus.
Eddie is back, baby. Eddie is back.
There we go.
Eddie, he will be hooking us up with those MOC. When we get that MOC balance here in about 20 minutes or so. We got 35 minutes left in the session. Pretty slow power hour right now.
I like what the chat is saying, Andre. They're saying my dream is a sign that we should listen to Hogue. Hogue is leading the way in Power Hour.
Agree. So let's do that, John. Tell us, what should we do here?
Well, we are at that 12.
Yes, we are. Think there's more room?
And the risk is still 8 points on that. I'm looking more towards that.
There we go. 16
level.
trades. 16 trades. What are we looking at here, guys? Got 16s coming up.
53.20.
53.20s. Deal. Three check marks. 53.20s.
Hogue likes the daily VWAP. I like the daily VWAP. Bottom of the 15-minute opening range too. It might work from here too.
All right, 20s. 20s it is. Like the 3 check marks, 20 lat queued up if we get there. Looks like we ran out a bit of steam there. We did touch those 16s for a hot second.
That was that other level, but for some reason on this 5-minute chart, anchored VWAP off Thursday's high moved down to 12. Maybe it's just the wrong chart.
Okay, I got a 20. That's probably full.
Yeah, so the 20 is what Andre and I are looking at. It's calculating half of yesterday into today's, according to what I'm thinking. What I'm saying, yeah, that's why it might look. If you put one at the start of today, it's going to look a little different. I'm going to assume.
Nasdaq definitely went up to VWAP. VWAP 18,902 is what I have. Really trading about 10 points beneath that, but we did kiss it there for a second. We do have the house account open for an ES trade.
If you put the VWAP at the start of the day today, Andre, it looks the same as taking half the day yesterday. So it's not it's like a point difference. So it's not that big of a deal.
Cool. Yep, it's all ranges, or it's all zones.
Yep.
Things exact. So we'll see how this goes, though. We did get a bit of a buy, maybe some stops there. I'm looking for John. You see any liquidity on the ladder here to the upside or downside?
There is anything on the ladder? Liquidity on the upside. There is a little bit. 200, a little over 200 at 15. 200 at 20, and it kind of runs out up above that.
Okay.
You know what? What we should have been really focusing on this morning is the fact that we had all those iceberg orders selling in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
We had positive delta. I think that had a lot to do with the exacerbation of this downside move.
Yeah. what were I'm trying to look? Oh yeah, 53.23, 53.25, about 13,000. 13,000 there on the offer traded. Sure enough, we are lower. So yes, that was a good tell there, John. Follow paper, don't fight paper. So I was caught very early on in my career.
It's almost like somebody knew how the auction was going to go today.
Funny how that works. Quick look at tilt here. 70 or 67% long in the ES. As we do continue to creep higher. NQ, 59% long, so nothing really there. Just looking, trying to gather as much information as possible if we do get into this trade. Right now, so we do have
We're on
that
the right
delta
side of the
ES.
VWAP here, so even if we are a little early, Andre, it's hopefully that still plays out in our favor. You know, I'm worried it's not going to go up to 20. Hogue. I'm worried we're going to sit in this zone from yesterday's low, and it might come down out of here.
Yeah,
because
that's a no trade.
Yeah, I think it goes to 06 here first stop. That's a low a day VWAP. It could sit. It could retest 06 and a half.
You're seeing the sellers come in now. Oh, real quick in the upper left-hand corner, you do see that hashtag Power Hour. Please go on X, tag TopStep, use the hashtag Power Hour, and we will submit. You submit to us, and we'll scrape Twitter and post some of those. Some of that content you guys have been providing us with, like Carl Hungus has been bringing the heat lately. Carl, see if you had something for us this morning. We'll see if you got anything for us this afternoon. We also have quiz results coming out. Trader Wins 2. Quiz results. We have to play a little catch up from Friday, I believe. So we'll have a big list for you there in a little bit. But hey, guys, if we're ready, we can do it now. Gabe, if you want, it's up to you. I mean, markets aren't really doing a whole heck of a lot, so
yeah,
we can. Got a half hour, so yeah.
We may have missed it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So here are Friday's quiz winners. If you guys are ready.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a lot.
I was gonna
say, Gabe, we should have done those two at a time because that's what 200 names look like.
Yeah. We'll go one at a time.
They're alphabetical.
Yeah, I won.
Yeah, spelled. They didn't spell it right though.
You might have already
not
been
me.
emailed for these because I gave the emails to support, but here are the names.
There you go. Is this from Friday, Jack?
Yeah, this was the Friday 200 winner Hullapalooza.
Extravaganza, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so there's part 1, and here's part 2.
This is from today?
This is Friday still.
This is Friday. It's continued. Gotcha.
Yep.
Andre's grunts. Okay, well, congratulations.
All right. Congrats, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and move on to today's.
All right.
Ooh, here's me 1 second here. All right, so here's from today, guys. Thanks for playing.
There you go.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Rant, MP's rants. Big fan of the rants today. He's on one today. He's very fired up for the 5XFAs. I know you guys are too, so enjoy that. Austin Silver's got 4 open, 1 slot open. See if he can fill that 5th one open and take some more payouts.
Yeah, let's get it done today.
Congratulations, Heather. You won. Congratulations. Yes, absolutely. We got 92,000 subscribers. One last push. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Get to 100,000.
Do you guys have a plan for the 100K, Andre? Do you have
There are some. We are talking about it. Yes, there is some rumblings behind the scenes. There will be plans. We're probably looking sometime end of June. We have we'll have a little something in store here. But yes, we do. We got to get there first. So 8,000 away. I think we can do it though. You have any suggestions, Austin? What would you like to see?
Oh, I'll tell you off stream.
Oh, I like it.
I'm just kidding.
Sounds big. Sounds big. I like it.
Andre, real quick, I could give you an update too. I was looking this morning at the CME Group website for their rate hikes and rate cuts. I know we're day traders and that's not the most important thing, but it is interesting. They're saying there's only a 42%, 43% chance that we cut twice this year. They're saying somehow 20% chance that we'd go unchanged, but I think that's higher. I think there's a chance they don't cut rates all year. Even Kashkari was on CNBC today saying that they just don't seem super eager to cut. And I'm worried that they see what a lot of us feel is that inflation, it's slowing down, but everything is still expensive and that pinches the consumer. So We're going to see what they're going to do, but the percentages are changing daily here. So for everybody that's listening, I would check the CME Group website if you're interested in seeing what the percentages are when they're trying to say probabilities of rate cuts or rate hikes.
Yeah. Inflation isn't turning around. It's just slowing a little bit.
Correct. That's the best thing. Like they make you think, oh, the CPI number's coming down, inflation's coming down. No. The rate of change is changing. The stuff is still expensive. You can't go to the grocery store and spend less than $500 now, it feels like.
Crazy.
So, yeah.
Take a quick look at the 10-year above 4.5%.
There you go.
4.54%. I mean, I think you're right. Kashkari isn't a voting member, but certainly likes to speak his piece, and he definitely did that. Here's what he says. Live simply.
He's a mouthpiece.
He could be a mouthpiece, but he's definitely in the room when the meetings are going down. Here we got 1,000 lot here on 53.15 here in the S&Ps. We got 1,000 lots sitting on the bid. 53.15 bid 1,000 times. Let's watch how this thing trades.
13 bid.
Andre, explain to me and everybody else. Does that mean that it's going to pop higher because it's got a heavy bid underneath it?
You would think so. All right. Let's see how he trades. He's moving it up. Yep, they're chasing. They're chasing right now. We got 1,100 now. 1,100 sitting on 13 3/4 and the 14s. 14s filled. 14s go offered. Those all traded out. John's keep an eye on these 13 3/4. 14s go bid again. Austin, that's how I was taught. Yes, that we would run away from it, but S&Ps and equities for that matter will gravitate towards those big block orders.
It's good to know.
Took me a while to unlearn. Took me a while to unlearn. We got a lot of bids here, guys. We got
look at that.
All right, we got some.
You learned
bids
when it was
stacked.
different, Andre.
Yes.
You learned.
Here we go. Hey,
people would lean on those.
They would lean on them. Correct. We lean on them. Not anymore. Now, wow. Did those all trade out?
Because you knew you would only lose one tick.
Exactly. Okay, bids were stacked there. Did those all trade out, John? I see 15s traded.
Yeah. Yes, they
all
did.
traded out.
Every
yes.
side.
Good question there, Austin. Yes, the old way was, yes, supply and demand would tell you that the market would run away from that. People would front run that big block order and lean on it to only lose a tick or so. But now the market will just go and fill those big paper orders. So I had to unlearn that.
Trade out means they either are in the trade or they cancel the trade.
No, trade out means that 1,000 lot on was the 13s. That 1,000 lot 13s went from bid to offered. That means they all traded out. Here we go, 16s, guys. See if we can push up to these 20s. I'll get in here. I got 20 lot queued up. Got 3 check marks.
So you have a daily VWAP and a New York Open VWAP, which are the two most important, Brian Shannon would say, for the day, all within this 2-point range, 53.18 and 53.20. So that's good.
What time frame is that chart?
That's right now you're seeing a 1-minute chart on my screen.
1 minute. Okay.
Sorry, yeah. Trade out means that all 1,000 contracts were filled. That's what I mean by trading out.
Okay. No, I asked the questions because I don't know, Andre, and I know there's definitely people listening that don't know. So it's good to. I like when you talk like that and you see it. So, but I want to learn.
Respect. Yeah, that's old. That's when I was a clerk. That's how we talk when I was a clerk on the floor, on the headsets. So yes, but I appreciate
7.2% on NVIDIA right now. Just to say, we're up over 7% now. So that could be a little pumper here.
My goodness. Okay. What's NVIDIA trading right now? It was
11.42. That's 11.42, bro.
They were laughing at those $1,000 calls.
They were, dude. They
were laughing at those $1,000. My goodness.
It's crazy. You know, we laugh about how it is and how it's like a bubble. Is it not? Is that? But you know what, man? There's people that for better or for worse, put a lot of money into something like this and made a ton of money, and hopefully they realize those gains because that can be life changing. You know what I mean? Some people like. You hear those good stories, but God, please close the trades. Please realize the gains. You know what I'm saying? How many times have we seen that story go the wrong way, though, too, you know?
You're right. You're right. They're not real until you realize them. You put that money in your pocket. All right, so we pop there. So 16s again. The sellers did come in a little bit. We're trading currently 53.14. We'll see what happens moving forward. Eddie, when you get those MOCs, what's up, Johnny?
The 200 SMA on the 1-minute chart is 16.
So 16s are the level, I take it then.
Yeah.
Okay, so ways. Yep. Okay. It has that curve just right at VWAP here. 18,902. Call it 900s just for easy.
I feel like this is a position I might want to piece into, Andre. Like if we can
Okay.
pop here, you can get one in and see if we can feel, and then add one or two more if we can hold the level here and not just shoot. Because we could slice 20. You know what I'm saying? Like if this is going to pump.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to go full in here just because we hit the 20s. Just letting everybody know.
All right. Let's see if we can get to these 20s here. Well, I do have 20 queued up. We could do 5555.
Andre, you're the executioner.
I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna go 20
Dude,
in.
yeah, Andre, your executions were good last week, bro. So I default to you on that.
If we're gonna get to the price, let's get to the price. I know dollar cost averaging has been a hot topic lately. Yes, you can dollar cost average here at Top Step. Of course you can. That's real trading. It's a real strategy. It's real technique.
Not that we're going to talk about this, but some of these firms, man, they got some crazy rules that just try to screw you up. Like, how could you not allow dollar cost averaging? It's crazy.
I don't know. There's rumblings out there. Yep.
You got to teach your traders what the difference between putting on a moron trade and dollar cost average.
Oh yes, absolutely. Very thin line between that, right, John? But yes,
there
you're
is.
right.
Very thin line.
As been many things in trading.
Indeed. Michael Beggs says, Top Step number 1. We agree here, Michael Beggs. Appreciate that.
Kind of feel like
one more
I like
push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe I'm almost feeling like throw one in here in case it doesn't come. We all like the short. We know we want this thing to come down.
That's just get some exposure to the short.
Andre, where do we say the short is over? Or Hogue, where's the short off the table? At 25, 24, above the daily VWAP, back in the middle of opening range?
You know there's going to be a bunch of stops right above VWAP.
There's going to be, for sure.
If it gets there.
Yep.
What would the stop be then?
That's
Say we
why
did
we
get
wanna
20s.
You got to get as close as we
Let's
can
talk
to
about
that
the
level.
Yep. So, but then talk about the risk on this. Do we want it short at 20 if it goes to 26? Not in power hour. I don't know. I don't know if I want a 6 or 7 point stop. Maybe.
Good, yeah. How's Delta looking, John, in this move up? Has it increased at all in the ES? It was 4,600 about 20 minutes ago.
Remember, this is loose.
Yep.
S&P is 5,300 positive. 5,300 positive. If there's a squeeze, it should be to the downside.
Also, let's just talk for a second about what it could do. Nothing. It could stay here and finish the day at 13, and we're also sweating over this hand on the holster for 20 more minutes. And it does
100%.
nothing. It's just happy Monday, suckers.
Right. All right. So perhaps a stop around 26 or so if we do get these 20s.
Yeah.
Maybe we're chasing. Or we're gonna let the market come to us. I guess if we get to the 20s, we'll take a short. Austin said, if we never gets there, never gets there in the house account. Didn't make a trade today, and that's okay.
Do you guys rely heavily on that Delta number, Hogue? Is it something like you're constantly following?
Only when it's valid. Only when it means something.
So what kind of scenario would that be?
Okay, so this morning, when we saw those ice orders in the S&Ps, I'm just going to bring this up. This profile includes yesterday and today's in one. But where do we see those offers? We saw them
25 and 23.
25 and 23. So at the price of 25, there was a big ledge there. And there were 5,800 contracts that traded on the offer. And it held there and it held there. And then they went through that. And then they raised those offers up to, they moved them down actually to 23, right?
Yep.
And at 23, we have almost 5,700 positive delta at that price alone. So that says that there was a longer time frame, bigger hands presence, just placing small orders, small offers, and replenishing them as they get filled. They get down to one, they put another random small number in there. That's your icebergs orders. So we've been looking at Delta being positive all day. The longer time frame, when they have an execution like that, they tend to get the shorter time frame speculators, P shooters like us, too far one way, right? So if they were selling and Delta was positive, that says that the shorter time frame, weaker hands P shooters like us, were holding longs up against those levels. And if we don't get paid on them by the end of the day, we're gonna want to get flat. We're just gonna turn.
Yep.
We're gonna say screw this. I'm going home.
Yep.
And so I think we saw part of that today when the auction finished, and market started heading lower. That was I think the first wave of a delta squeeze to the downside. Now we might be actually starting to see a second delta squeeze to the downside.
Interesting. Okay.
We're pretty positive here.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes, Austin, it doesn't tell you anything.
Sure.
It's congruent, then,
Right.
then you're not seeing any kind of squeeze. But it also tells you then that you may be seeing all time frames acting in concert on price, and you don't want to fight that either. So there's a few things that you can kind of glean from that information.
Right. Sometimes
And
it's not telling you exactly what to do, but what not to do even.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if there is
So,
time,
coming from the pit, Austin,
Yeah.
I used to be able to stand in the pit, and I used to be able to watch Goldman, Morgan, Merrill Lynch, and all these big paper companies come in and sell 2,000. And then it would go around the pit, sell 2,000, sell 2,000, sell 2,000. Well, they're not selling it to each other. They're selling it to the locals. They're selling it to the
Right.
speculators in the pit. And when you saw that coming, you could say, man, this pit is so long, man. At the end of the day, I think we're just going to have to turn around and move this thing lower. And if you were right, you could put yourself in a good position, because you're basically pitting time frame against time frame.
So were markets slower before technology? Yes, right?
Execution was slower.
Okay.
You had to add the human factor.
Right, like passing the paper, so to speak. It's just slower
Right.
than what now you have it on the screen here.
100%.
Yeah,
So
it's
what Delta replaces is, I think, the ability to see what some of the bigger, longer time frame, deep pockets, investor type traders, banks, funds, when they're involved in the market, that they're using those ICE orders and using Delta as a way to kind of fish them out.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
Still bring our old school pit habits onto the screen, but there's something there. What's the pit? It's everyone long, it's everyone short.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a game of
You're looking at the dome. That's the pit right now.
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So that's kind of
And
what
all
we're
of us
trying to
that
do
never
there.
got to trade in the pit, we all envy those stories and like just the days of what it would be like to just feel the energy of that room.
It was cool to watch those guys trade for sure.
It was great when it was great, and it sucked when it sucked.
Oh yeah, I bet, man.
Man,
I
you
listened to
nailed
the
that one, Hogue.
Oh, what's that? There's that. There's that.
Like MP said on the podcast, he was like, Chicago, all the people that couldn't make it in major sports would come to the pit and trade. So you got a bunch of athletic, alpha style people. I feel like in one room just going at it, it would just be awesome.
Yep. All right.
You know what it was? It was when we used to have numbers. We'd be all watching the board up on the screens.
Right.
And when the feds would come in, it was just silent, and you'd be pacing back and forth, sweaty palms, nervous. You'd have like 5 different phone clerks looking at you, screaming, "Watch me, watch me!" And then when shit hit the fan, it was like literally shit hit the fan. It was nuts.
Awesome.
I can imagine with
Amazing.
John too. Getting orders upon orders. Sell 50, buy 20, sell 18. I need this now. That's how it was. Nuts.
Crazy. Nuts.
Bernie in the chat here. I remember reading stock prices in the newspaper. I remember that too. Every morning. Yep. A long ass thing. All right, Gabe, if we got time here, we got some hashtag Power Hour slides ready to go. We have 14 minutes left in the session. Not a whole heck of a lot going on. Gabe, if you're ready, let's do it.
Yeah, we got a few ready to go here for us. Throw the
Listen to that
first
voice,
one
man.
up.
Listen to that voice. Here we go. What do we got here, Gabe?
We have our good friend Kenny here. A little power hour. You see a little funded trader certificate.
Very cool. Very cool. I like that. Nice
Always
setup.
appreciate people showing their wins and their victories here. Our good friend Carl Hungus, I believe, coming back with another round for the day.
Another one.
Oh, boy.
Some this morning.
Quick with it.
Get up there.
Oh.
Dude.
Oh boy, Carl.
Carl.
I'm gonna
Mic
zoom in
drop.
real quick. Looks like we got
Carl. What are we looking at here? Yeah.
Andre, you're on that one, dude. You're in the corner.
Yeah. Oh boy, we're talking about this. Wow. Yep. Cool.
Super mega
Always
double
appreciate
leverage.
it.
Stop losses.
Yeah.
Who needs them?
Yeah, you see
needs
that?
them?
That's the best. That's the best. Oh,
damn.
what a time to be alive. Thank you, Carl.
Thank God the memes, dude. The memes, man. We speak in memes. It's the culture.
Yes, we do.
Oh, look who it is.
You might recognize this
Yes.
one. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Look at that.
There you
Who's
go.
that guy?
50K. 150K. Wow.
Locked in here. Thanks for the shout
And
out.
finally, from our Facebook community, someone locking up their profits, having good discipline. You know the drill.
Love that.
Wow. Pretty proud of my levels. That was done for the. Well done, John. All right. Well done, guys. Well done. All right. We got 12 minutes left here. Not a whole heck of a lot going. Those 20s probably aren't going to come into play.
I don't think so.
It's okay.
And even if they, it makes me think like we could take a short at 13 with the stop at 17 and see if we can catch a move down to 8. But then that's not the play. The play we were looking for was 20.
Yeah,
So
Yep. It's okay.
1-to-1.
yeah, I think
get it,
that
though.
lower
We
day
short-
VWAP is going to come in as support here at 08 now, 09, somewhere, wherever this I got it on here is
You're
purple.
right.
That's that lower day. That's where you're going to see buyers definitely step in to some extent right there at 850, 8.5.
I think you're right, though. If we did sell those, we did have a chance to sell those 16s, but it did look like 5320s were in play.
Dude, it's hard, man.
Fine.
Power hour can be tricky. You can have a really good idea. Like I really liked our price of, and even in 18 to 20 area to sell it, but sometimes it's a little slow. She's a little slow sometimes. We still love her though. We take care of her even when she's slow. We still come back tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll be back tomorrow, baby. I promise. We'll be back.
I promise.
All right. Eddie, when we hit those MOCs, give us a shout here. Haven't seen anything yet. Financial Juice
Yeah,
changed it up on us,
about
Eddie.
a minute.
We used to get it at 2:30. What happened?
2:30. I don't know. I have contacted them, and I guess their source is no longer available. But I mean, if anybody else can in chat, if you can get that IB MOC sooner, by all means, share it with us. I would be very happy with that.
Absolutely.
So, your
Source
SOL,
is no
tough
longer
out of
their
luck.
source. Interesting. Okay. Might be time to find a new source, Financial Juice. Just saying. Wouldn't hurt. Okay, guys. John, no trades. Austin, no trades. It looks like we're all just sitting on our hands on the butt for the time being. Coach Dakota, wow. Coach Dakota, flat and done for the day, up $15,000. Dakota.
Jeez,
Dakota. Can't stop, won't stop, Mr. Dakota. By the way, please check out Dakota on Slow Markets this evening, 8 p.m. Monday through Thursdays. Watch the master at work.
it's amazing. Jesus.
Crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. Oh, shout out Dakota.
It was $30,000
large.
day. It's been 15 years since I did that.
He's hot right now. It's awesome to see.
Definitely cooking.
Really is. Yep. Number one
Great to
trader
see.
tops up. Number one trader on YouTube. Let's be honest here. Puts it all out there. Full transparency. One account. Real trades. Real P&Ls. Real traders. No fake. Everything real here. All right. Well, that 250 Central Time liquidity injection. Not a whole heck of a lot there either. My goodness. We are staggering to the finish line here, guys.
Literally, it's a good way to put it.
Yeah. We are just
Nvidia pulled back a little bit, 6.5 now on the day.
Okay.
Yeah,
No breeze. Up 787 this morning on NAS and done for the day. Well done.
Nice job.
Well done. Love seeing that green. So I think
Right.
we're
What
gonna
I'm getting now here is the imbalance, but they're sort of splitting it up a bit. They're not giving me the total.
Yeah. That's what they do.
I'm seeing S&P 176 million to the buy side, Nasdaq 584 million to the buy side, Dow 271 million to the buy side, and the Mag 7 609 million to the buy side.
Right around $1
Well, they
billion overall.
They break it up into Mag 7 now?
Salute your
Yeah.
salute your short says 450 million to the buy side. It's got to be something different there. We'll keep an eye
Just do
open.
Mag 7 now. Interesting. So
Mag
billion total
7.
there, John?
Yeah, I mean, just eyeballing it, it's about $1 billion
Yeah.
total, including all
Gotcha.
of them. I'm not doing public math.
Nope, we don't do that. Nope, no. I don't know. What do we got for? Oh, I guess Eddie will tell us what we got for tomorrow. Like we said, the week is kind of backloaded. Some inflation numbers. The most watched inflation reading that the Fed looks at.
I took
PCE.
a look ahead there, Andre. Really not much tomorrow, but even though the markets will be open.
All right, guys, we're kind of creeping up here in the S&Ps. 7 minutes left to go. I think we might just sit this one out. What do you think, fellas? Are we convicted? If we get to 20s, do we sell it?
I don't see any reason to at this point. I mean, if we get there, how much time do we have to turn a profit on it?
Not much. Not much.
18 minutes.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Oil's up 3% today. Crude's up 3%. That's pretty big. $80.
Yes, it is. $80 coming into the summer season. John, typically in the summer season, we see crude catching bids, correct? We see moves to the upside in the summertime, in the northern hemisphere at least.
Well, I mean, they have to, right around the beginning of summer, they adjust the formula for it for warmer temperatures. That usually creates a spike, but when everybody's driving around all summer, and there's a lot more demand for it. So it makes sense to me that it's popping up a little bit here.
It's interesting.
53.17's trade. S&Ps. Old Reese says, hang it up for today. Hang it up for today, boys. Tomorrow's another day. Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Yep.
It's okay. So here we put the screen time in, even though House Account didn't make sure, we still put the screen time in today. Saw how the markets reacted around that. The NASDAQ around the 820 level, as well as the S&Ps, how it reacted around the 5,300 level. So we'll take that knowledge, we'll carry it into tomorrow. We'll go from there. But you cannot replace the screen time. So even though we didn't make money or zero P&L, we still gain knowledge.
If I could just say, Andre, I really appreciate everybody at the Top Step team for making the 5 funded accounts thing happen. I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, oh, you didn't give us 10, you only gave us 5. So I'm just going to take a second here and say, hey, chat, let's give some love to the Top Step team for just a second. I know that's hard to do on the internet nowadays, but it's a great move. Even from 3 to 5 is huge. So everybody should be extremely grateful to be with a reputable firm like Top Step and have that opportunity. It's a smart move, right? You offer somebody 20, 30, 40, 50 accounts. At some point, risk should come into question. So thank you to Top Step and everybody on the inside that never really gets their face out there, for sure.
Hell yeah. You're the man, Austin. Yes, absolutely. 5 XFAs, auto creation. Get that to you. Quickly turn around. You guys all asked. All right, 16 seconds till that 2:55, 5 minutes before the bell, that liquidity injection. We'll see what we got here. All right, NASDAQ is pushing up against VWAP, pushing through it now, trading 18,903. Couple ticks above it. The quarter was long crude. No kidding. Jeez, was he really? My goodness. Here we go.
Yeah, see what's interesting here at the end, Andre. Like I wouldn't sell the 20s here because it gets that liquidity at the end of the day. It can go right back up to the 9:30 open price today is 53.31. We can hop up 10 points in the last few minutes. You and I have seen that before. So I say for me, short's off right now.
Trade is off.
I'm with you.
Close for the day. It's okay.
That's the worst, dude. You wait. It's a tough day, whether you're flat or you're up a little, and then you do something stupid at the end of the day. Just to get yourself in there, and then you take a loss. Could you have won? Sure, but that loss, it's just a little bit annoying. You know what I mean? Versus you come in clean slate the next day. Yeah, you didn't make $1 million, but unfortunately, that's not this business, man. You know?
It's a long evening. I've done that before. It's a very long evening. Dinner doesn't taste as good. You don't sleep
down
as well.
at the bar, slamming some whiskey.
Yes,
what are you drinking, Andre? You're a Chicago guy, so you're probably drinking whiskey or something good like that, right?
I was actually drinking a little wine this weekend. A little red wine this
weekend.
Look
at you, dude.
Yeah, I know, classy. A little grape juice.
Classy,
Andre.
dude.
Yeah, how about it?
No Malort there, Andre?
No. God, Gabe, we got to get you to try that Malort. I want to get your thoughts on that. No Malort. That's a one and done for me. You have it once, and you'll never have it again.
I hate it when you're
drunk. Yuck.
Ugh, Mad Dog 2020.
Malort.
Malort's nasty. All right, NASDAQ pushing higher here. Trading 913s. VWAP was 902. Cleared that. See how this S&Ps react around this 53.19, 3/4 level. We got 3 minutes left in the session. It's been a good one.
Kentucky snow cone.
Kentucky. That's a John Hogue special right there.
Yeah. Love me a Kentucky snow cone.
All right, Austin. Question: What do you got? Who else you got coming up on the podcast in the near future? You said Nick for a tick. What else we got?
I got Nick I got Nick. So Nick will be next week. That's a good one. It's actually a little over an hour too. You know Edgeful, the company that provides those reports.
His name is
I know
Andre.
you guys have had them on. Yep, I'm having Andre on. So that Andre will be after Nick. There's another guy. His name is Tanner. He goes by the Strong Trader. He's a futures trader. He's going to be interesting, and I think he could be somebody that you guys might want on Top Step TV. He's a really good trader, and he's a really nice guy, so that always makes it easier too. So I've got a couple of good futures guys. I got Robert on your staff coming on in a couple of weeks too. We had to move that around, but Robert will be on. So I'm picking my way through. Andre, you'll be up soon, and
Hey.
you'll be up. I'll have to get Eddie on there. We'll pick our way through the staff.
Absolutely. Would love to chop it up with you. People are tuning in for that. Make sure you guys download wherever you get your podcast, correct?
It is the Day Trading Show. Yeah, you can download it. I don't really, when you say that, I'm like, download it. I'm like, who downloads
Oh,
podcasts?
yeah.
But you can
Well,
listen to it on Spotify.
yes.
Yeah, you can download it though too. Yeah, if you got bad internet connection or whatever. But YouTube as well, the Day Trading Show.
There you go. And gentlemen, 2 minutes left here.
Right on the New York Open VWAP here to finish.
Yes, we are.
Right on that.
Should we sell 20? What were those bids? That guy, person bidding, what was 1,000 on the 13s and the S&Ps, 1,000 like started chasing up to the 14s and 15s. And sure enough, we're trading 18s now.
450 on the offer at 19 quarter now.
Yep. So watch this, Austin. If you can see that on the ladder, you'll see how
I see it.
S&P will gravitate towards it. We gravitate to that 1,000 lot to the downside, and we'll gravitate to this 485 lot in the upside.
So if you see those far apart, will that interest you even more? Because then you'll know you have more wiggle room in the trade.
If it's sitting there off the market and it doesn't move, that's the only problem. They can pull it. So you kind of right, John. If they pull it, you're screwed. And then,
Isn't that spoofing technically?
Great question,
way?
Austin. That's a great question. I've had that debate. John, is that spoofing?
Not if they have it in there for a certain amount of time.
That's the stipulation. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
hard to
interesting though,
prove.
isn't it? That was a big deal back in the day, right, John? That was
Yeah.
a big
Here we
deal.
go. Just trade it out. See that? Just trade it out.
Yep.
Paper always gets filled in the S&Ps. Paper always gets filled. It's crazy. So, moving forward, maybe you get with it. Maybe get with that
Yeah.
next time. Here we go. We're pushing here.
That was what.
Well,
That's
30
why I'm
seconds.
glad we didn't take that short at the 20s. Look at that 22 real quick. 23.
Wow.
Close.
We're taking heat. Eddie,
There it
you
is,
got the
23.
outro bell. You get the man camera.
Yes, sir.
24. 25.
There you go.
Keeps
Wow,
going.
look at that.
Andre, that's what I was saying, bro. I was like, the last it's
Yep.
going to go back up to the 930 open price at 31. Here it is.
That's exactly what you're saying. This is why you don't take the trade. Dinner would have tasted awful this evening. Austin, great call on
Awful.
the no trade.
Awful.
Here we go. Thank you for joining us, Austin Silver, John Hogan. Thank you, Eddie. Take it away, my man. Thanks, Austin.
Thank you, Andre. I had a good time today. We had a great segments. We had great people coming on, and this is only the beginning. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We got a lot more really cool people that are going to join us, and I'd like to thank those that are with us today. But let's take a look at tomorrow. As far as tomorrow goes, there's a little meat on the bone. Looking at around, I'm going to say here about 7. Let's see here, 7 o'clock. No. 7:55. We got our red book year over year. After that, 9 o'clock Central Time, Richmond Manufacturing. That's going to be also Dallas Fed at 9:30. We got our Texas Service at 9:30. Also at 12 o'clock high noon, 7-year note auction. FOMC member Billy Williams will be speaking here at 12:45. Beige book at 1 o'clock, and the API weekly crude stock. That's usually a after hours or very close to after hours. So keep your eyes on that. And later on in the evening, if it counts, maybe for slow markets, FOMC member Bostic will be speaking. I'm wondering why so late, but we'll keep an eye on that. Also, tomorrow, as I'm mentioning here, a lot of cool people going to join us as far as we've got here for the schedule, as they say across the pond. Join us early here, 8 o'clock Central Time. Hogan, myself, we're going to fire up the machine here, 8 o'clock Central. Coming up in Fast Markets, we've got Andre, MP Deanna, Nick for a tick. Yes, that same gentleman, that same hot trader that is in chat. You will see him tomorrow. Power players, Andre, Gabe, and Jordan. We got Top Quiz with Jack and Alyssa. Andre and Mick for Shoulder Tap. Yes, we're only doing Shoulder Tap Monday, Wednesday, Friday now. I know a lot of you are asking about it. We're Shoulder Tap, but we're We're doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday group trading with Jack and Robert. We do have the patience with KV. KV's going to be with Hogue and Andre. And to close the day out, Andre, Hogue, Coach Dakota for Power Hour. That's going to be the 29th. We're getting very close here to the end of this month. God, this month went really quick, and keep that in mind. But yes, tonight 8 o'clock with Coach Dakota. Right now, we've got Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer. Coach Ray at 6 o'clock. Coach Vince at 7. And once again, 8 o'clock. So thank you very much for being with us here. And, one thing I want to say is my wife thinks I'm crazy, but a lot of us got the cicadas out now. I mean, if you open your door, you can hear the sound of cicadas. She saw me picking up a couple on the street and putting them on the tree. She says, "What the hell you doing?" I go, "Hey, you know what? 13 years they've been waiting to get up here, and give them a chance to have a little fun here in this wonderful place we call Earth. So don't step on them, step over them. But anyway, we love having you here. Yes, I am crazy each and every day, and we hope that you love being here with us. And a lot of people here enjoying the show, hopefully enjoying the show. And hopefully you learn something, at least one thing. Learn one thing one day. You are on your way to a trading journey. So right now, family time. Okay, it's family time right now. So log off, get some love, get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy until we meet again. And I've been told that I've got to turn this to close. There it is. We are closed. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.
The markets are closed. The markets are open. The markets are open. The markets are open. Order filled. 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 Order rejected. Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. 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 Order rejected. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. 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 Order
Order
filled.
rejected.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order rejected.
Order
Order
filled.
rejected.
Order filled. 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 Order filled.